Ei, ei. Eu tô no canal de inglês.
All good? Last day of conference morning.
I know we are 10 minutes delayed, but yesterday was conference dinner, so people have been hanging around for a longer time after the party. So let's wait for another 5 minutes. Is that okay with all of you? We should be kind to people who had a late night.
They've been hanging out and hanging over today.
How are you, Ariana? Everything okay? Lots of work lately? Just a teeny tiny bit. Yeah. Oh wow. Where were you? I thought you were probably going to be all packed in Rio Climate Week, maybe. Were you there? No. Okay. I get it. Totally get it. I know. I know. That's always like that. Summertime. And second, as you said, second semester, and at least the environmental agenda goes nuts. The whole pre-cup stuff. And, oh well, at least this is a more friendly environment. And we're just like, oh, have fun. A lot of work. Like, I was very hesitant of coming to this agenda because I honestly didn't have 1 week to leave everything I had in Colombia. So I couldn't. My boss did for 1 day. Yeah, it was very nice. But yeah, like I have to wake up every day like at 4 a.m. to catch up with what I left behind in Colombia. So it's a little bit tiring. Yes. Yeah, very early. I'm coming November 5, because that's why we did find a place. But I've heard that in previous experiences, even though you have something, sometimes they double book. So as I am the one who speaks Spanish and a teeny tiny bit of Portuguese, then I'm gonna come first to see that everything's okay. Yeah. Are you coming too? No. Are you going? Sorry. No. Oh. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the Nature Conservancy. Yeah. By any chance, do you know who from the Nature Conservancy? Oh, small world. So, no way. Rodrigo works with us in a
Yes. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Could you please come closer if you can?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Let's converse.
This is absolutely one of those very, very critical topics of the day. Yeah, please come closer so that the speakers have the density in front of them instead of the empty chairs. Yeah, please come closer. Today's topic is eco-social transition and universal basic income. I think today the way the world is in terms of what we have done to the planet and what we have done to the human beings, I think we definitely need a transition. We definitely need to interrogate ourselves, examine what we are, where we are, in terms of the health of the planet, health of the human society, and I think it's a really, we stand at the very critical juncture. Extinction could be very soon coming, so I think it's important to interrogate and examine. And I have with me three very, very distinguished speakers. I know it's also online, YouTube. I think many people will be watching this. And yeah, so I can start with Carlos sitting there. Carlos studied philosophy at the intersection of environmental affairs and ethics. Oh my God, these are the most critical things of today that really touch my heart. And he has had 15 years of experience in environmental sustainability, social justice, peace building, and human rights. And Carlos currently is the Equal Rights Latin American Director. I hope many of you know what Equal Rights is. It's an amazing organization which is really bringing to the forefront some of the most critical questions that we are going to talk about today. If you have not met Patrick Brown, Patrick must be somewhere sitting here. Please go and meet Patrick and Carlos to discuss more about this. And Carlos is, am I pronouncing your name properly?
Absolutely great.
Yeah, Carlos is leading the project Basic Income for Peace and with Nature in Colombia and advocating for UBI policy all over Latin America. Now, next to me, I have this most wonderful friend and Ariana Brito. She's a senior policy manager at JPAL. JPAL, if you all know, I think this is one of the most reputed, straight coming from Massachusetts, yeah, MIT. JPAL is a technical thing. They do evaluations and all over the world. I have seen them in India and Bangladesh and Nepal. She holds a PhD in economics from university right here. And she's a member of Technical Committee for Evaluation, Monitoring and Learning at Montrese and a member of the Scientific Council at LEAD. Yeah, since 2023, she has been a trainer from ProLider Mover program, a training program for black leaders in the private sector. Ariana brings a huge experience in rigorous evaluation of public policies, and she's a professor of economics. And here is my friend dear friend George Pinto, who is it's an amazing combination of a politician and a scholar. I think Plato was one who was talking about the king scholar. And whenever I meet Eduardo, I said, Eduardo, you are a king scholar, because he's both politician and George Pinto has a PhD in social and political philosophy. And very interestingly, his thesis was focused on the concept of freedom. What else? Wow. Namely, the definition of the Green Republican conception of it. This conception of freedom would be promoted by, it touches my heart, Green UBI. He's currently the Member of Parliament in Portugal, and he's also the Vice President of the Environment Committee. You are so blessed and so privileged to have this wonderful committee. But at the same time, now, these distinguished people, we have to control them because they are so distinguished that they can go on and on and on. So they have time, 12 to 15 minutes, like minimum 12. You can't stop before 12. Maximum 15. We have Marina sitting here who's going to show. Yeah, so after that, I think we'll have more time for conversation. Yeah, so eco-social transition, I think we are sitting at a juncture where we really, I think globally, I come from India, I think it's so important in South Asia. Also, we are discussing this. You know, many of the stars like Vandana Shiva and all that who are talking about these issues. But they are not including UBI into that, because if we don't include UBI into it, we will go into a kind of a different kind of a discourse. I think it's very, very important, and my heart is so touched by the bringing together UBI and green. So we will start with Carlos, and then Ariana and George. So you have 12 to 15 minutes, Carlos?
Sounds right.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I feel more than humbled to share this space with people I admire deeply, and to be able to especially keep learning, and hopefully we can shed some collective light to the wonderful work we have done so far and the wonderful work that we still have to do. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. First of all, I feel like I'm committing treason to my country because I forgot that I could do this in Spanish, and I'm speaking in English, which makes no sense. But that's how memory is, huh? And second of all throughout this week, I've been thinking of possible innovative and creative ways of speaking about this intersection between eco-social transition and UBI, as all of my colleagues here have said so many great things. I thought, what can I offer that hasn't been said before, right? But I imagine, and let's go into philosophy already, that I'm not the only one who believes that complete authenticity is an absolute fiction, right? If we believe in cause-consequence, then every single idea has a precedent-based and precedent engine, as Aristotle would say. But yeah, I'm digressing a little bit. So, thanks again to everyone that made this possible. Organizers, Fabio, Leandro. You guys impressed me. You're here. Like, what? Like, I left dinner yesterday at 9 p.m. and I'm tired, and you probably kept on going, and you're here. You have an energy that I don't understand. So thank you so much. It is a privilege to reflect on an issue that deeply affects our living societies. How to justify, imagine, and produce an ecosocial transition, especially in Latin America, and what role universal basic income might play in this process. I would like to begin with an approach that is neither purely technical nor economic, but more philosophically inclined. In today's context, among many other challenges, we face the idea of the impossibility of truth. All societies nowadays are discussing that there is no truth, but infinite perspectives, and subjectivism and relativism. Second, the strengthening of relative differences as the center or core of identity building. And last but not least, the continuous weakening of democratic systems. And I would like to make a very necessary precision here. With democratic systems, I do not mean just forms of social organization that aims to bring the different voices for the public speech, but also a form of organization that aims to do policies that affect and benefit all. So, with these challenges in mind, I strongly believe in the need and possibilities of working around minimum universals as a beacon to social transformation through a collective and political agenda based on minimum consensus. To that purpose, there are many different schools of thought, but I would like to take some learnings from the Madhyamaka philosophy, or the middle way Buddhist philosophy, that suggests a possible path to understanding the deep connections of life experience more profoundly, helping us to build collective actions. Through what I like to call universal equalizers of life experience, meaning all the common elements that all living beings share with each other. I would like to rescue three of some of them. Number one, all beings seek well-being, regardless of relative differences of life expression. Second, all beings experience suffering and wish to alleviate that suffering for them and for others. And last but not least, all beings, regardless of relative differences, possess the potential to transform and transform themselves. This can be key to view reality with more clarity and help setting the stage to discuss other and more fair possible future scenarios of coexistence. These equalizers show us that the current situation in Latin America is far from optimal. Millions live in poverty, face different types of insecurities, and bear the consequences of a socioeconomic model that prioritizes resource extraction and accumulation over human and environmental well-being. Environmental degradation and climate change impact local communities the most, creating a cycle of vulnerability that limits the ability of individuals and communities to transform their lives. And more importantly, embedded individualism and egotism have subtracted mankind from what it truly is, one of the many links of life and shared experience. Recognizing the situation is the first step towards any meaningful change, to accept the need for transformation. Once we acknowledge that change is necessary, then the next questions arise naturally. Where do we want to go? What kind of transformation is both desirable and feasible? The principles derived from this philosophical idea could guide us. If we all share a pursuit for well-being, an awareness of suffering, and a capacity for transformation, then we can identify common principles for action. Policies must expand freedom, and I would love the debate with George of what kind of freedom he believes in. Reduce suffering, protect life, and strengthen the capacity of individuals and communities to act. In other words, we need a just, inclusive, and sustainable ecosocial transformation that recognizes interdependence of humans and ecosystems. In concrete terms, Latin America faces clear challenges. It is the most unequal region in the world, with a Gini coefficient above 0.45 in most countries. Millions depend on informal and extractive economies to survive, and the impacts of climate change intensify pressures on the most vulnerable. An ecosocial transition that ignores this socio-environmental reality cannot be either just or sustainable. And this is where universal basic income comes into play. UBI is not merely an economic measure. It is a tool that vindicates universality by enabling people to live with dignity, reducing uncertainty, and freeing agency to act in protection of nature. Providing a minimum material foundation could allow individuals and collectives to, for example, adopt agroecological practices, participate in different environmental conservation priorities, and explore new forms of production and consumption without fear of losing the bare minimum required to live with dignity. All throughout this BN Congress, I have learned from concrete experiences that demonstrate UBI impact in this regard. In Brazil, the Renda Básica em Maricá, for example, has improved the quality of life, enabling investment in education, health, and sustainable livelihoods. In Peru, unconditional transfers with Amazonian local communities have reduced the pressure on rainforests and promoted environmental conservation, decreasing the need to rely on intensive resource extraction and unsustainable practices. And in Colombia, a basic income for peace with nature, created by true collective work, aims to demonstrate that sustainable peace is achievable through concrete steps towards equality. These examples show that economic security allows the desired transformation to become possible. An ecosocial transition also requires rethinking energy production and consumption. Latin America has made some shy progress in renewable energy projects, yet many countries continue to depend on fossil fuels and extractive industries. Deep change is only possible if these initiatives are integrated within an ethical and socio-environmental framework that respects the interdependence of life experience, based on global justice and finance through sustainable and fair, inclusive mechanisms. UBI can serve as a bridge. It provides economic security for people to engage in decentralized, community-led, and sustainable models without the fear of income loss that limits the adoption of new sustainable practices. Furthermore, integrating UBI with conservation and sustainable development policies generates a multiplying effect. Communities with economic security are more likely to implement agroecological practices, manage different environmental resources such as water, participate and foster local governance, and reduce forced migration due to environmental degradation. This strengthens social and ecological resilience in the region, creating a virtuous cycle between human well-being and caring for the planet. From this philosophical and practical perspective, UBI is much more than a redistribution mechanism. It is a practical translation of universal ethic principles,
at the same time respecting diversity. It is not a conflict between both. It ensures that individuals and collectives can realize their transformative potential, actively participating in the building of more just and sustainable societies. Ethics and action intersect, connecting once again philosophy and practice. In conclusion, ecosocial transition demands courage, creativity, and coherence. Reflection and self-exploration remind us that we are part of a shared web of existence, where the well-being of one depends on the well-being of all, and where caring for the planet is inseparable of caring for humanity. UBI provides a tangible mechanism to support this transformation, ensuring that no one is left behind and that everyone can realize their potential to contribute to a sustainable future. Transformation begins by understanding suffering, recognizing our capacity for well-being, and our ability to create socio-environmental pacts to do it. UBI is a concrete way of translating that vision into action, connecting ethics, economics, and environmental perspectives, allowing us to advance towards a future where social and ecological justice are inseparable. And I will finish with this. If we are equal in our most basic essence, then we have found ourselves our fundamental ground for equal rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. That was very, very important things that you have highlighted with a Buddhist twist to it about suffering. I have recently heard that land is not an object outside that you should see on rescue, but land is inside you. Land is a relative, and you relate to land. I think that's how I think we are coming to understand environment not as something outside us, but environment something very close. Thank you for bringing to the fore all these matters. Now I invite Ariana Brito to make her contribution.
Bom dia. Eu vou falar em português e espero, então, todo mundo que precisar colocar por favor. Bom, esses já são os meus slides, Isa? Deixa eu ver. Olha, funcionou. Obrigada. Bom, primeiro agradecer ao Fábio e ao Leandro, mas ao Fábio principalmente. O Fábio é meu orientador de tudo, gente, desde sempre. Nos conhecemos desde que eu era pequenininha, e ele também. Bom, super obrigada por estar aqui. Aqui é a minha casa, a UF é minha casa. Eu sempre fico muito feliz de voltar para cá, sempre volto para cá quando eu posso. É parte da minha devolutiva, como alguém que é formada em universidades públicas, devolver parte de todo o investimento que foi feito para o espaço que me construiu e que me formou. Hoje eu fico em São Paulo, onde está o escritório do Geopolitics. Então, para falar muito brevemente, o Geopolitics é uma rede de pesquisadores, essencialmente uma rede de economistas, que foi fundada em 2003 por 3 economistas, Esther Duflo, Abhijit Banerjee e Michael Kremer. E o foco do Geopolitics, ou a pergunta que o Geopolitics busca responder, é como apoiar a redução da pobreza a partir de políticas públicas baseadas em dados e evidências. Então, o trabalho do J-POL é produzir evidências que apoiem o desenho de políticas públicas mais efetivas e que, com isso, a gente possa atuar na redução da pobreza, pensando pobreza multidimensional. Então, a gente está falando de meio ambiente, de gênero, de mercado de trabalho, educação, em todas as suas dimensões. Em 2019, os fundadores do J-POL ganharam o Prêmio Nobel de Economia pelo trabalho que eles fazem relativos à redução da pobreza e pela metodologia com a qual o J-POL trabalha. Então, essencialmente, o nosso trabalho está focado... o que quer dizer essa produção de evidências? É avaliar políticas públicas e para que elas possam ser escaláveis, políticas efetivas possam ser escaláveis. Então, parte da minha conversa aqui, e acho que, de certa forma, alinha com o que o Carlos falou, é em trazer alguns exemplos práticos do que o J-POL tem apoiado, sobretudo no Brasil, do que tem apoiado fora, especificamente na Índia, com possibilidade da gente identificar a possibilidade de adaptação para o Brasil. Então, sempre que a gente fala o foco em pensar a política pública, em usar evidências, é adaptar para diferentes contextos o que a gente já sabe que é efetivo. Então, hoje a gente tem evidências científicas de modelos focados em redução da pobreza, em que a gente trata de intervenções para o meio ambiente e que a gente pode pensar isso para o Brasil e, efetivamente, aí eu tiro o meu chapeuzinho de J-POL e fico com o meu chapeuzinho pesquisadora, como que a conexão disso com renda básica universal e com o objetivo de pensar a transição social e uma transição justa e práticas sustentáveis em relação ao meio ambiente. Então, bom, como que a gente pensa essa transição, na verdade, essa crise climática, olhando para uma transição social justa? Deixa eu ver, eu trouxe, assim, são algumas imagens só para me apoiar nas minhas falas. Então, a primeira o ano passado foi a primeira vez que a Esther esteve no Brasil, e esse ano ela faz parte do comitê científico da COP30, e ela vem novamente para o Brasil agora, e um dos principais programas dela, uma das principais ideias hoje com a qual ela trabalha é a taxação dos super ricos como forma de redução dos efeitos climáticos, pensando países do norte global e do sul global. Os efeitos climáticos são majoritariamente presentes no sul global, só que majoritariamente gerados pelo norte global. Então, essa é uma agenda da Esther, mostrando justamente que os efeitos das mudanças climáticas eles são absurdamente desiguais, mesmo quando a gente fala nessa ideia de desigualdade dentro do sul global. E aí, o que eu quero compartilhar com vocês um pouquinho é o que a gente tem... São duas experiências com as quais a gente tem trabalhado no Brasil. Então, uma delas é essa aqui, que é o que essa experiência ainda vai nos ensinar. E por que ainda vai nos ensinar? Se o foco, se o que a gente está buscando, e quando a gente pensa política pública, o ciclo de política pública ele parte de um bom desenho, de uma avaliação para identificar o que é efetivo ou não, de uma escalabilidade e rumo à universalidade. Então, a gente está nesse início do caminho dessa política pública aqui no Brasil, que é o programa Bolsa Verde. Esse é um programa com o qual o J-POL vem trabalhando desde o início, é um programa do Ministério do Meio Ambiente. É um programa antigo já, ele é de 2000, ele foi originalmente constituído em 2011. O J-POL trabalhou no desenho desse programa lá em 2011. Ele chegou a beneficiar quase 70 mil famílias. É um programa de transferência de renda condicional. Então, duas condicionalidades: famílias em situação de extrema pobreza e que vivem em regiões de unidades de conservação ambiental. Esse programa se manteve até 2017, quando, após o golpe... golpe, não. A saída... não foi saída, não. Foi literalmente, a presidenta foi retirada. Foi um golpe, verdade. É porque estamos passando por tantos que eu já perdi a conta. O segundo, e aí assumiu o presidente Temer e o programa foi descontinuado. Então, e aí, com a retomada do terceiro governo Lula, em 2023, que tem uma agenda ambiental muito forte, esse programa foi retomado e foi justamente o momento em que eu entrei no Geopol, e o Geopol estava nascendo no Brasil. E nós fomos chamados novamente para apoiar o desenho do monitoramento e avaliação do programa. Especificamente, atuamos no desenho da avaliação do Bolsa Verde. Esse momento foi um momento de apresentação. O plano de monitoramento e avaliação ele está disponível online, e ele conta toda a história do programa. E o programa Bolsa Verde ele oferece um benefício financeiro para famílias com renda familiar de até meio salário mínimo per capita e que vivem em unidades de conservação ambiental, em florestas nacionais, em áreas de quilombo, em áreas de ocupação indígenas. Então, são várias áreas identificadas pelo ICMBio e pelo INCRA para que essas famílias possam se cadastrar e receber a renda condicional. Em sua maioria, são famílias que recebem o Bolsa Família também, então, eles entram com uma renda complementar. O valor do Bolsa Verde é um valor de R$ 600 por trimestre, então, a gente está falando de mais ou menos $40 por mês, mas que é pago a cada 3 meses. E qual é a condicionalidade do programa Bolsa Verde? É que essas famílias que residem hoje muito próximas em áreas ribeirinhas, próximas aos rios da Bacia Amazônica, mantenham a conservação dessas áreas e também mantenham ou aumentem o uso de práticas de produção sustentável. Então, essa é a ideia do programa, que foi restaurado em 2023 e do qual a gente está participando da avaliação. E uma das coisas, enfim, esse não é um programa de renda básica universal, ainda, pelo menos, mas uma das coisas em que a gente, e aí pensando nas possibilidades que a gente tem, inclusive para essa transição de programas de renda condicional para um programa de renda básica universal, uma das perguntas principais desse programa é: será que essa renda adicional é capaz de fazer com que essas famílias mantenham suas áreas de conservação ambiental ou passem a adotar ou ampliem a adoção de práticas sustentáveis na produção de alimentos? Por exemplo, muitas dessas famílias são famílias de pescadores ou em áreas de produção de açaí. Então, a nossa pergunta é: se essa produção, esse mercado de comercialização de pesca e de açaí, ele é feito de maneira sustentável? Se ele não é feito, se ele pode ser feito e pode ser ampliado? Essa é algumas das perguntas que a gente tem. E dificuldades que a gente tem nesse programa já, inclusive para pensar a escalabilidade dele. Acesso a essas famílias, a gente está falando de locais de dificílimo acesso à internet. E aí, para vocês saberem, o processo de cadastro dessas famílias, elas têm que estar cadastradas no Cadastro Único e elas têm que assinar um termo de adesão. Então, o que a gente precisa é de uma pessoa do Ministério do Ambiente que, a cada 3 meses, vá até lá com a sua anteninha parabólica nas costas, e todas as famílias precisam estar avisadas de que essa pessoa estará lá para que possa fazer adesão ao programa. Se a adesão não é feita por meio desse termo, e segundo, se essa pessoa não está, essas famílias não estão no Cadastro Único, ela não pode ter acesso ao programa Bolsa Verde. Então, uma resposta, e aí, pensando numa possibilidade de, em termos do que a gente faz, que são programas de avaliação, o quão mais efetivo seria fornecermos uma renda adicional para essas famílias, não condicional a uma conservação ambiental específica. Ou seja, para que essas famílias tivessem a possibilidade de decidir não só como usar esse recurso, mas quais as possibilidades de transformação que elas querem fazer nos locais onde elas estão, sejam elas atreladas a qualquer mudança ambiental. Então, a gente não tem resposta para isso, isso é parte do que a gente quer saber futuramente. E, em paralelo a isso, a gente tem uma outra coisa acontecendo no Brasil, que é muito recente. Então, é isso, esses grandes eventos sempre nos ajudam a tomar decisões políticas mais rapidamente. E algo que aconteceu muito recentemente no Brasil, finalzinho do ano passado, foi a aprovação do decreto que sanciona o Sistema Brasileiro de Comércio de Emissões de Gases de Efeito Estufa. Isso foi sancionado em dezembro do ano passado. A ideia é que o Brasil possa iniciar o desenho do seu sistema de emissões. E uma das perguntas, uma vez aprovado esse desenho de sistemas de emissões, de redução de emissões no Brasil, é como que a gente pode utilizar a receita que é gerada por esse sistema? Ou seja, como que a gente pode pensar para onde vai essa receita e, sobretudo, redistribuindo essa receita para aqueles que são mais afetados por essa descarbonização e, sobretudo, os mais vulneráveis. E, de certa forma, e uma outra alternativa é por que não usar parte dessa receita para que se criar um fundo que possa financiar a renda básica universal voltada para questões de transição social, sobretudo quando a gente olha para o meio ambiente. Então, o desenho de um sistema de mercado de emissões abre a possibilidade aqui, ao contrário, para a gente pensar de onde a gente pode imaginar o financiamento de uma renda básica. Então, um dos caminhos são esses dividendos que vão ser gerados por esse mercado. E aí, eu quero dar um exemplo do que a gente já fez no Geopol, e é uma possibilidade que a gente vem estudando de transitar essa experiência bem-sucedida da Índia para o Brasil. E aí, vou passar aqui o próximo, que esse é um artigo bem recente que fala sobre a escalabilidade de... Esse foi o primeiro mercado de emissões de redução de carbono que o Geopol apoiou na cidade de... E agora o Sara me ajuda. Gujarat? Sim? How can we pronounce the name of the city in India? It's Gujarat? Gujarat. Aqui é o QR Code para esse texto. É um texto que saiu agora em julho de 2025. Esse foi um dos primeiros projetos que o Geopol apoiou. Ele já tem mais de uma década. O Geopol foi chamado, junto ao governo de Gujarat, para apoiar o desenho de um mercado de emissões de carbono. Essa é uma cidade com os maiores índices de poluição na Índia. E esse projeto começou com uma escala piloto, com vários setores da economia. E a ideia foi comparar dois tipos de intervenções. Uma que é a intervenção clássica, o modelo de comando-controle em redução de emissões, onde o governo exige que as empresas tenham medidores para a redução das emissões, e, caso elas passem desse quantitativo de emissões, as firmas são penalizadas, são multadas. Esse tipo de ação tem várias problemáticas, por exemplo, o monitoramento do governo, dificuldade de fiscalização. E a ideia foi, e se a gente propor, então, um mecanismo econômico, que é o mercado de emissões, e comparar esses efeitos? E o que a gente encontrou, o Geopol apoiou, junto com o governo de Gujarat, a implementação desse modelo. Esse artigo mostra todo o histórico do problema na Índia, como foram essas intervenções, como foi a avaliação e os resultados que mostraram redução de emissões entre 20% a 30% nos setores. A gente estava falando de mais ou menos 300 firmas, e hoje a gente está ampliando para cerca de quase 500 firmas. Então, após essa avaliação do programa, identificação de escalabilidade, hoje a identificação de efetividade, esse programa está caminhando agora para escalabilidade na Índia. E é, hoje, uma das referências para o desenho do mercado de emissões aqui no Brasil. O que ele se mostrou foi esse mecanismo de mercado, o mecanismo tradicional econômico de mercado, sendo mais efetivo do que o mecanismo de comando-controle para o mercado de emissões. Então, a ideia de esse é um dos papéis, inclusive, um dos papéis do J-POL, quando a gente fala de trazer evidências para desenhar políticas públicas, é a partir de exemplos que são desenhados para outros contextos e como que eles podem ser adaptados para o contexto brasileiro. Então, uma pergunta que sempre nos fazem é: mas a gente vai trazer esse programa igualzinho foi feito na Índia para o Brasil? Não. A pergunta é sempre não, porque os contextos são diferentes. E, inclusive, hoje darei um minicurso explicando sobre isso. Como que a gente faz, como que a gente adapta programas que são desenhados de outros contextos para cá. Então, para terminar a minha fala, eu falei para vocês que eu falava muito, gente. Para terminar, eu acho que o que a gente tem aqui são 2 pontos importantes. O programa Bolsa Verde mostra a complexidade de programas de transferência de renda condicionada, sobretudo quando a gente está falando de pagamentos por serviços ambientais, de onde estão essas pessoas, do tipo de famílias, de que atividades que elas executam. E, ao mesmo tempo, mostra a possibilidade da gente experimentar novas oportunidades de desenhos de programas que incluam modelos de renda básica universal e analisar a sua efetividade para que ele possa ser escalado. E, ao mesmo tempo, o Brasil também cria uma oportunidade, com a nova lei do mercado de carbono, também da gente pleitear, eventualmente, formas de financiamento dessa renda básica com os dividendos e a receita do mercado de carbonos. Então, acho que a ideia aqui é trazer um pouco dessas possibilidades práticas que estão existindo hoje no Brasil, para a gente poder conversar e trocar um pouquinho. Obrigada.
Thank you, Ariana, to bring some concrete examples of JPAL's work. Now, I invite my dear friend George Pinto to make his contribution.
Obrigado, Sarat. Bom dia a todos. Eu vou tentar falar bem devagar, porque tenho um sotaque bem fechado do norte de Portugal, portanto vou falar devagar e abrindo bem a minha boca. E começo por agradecer aos colegas de painel. Eu tinha, na verdade, aqui 1 milhão de perguntas que eu gostaria de fazer, mas vou fazer no final. Algum ceticismo em relação ao mercado de emissões, algumas dúvidas em relação à Bolsa Verde, mas faremos isso depois. Gostei muito também, Carlos, da tua ideia dos minimum universals e minimum equalizers. Achei essa maneira de apresentar a questão bastante interessante. E tenho de agradecer o convite e agradecer a toda a organização, ao Fábio e ao Leandro. E, se me permitem, em 30 segundos, contar uma mini história pessoal, porque eu quase que fui obrigado a vir, na verdade. Porque eu, em 2008, estive muito, muito perto, já tinha tudo acertado para vir fazer um intercâmbio aqui na Universidade, na UF, né? E na última da hora as coisas mudaram e não vim. Há uns 4 ou 5 anos estive bem perto de vir fazer também um pós-doutorado com o Fábio aqui, depois também não deu, e então, quando vi que o congresso ia ser aqui, disse: bem, isto é o destino a obrigar-me a ir lá, tenho de estar. Eu acho que este congresso está a ter muitas coisas boas mesmo, e acho que uma delas é precisamente esta dimensão empírica de muitas das apresentações e muitas das palestras que temos tido. Como ainda agora a Ariana nos trouxe aqui muitos dados empíricos. Eu acho que isso é importante, e por isso é que eu vos peço desde já desculpa por ir fazer uma apresentação muito pouco empírica e bastante teórica e filosófica, que eu acho que, na verdade, encaixa bem na sequência das 2 conversas anteriores. E faço também, e pedindo desculpa por isso, falando muito pouco de renda básica. Na verdade, tentando perceber o que está na gênese desta crise ecológica e social e, então, onde é que a renda básica poderia aí entrar. E eu acho que é importante, porque nós lemos e ouvimos falar de crise ecológica e social como uma coisa abstrata, mas eu acho que é importante concretizar um pouco o que é que isso significa. O que é que falamos quando falamos de crise ecológica e social? Bem, falamos de coisas como o aumentar das desigualdades económicas, que aqui no Brasil é certamente visível e claro. Falamos de um propagar intergeracional de pobreza, mas também de riqueza, cada vez mais vincado. Eu ainda há uns meses lia precisamente num jornal brasileiro, uma notícia que dizia que todos os bilionários com menos de 30 anos são herdeiros. Portanto, aquela ideia da meritocracia é completamente falsa e comprovadamente falsa. Portanto, falamos desta crise social também quando falamos dos problemas, e que sei que também são uma realidade aqui no Brasil, várias pessoas me falaram disso estes dias, no acesso à saúde. Não é? Os problemas com o SUS aqui no Brasil, ou os problemas com o Serviço Nacional de Saúde em Portugal, é parte da crise social. Os problemas no acesso à habitação, um pouco por todo o mundo, é parte deste problema social. Portanto, quando falamos de problema social, falamos de pessoas e coisas muito concretas. Há também uma crise política, enfim, não só no Brasil, mas um pouco por todo o mundo. Há esta crise ecológica e social traduzida numa crise política, numa confrontação permanente, pelo apagar de toda a ideia de nuance, de diálogo, o ódio à frente de qualquer outro tipo de política que não feita pelo ódio. E depois há, claro, a crise ecológica também nas suas múltiplas dimensões, como aliás já aqui foi mostrado numa das apresentações, visível através de coisas como as fronteiras planetárias e como várias destas 9 fronteiras já foram ultrapassadas, mas depois em coisas muito concretas, falando de Portugal, como fogos florestais. Só este ano, e a ligação entre alterações climáticas e a intensidade e o número de fogos florestais está mais do que comprovada, só este ano em Portugal já ardeu mais de 3% do território nacional. E o pior mês costuma ser setembro, já morreram pessoas por causa destes fogos. Portanto, estas coisas todas, quando falamos de crise ecológica e social, têm nomes, têm caras, têm vidas. E é por isso que eu acho que podemos tentar analisar ou perceber aquilo que é esta realidade no presente através de 3 Fs: finitude, fragilidade e futuro. Finitude em muitas dimensões, desde logo a finitude da nossa própria vida. Praticamente todas as religiões acreditam que há algo para lá da morte física, mas a morte física é algo concreto, que muitos multimilionários agora têm tentado combater, mas é algo concreto. Pronto, há uma finitude da nossa vida à qual nós nos expusemos muito claramente, ou que ficou muito visível durante a crise sanitária. Foi um momento coletivo e global em que fomos quase todos confrontados com a possibilidade do acelerar da nossa finitude no que diz respeito à nossa vida. Depois há a finitude daquilo que nós fomos construindo em termos sociais. Portanto, a finitude dos nossos regimes de segurança social, isto nos países que já têm estes regimes, evidentemente. A finitude de políticas de educação pública de qualidade, a finitude no acesso a serviços de saúde públicos, gratuitos e de qualidade. Portanto, estamos confrontados com a possibilidade disto acabar, confrontados também com a sua finitude. Há uma outra ideia de finitude que é ainda mais crítica, que é a finitude do próprio regime democrático. Eu acho que não exagero se disser que no Brasil se está perante uma situação em que ninguém acha estranho, num espaço de 5 a 10 anos, o próprio regime democrático estar sob ameaça séria. Portanto, há esta ideia de fim de regime, de fim de democracia, de fim de era, uma era pós-Segunda Guerra Mundial, que muita gente, e então com a chegada de Trump novamente ao poder, vê como uma possibilidade. Portanto, outro elemento de finitude, e eu vou apressar isto, a finitude também em termos ecológicos, portanto, que o planeta tal como o conhecemos pode acabar para sempre, podemos passar a ter longos períodos de seca, fenómenos climáticos extremos cada vez mais visíveis. Ainda ontem, numa das apresentações, falávamos, por exemplo, das monções no Paquistão. Sei que na Índia o caso é bem parecido, porque eu, no que me parece uma vida anterior, formei-me em Engenharia Ambiental e fiz a minha tese de mestrado precisamente na Índia e sobre a gestão da água das chuvas. Portanto, há aí também esse problema. E um último elemento no que diz respeito à finitude, e aqui fazendo um desafio a quem está a ouvir, que se prende com esta transição tecnológica e a ideia da emergência da inteligência artificial. Portanto, esta emergência imparável da inteligência artificial, que muitos aqui, e eu talvez me inclua nessa lista, apresentamos como uma das grandes razões, ou uma das grandes provas empíricas de uma eventual emergência da renda básica. Ora, deixando só a provocação, eu acho que seria muito importante percebermos como é que este destruir de empregos repetitivos, monótonos, os bullshit jobs, como lhe chamava o David Graeber, para uma eventual financiação da renda básica, vai afetar os mais frágeis. E aí explico-me, assumindo que esta emergência da inteligência artificial, da automação, vai acontecer, em primeiro lugar, nas economias mais ricas. Nessas economias, quem faz esse tipo de empregos que vai acabar e que nós queremos que acabem e que nós queremos que essa tecnologia sirva para financiar a renda básica, mas quem vai perder esses empregos são os mais frágeis dessas sociedades e são os imigrantes recém-chegados a essas sociedades que muitas vezes não têm mais nenhuma possibilidade de ter qualquer tipo de trabalho. Portanto, acho que seria interessante, quando falamos de tecnologia e renda básica, olhar também para aqueles que vão perder, mesmo que essa renda básica venha a ser criada. Pronto, esta é a ideia de finitude, o primeiro F. Esta finitude expõe-nos a um segundo F, que é o da fragilidade. Portanto, se nós achamos que tudo pode ter um fim, se nós achamos que tudo pode acabar, a nossa democracia, a nossa vida, tudo aquilo que nós damos por garantido, isto expõe-nos a uma situação de fragilidade. Nós assumimos que somos frágeis. E num tempo de homens fortes, num tempo em que assumir qualquer tipo de fragilidade é visto como negativo, então, como é que nós podemos assumir esta fragilidade? E mais, como é que podemos assumir uma fragilidade partilhada, em que seres humanos, animais não humanos e natureza partilham uma fragilidade conjunta, em que o facto de um combater a sua fragilidade pode ter um impacto na fragilidade do outro. E aqui também explico, nós, pelo menos desde o iluminismo, e eu não sou anti-iluminista, não interpretem o que eu vou dizer a seguir como isso, mas nós, desde o iluminismo, pelo menos, temos tentado combater a fragilidade humana, tentado aumentar a nossa qualidade de vida, os anos que vivemos, tudo legitimamente e corretamente, eu acho, mas temos tentado fazê-lo às custas da fragilidade e da finitude do planeta. Portanto, nós temos conseguido criar melhores condições para os seres humanos, mas à custa do planeta. E há uma frase do René Descartes, que eu uso muitas vezes, porque eu acho que é todo um programa, em que ele diz que o homem é o mestre e possuidor da natureza. Portanto, foi com este quadro mental que nos últimos séculos se tem avançado e tentado combater a ideia de fragilidade. Ora, isto é impossível no presente. Ninguém, ou acho que pelo menos ninguém aqui neste auditório, acha que podemos combater a ideia de fragilidade humana às custas do planeta. E é aí que entra a ideia de futuro. Como é que nós então podemos aceitar a nossa finitude conjunta e partilhada, aceitar a nossa fragilidade conjunta e partilhada e criar um futuro onde todos tenhamos espaço? E eu acho que é através de uma palavra-chave, que é liberdade. E, na verdade, quando enviei ao Sarat uma pequena descrição do que ia dizer e estava a escrever em inglês, escrevi freedom, e então apercebi-me que é um quarto F. Portanto, isto em inglês até pode ser apresentado como uma teoria dos 4 Fs. Em português não funciona, mas em inglês funciona. E aí sim, que ideia e que conceito de liberdade. Eu sou muito adepto e trabalhei nisso na minha pesquisa da ideia de liberdade republicana. Temos a sorte de ter aqui o David Casasas, que é, em todo o mundo, uma das pessoas que melhor trabalhou essa ideia. Muitas das pessoas têm trabalhado sobre renda básica, têm trabalhado sobre a ideia de liberdade republicana, e eu acho que há aqui uma ideia de fragilidade nesta liberdade, que era com isso que eu queria também aproximar-me do final, que é, no fundo, a ideia de que tudo pode acabar. E os republicanos sabem bem que tudo acaba. A própria República, a partir do dia em que é fundada, tem os dias contados. Pode durar décadas, pode durar séculos, pode até durar milénios, mas irá acabar. É com essa fragilidade que nós temos de ser capazes de trabalhar. Com os 5 minutos que me restam, falar então de renda básica, onde é que ela entra? Eu acho que a renda básica pode servir para reforçar essa ideia de liberdade, pode dar algo pelo qual as pessoas possam almejar. E há um conceito, que não é meu, é de um camarada político, historiador português, o Rui Tavares, que ele chama de objetos de desejo político, que são, no fundo, ele apresenta esta teoria dizendo que a política atualmente está feita pelo ódio, aquelas coisas contra as quais nós somos. Mas as pessoas, os seres humanos, têm desejos, todos nós queremos coisas. Nós queremos que os nossos filhos possam estudar, ter uma vida melhor que a nossa, queremos que toda a gente tenha acesso à saúde, nós queremos liberdade e queremos sempre mais liberdade. Então as pessoas têm desejos. Aquilo que politicamente é importante é dar-lhes estes objetos de desejo político que elas possam desejar por um lado e por outro ajudar e tentar contribuir para a sua obtenção. Aqui no Brasil, se eu percebi bem, esta luta para acabar com a pauta 6x1 não veio de partidos políticos, não veio de sindicatos, veio de trabalhadores, na maior parte deles informais, que tiveram como objeto de desejo político, lá está, ter mais tempo livre e acabar com esta pauta. Eu acho que a renda básica pode ser precisamente um desses objetos políticos, desde que apresentada como algo de bom senso e de senso comum. O que é que eu quero dizer com isto? Onde estes homens fortes apresentam as coisas como bom senso, sendo anti-imigrantes, achando que nem toda a gente pode ter acesso à universidade, nós temos de ter uma contranarrativa também do bom senso e do desejo, que é, no fundo, dizer às pessoas: é de bom senso que qualquer pessoa possa ter acesso a uma renda para viver com dignidade. É de bom senso que nós queiramos que o planeta que seja sustentável para deixar às gerações futuras pelo menos algo parecido com aquilo que nós próprios tivemos. É de bom senso que quem mais é responsável por estas alterações climáticas, quem mais dinheiro tenha, contribua mais. Portanto, aquilo que a Ariana dizia bem, e quando referiste a tributação dos ultra-ricos. O que eu acho que faz falta muitas vezes é então ligar este bom senso, permitam uma palavra, a ausência de melhor, este bom senso da punição, né, na forma de tributação e taxação de algumas pessoas, ao bom senso da compensação pelo outro lado. Depois, se é só na forma de renda básica, se é na forma de algo direcionado, como por exemplo a Bolsa Verde, em relação à qual eu tenho algumas dúvidas, mas que pode ter alguns aspectos positivos, se é direcionado, por exemplo, para agricultores como há na Índia, se é direcionado uma coisa em relação à qual eu cada vez sou mais adepto em Portugal, às pessoas que continuam a permanecer a viver no interior do país, onde quase ninguém quer ficar a viver. Portanto, eu acho que... Porque aqui eu estou num papel complicado, não é? Com dois chapéuzinhos entre o académico que fez a pesquisa em filosofia e que defende a universalidade, que defendo, e o chapéuzinho do legislador que depois na prática é confrontado com a oposição dos outros partidos políticos. Mas eu acho que começando, não retirando a universalidade, e termino, mas se calhar criando grupos de pessoas ou grupos até dentro dos países onde essa universalidade da renda básica pode ser aplicada, pode talvez ser o melhor caminho para começarmos a responder a esta crise ecológica e social. Pronto, espero não ter divagado demasiado, mas deixar-vos com estas pequenas provocações que são mais perguntas do que respostas. Obrigado.
Thank you, George. And you have been exceptionally disciplined about time. I was hoping to Marina to comment that, yeah, it's very interesting that on the one hand, Ariana brought the empirical part of the story, and Carlos brought the suffering part of it, and now you talk about finitude of the whole thing. I think it's really, you're taking the whole discussion into a different plane, plus bringing in universal basic income, or how universal basic income is related to all this. I can see a guy standing there nodding his head. Yeah. So, shall we now open to for questions or clarifications or whatever you have, your responses, please feel free to, yeah. Anybody would like to? Yeah, David's there, yeah.
Thank you. That was very interesting, especially because it's a very important and urgent topic. But I have a very minor question for Jorge. You were talking about bon senso e sentido común. In English, I guess it's good sense and common sense. Is this a Gramscian concept, or could you help us understand the distinction, the difference of between both concepts, please? And thanks for for the talk of the three of you.
Então, eu nem tinha pensado nisso. Eu gosto muito do Gramsci. Eu não me assumiria como gramsciano, mas acho que aqui a diferença é mesmo ao nível da política concreta, não é? Então, o senso comum, aquilo que nós queremos que todas as pessoas achem que é o correto, não é? É uma ideia mais difusa, se quiseres assim, de senso comum, e bom senso eu vejo mais como algo para quebrar essa barreira. Ou seja, o senso comum já está, já é difuso, já é comum. O bom senso, no fundo, é algo que tu queres que passe a ser senso comum. Eu vejo as coisas quase como... mas foi uma coisa que me saiu no momento. Vieram os dois termos, mas vejo-os como, na verdade, 2 degraus do mesmo lance de escadas, em que tu precisas de convencer as pessoas que algo é de bom senso para isso depois se tornar senso comum. Portanto, é nessa lógica de construção.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you for this really interesting presentation. I think my question is directed to the MIT team, especially related to climate change. When we are talking in terms of the impact of climate, and we are also talking in terms of, the impact of AI, I see a connection between, the tangibles that you talk about, the part of the climate change, the destruction that we see in front of us. But I think we are also missing a crucial point about the impact of technology in terms of, the companies building these large data centers and then its impact on climate change, which something is, I understand that it's not really visible at this point, but 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line, that I think the energy consumption used by those data centers will be a huge point of discussion. So is there some research or some kind of discussions around that the BN would like to focus on in the coming days? So
I think this is a question specifically for Ariana. Ariana, you have take the mic there, yeah.
E para a qual eu não tenho resposta.
Yeah, it's not an answer, you have to respond.
Olha, eu vou dizer que esse é um tema muito, muito recente que a gente tem escutado, sobretudo nas últimas semanas, sobre essa ampliação dos data centers e, sobretudo, aqui no Brasil, e o impacto disso e o potencial impacto sobre meio ambiente. Então, enfim, o J-Paul, a gente ainda não tem pesquisas nesse tema, e acho que algo que é parte do meu trabalho e que eu gostaria de deixar aqui, parte do meu trabalho é sensibilizar os governos brasileiros da importância de estudar coisas e produzir coisas, e, nesse sentido, trabalhar junto com pesquisadores, entendendo que todos os tempos são muito distintos, tempos políticos, tempos acadêmicos. Mas, quando você olha, por exemplo, do mapa de pesquisa, no mapa de atuação do J-Paul no mundo, em comparação, vamos pensar assim, hoje a gente tem 80 pesquisas rodando na Índia e a gente tem 3 rodando no Brasil. Então, tem uma questão também para a própria viabilidade, interesse e sensibilização do governo para que a gente possa pesquisar isso e identificar os potenciais impactos para essas perguntas para as quais a gente ainda não tem resposta. Então, tem um caminho anterior que do ponto de vista acadêmico, esse problema já está aparecendo. Do ponto de vista do gestor de política pública, não sei o quanto esse problema já é claro, mas como esses 2 atores podem se encontrar, como acontece de forma muito recorrente na Índia, para poder apoiar o desenho dessas respostas.
Obrigado. Esta não é toda a minha área, mas precisamente porque tu referiste dois atores dessa equação, eu acrescento um terceiro, e desculpe, eu não sei o seu nome, mas uma das coisas que me surpreendeu pela positiva, quando antes de vir aqui no Congresso, estava em São Paulo, tive uma reunião com a Central Única dos Trabalhadores, que eu julgo que é a maior central brasileira de trabalhadores, e que me disseram, uma conversa interessantíssima de mais do que 2 horas e meia, e na verdade um dos pontos que eles trouxeram para debate foi precisamente o dos grandes data centers e de como eles já estão a trabalhar nessa área, não só na lógica do trabalho, não é? Que é aquela mais imediata, mas precisamente também na lógica ambiental. Portanto, eu acrescentaria só esse terceiro ator, que são os trabalhadores e os sindicatos, que pelo menos aqui no Brasil, não é o caso em Portugal, mas pelo menos aqui no Brasil, já estão ativamente a produzir também trabalho e conteúdo nessa área.
I thought, Filippo, yeah.
Hi, thanks a lot. Very interesting presentations. Sorry, I don't speak Portuguese, so I will have to go in English. But I have a question specifically for Ariana, but also for the other speakers, of course, because it's on the research side. So as an evaluator, you know, we have by now substantial evidence that cash transfers can be beneficial on a lot of outcomes, including, well, maybe there we have a bit of a research gap still, but climate adaptation and mitigation. So, well, especially cash transfers, but also on basic income is kind of growing. But I feel like there's a bit of an elephant in the room there. So beyond basic income itself, well, we have the research there. What looks like it's that there's not enough political mobilization. And so my question is like, how do we trigger that mobilization? How do we convince the average citizen, spur this transition from below, if we are not clear what this eco-social transition will look like? So, yeah, a bit more in terms of the actual practical implications of it. What will society look like? What will the economy look like? So certainly the way we imagine it will also include a basic income and perhaps an emissions trading scheme like you described. But yeah, if we don't have a roadmap for an eco-social transformation, which is comprehensive, which is clear, yeah, how can we advocate for it if we don't? Yeah.
Thanks a lot for that. I believe it's sort of like 2 questions in one, or 2 or 3. It's really, really important. So I want to take part of that question that connects to something that Ariana said that I also wanted to ask you. When you mentioned about Bolsa Verde and how it is conditional, but you're evaluating the possibility of adding an additional basic income that is that's unconditional, but that you were completely straight honest of not knowing how it would look like in terms of effects. And I'm bringing that out because I have a dear colleague of mine here, Rob Fletcher, who's been working around evidence on how unconditional basic income could have impact on environmental conservation. And for example, early evidence from a unconditional basic income project in Peru has shown great results under this logic. Indigenous communities have had a historical role regarding nature anyway. So unconditionality adds to the aspect of autonomy and freedom. Unlike that, you can have better results than if you condition safeguarding nature, because that it's a very severe cultural intromission into their own governance structures. So this is early evidence, of course. We are very clear that this is a work in progress. So to that, I wanted to add that a big movement that we started creating since COP29 in Azerbaijan last year, called Cash for Conservation, made of different organizations, researchers, etc. We are trying to create evidence of how an unconditional basic income could look like, and how those scenarios that you mentioned of ecosocial transition could also look like. So in a nutshell, there are great leads about what is happening, and these great leads are helping us right now to build a strategic advocacy so we can take those specific demonstrations through pilots, so we can start having those difficult conversations on a more political level. And I'm going to finish with this, with an example in Colombia. The project that we're doing, Basic Income for Peace with Nature, is helping us to have conversations with the Colombia Congress. And a couple of weeks ago, we helped some congressmen for a bill of universal basic income. So there is a possibility for a strategic advocacy. It's just a matter of working on different demonstrations, getting results about it. We have to be honest. We are in the starting point. And together, we can start shaping those scenarios, but being very humble on how it would look like.
Na verdade, acho que o Carlos respondeu melhor do que eu responderia. Até porque a gente descobriu aqui no início da conversa que temos trabalhado em coisas parecidas, não diretamente nós, mas pessoas com as quais próximas a nós. E eu acho que a minha resposta estaria realmente muito na linha do que ele falou. E acho que uma das coisas, o Bolsa Verde, ele é um programa de pagamentos por serviços ambientais, que é algo relativamente novo na América Latina. A gente passou a ter vários exemplos nos últimos anos, e não heterogêneos, mas dispersos no contexto dos países latino-americanos. E, recentemente, a gente tem feito um trabalho, não só o Geopol, mas com outras organizações do terceiro setor e organizações de pesquisa, para que você organize essas... Hoje, o que a gente fala muito dentro da área de pesquisa é como que a gente comunica essas evidências que existem, tanto para não acadêmicos e, sobretudo, para gestores públicos. Eu sempre falo que o que a academia produz, só a academia lê. Nenhum gestor público com o qual eu trabalho no Brasil há mais de 10 anos vai atrás de um artigo acadêmico que tenha sido publicado na melhor revista de impacto. Ele não tem tempo de ler 28 páginas. Hoje, eles me dizem que, no máximo, 2, frente e verso. E com resumo dos principais resultados no início. É esse hoje e aí, não é? É verdade. Então, o que a gente tem feito, inclusive hoje o Geopol tem passado, é uma nova área com a qual o Geopol vem atuando no último ano, 2, e é parte do trabalho da Esther, de advocacy a partir das evidências que a gente produz. Então, um caminho hoje que a gente tem trabalhado é justamente com essas instituições, o que a gente sabe sobre os pagamentos de serviços ambientais. Hoje, no Brasil, para além do Bolsa Verde, a gente tem 2 exemplos muito fortes no estado do Pará, com o qual a gente tem começado conversas também. O que a gente sabe sobre a complexidade do desenho desses modelos, o que a gente sabe sobre os efeitos, e, especificamente no Brasil, a gente ainda não sabe, porque a gente ainda não avaliou o impacto de nenhum desses programas, a gente tem percepções teóricas do que podem ser esses efeitos. E, na verdade, o roadmap é que a gente está muito na primeira... Eu não vou falar que a gente jogou o dado e está na primeira casinha. A gente jogou o dado 2 vezes. Então, a gente está na segunda casinha, para começar a falar onde que a gente quer chegar. E... a gente está gravando. Tem umas coisas que eu não posso falar, gente, porque está gravando. Mas depois eu falo. A gente ainda tem uma grande dificuldade nesse advocacy e nessa temática. ainda que a gente tenha produzido e a gente esteja desenhando programas muito bem fundamentados. Mas falar sobre, comunicar sobre o que esses resultados produzem, como que eles geram. A gente teve um evento recentemente em Brasília, com vários países na América Latina, focado em pagamentos por serviços ambientais. Então, dentro do Geopol, esse é o novo tema estratégico, e a gente percebeu que tem vários bancos multilaterais que também estão trabalhando e apoiando a construção desse roadmap. Mas eu acho que é isso, a gente está muito no começo. A COP30 também vem ajudar a gente a tornar essa discussão mais ampla.
Yeah, George, would you like to respond to this on this topic? No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could somebody? No. Okay, Guy.
Guy standing. I've been working in the last few years on linking basic income and the commons, and in particular the plunder of the commons, which is, of course, is including the environment and all aspects of the environment. And it's led me to propose what I call an eco-fiscal policy, which is that essentially all those who are taking from the commons, depleting the environment in particular, should be taxed, and the taxation should be recycled in the form of basic income for the commoners who are losing the commons, right? And I wonder, in listening to your three fascinating discussions, whether the commons perspective resonates with you, and I'd like each of you to sort of respond if you can. I'll come back to it this afternoon in more detail, but there seemed to be some, particularly with Carlos, I felt your presentation, I felt a resonance with the way I've been looking at it. So I'd like to get your feedback on that.
Thank you so much, Guy, for acknowledging that there is a connection, because there is. The logic of commons resonates a lot in the policy that we use, as you probably know, at Equal Right, called cap and share, which is exactly that. If you understand environment as a common ground, then you can use different funding mechanisms through a comprehensive justice to raise enough funding that could help the most vulnerable, affecting those who are the main, in this case of this policy, the main polluters and the main responsibles of climate change within other, of course, aspects of the climate crisis. Now, if you ask me about the concept of commons within my own speech, I would include commons not in a dual separation in a way that probably Descartes would have thought of. So subject, object, we separate each other. So it makes sense in terms of an instrument for fiscal capacity, especially for this inequality between mankind. But not the problem, but the aspect that I would have to address is that within the logic of commons, there is no separation of mankind and nature. So that's what I would say. It's very interesting, it makes sense, it's part of what we do at Equal Right, but at the same time, I would widen the logic of commons to not make an artificial distortion and separation between mankind and nature, because I think that's the root cause of environmental crisis itself.
Obrigado pela pergunta. Eu acho que é muito importante. Eu li o teu livro, Guy, e concordo com praticamente tudo o que lá está. E é importante também dizer que já alguns desses comuns já são pagos, coisas que nós quase nem pensamos O sinal e o espectro de sinal rádio da nossa atmosfera é vendido e a preço bem caro às companhias aéreas, por exemplo. Depois este dinheiro fica no Estado, o Estado faz com ele o que bem entender. Mas permitam-me dar-vos um exemplo particular e uma coisa na qual eu comecei a pensar precisamente aqui neste congresso, e ainda ontem estava a trocar algumas ideias com a Catarina sobre isso, precisamente sobre o caso dos comuns em Portugal. Nós ainda temos alguns comuns, ao nível florestal, que se chamam baldios. E Portugal é um exemplo particular na Europa, porque 98% da floresta portuguesa, que é a grande parte do território, 98% não é pública. Mas desses 98%, 15% são comuns. E quando nós olhamos, e desculpem-me estar sempre a falar desta questão dos fogos florestais, mas é algo que é muito presente no país, quando nós olhamos para os locais onde essa gestão é melhor feita, onde há menos fogos, onde há maior limpeza e tudo mais, é precisamente nesses territórios comuns. E porquê? Porque eles conseguem ter fontes de rendimento e gerir essas fontes de rendimento que muitas vezes os proprietários individuais da floresta não conseguem. E eles têm este rendimento de coisas como a venda de lenha, não é? De madeira, mas também coisas como, ligadas aqui à transição ecológica, ter centrais eólicas, portanto, aquelas torres eólicas, nos seus territórios. Na minha cidade, que é uma cidade nas montanhas, há 2 terrenos baldios que eu visito com frequência. E num deles há várias torres eólicas instaladas. E aquilo dá-lhes imenso dinheiro. Eles não usam esse dinheiro para redistribuir pelos commoners, né, pelas pessoas que vivem naquela zona, mas têm equipas de bombeiros específicas para aquele terreno, têm, quer dizer, passar dali a 1 quilómetro ao lado parece que estamos em montanhas diferentes. Portanto, a questão aqui é quem decide o que fazer com esse dinheiro e o que é que ele pode, ou como é que ele pode ser distribuído. E era exatamente aquilo que eu estava a dizer mesmo no final da minha fala, quando dizia que talvez a universalidade da renda básica não precise de começar com todo o país, mas possa começar em zonas específicas. E eu acho que, pelo menos no caso português, um bom teste para a renda básica seria começar com as pessoas que atualmente vivem dentro destes terrenos comunitários. Porque estamos a falar, são centenas de pessoas, né? Por norma são aldeias nas montanhas, mas não são dezenas, são centenas, às vezes milhares de pessoas. Por isso, talvez ter uma política pública em que esses rendimentos que esses comuns já têm no presente, isso já existe, em que as pessoas que lá vivem já se sabe quem são. Portanto, não há nenhum trabalho burocrático nesse sentido. Talvez possamos começar por aí a testar, ou seja, é universal, mas apenas no terreno dos comuns. Por isso, acho que há muito terreno a fazer entre comuns e renda básica.
Yeah, I'm mindful of time. It's 10:41. Since we started late, maybe we can take liberties with 5 more minutes. Yeah.
Obrigado pela mesa, conheço o trabalho da Ariana, super interessante, deu um monte de insight aqui para quem trabalha com pesquisa empírica também. Mas minha pergunta vai ser para você, Jorge, um pouquinho refletindo a partir do campo da sociologia, né? E o conceito liberdade aparece bastante, tanto na economia quanto na filosofia, enfim, política, né? E aí eu queria fazer uma provocação para a gente pensar junto, né? Como é que fica o conceito de igualdade nesse contexto, né? Porque dentro das discussões sociológicas, né, salvo acho que mais a americana, a gente de fato pensa que o conceito-chave é igualdade, inclusive para atingir liberdade. A gente necessita de padrões mínimos de igualdade para que a gente possa alcançar níveis de liberdade que sejam liberdade de tomada de decisão das mais diferentes, mas também das decisões sobre consumo. Mas eu queria provocar nesse sentido, como é que você vê o conceito de igualdade em relação à noção do conceito de liberdade? Obrigada.
Obrigado. Então, essa pergunta dava para estarmos aqui 3 horas a falar. Eu começo, se calhar, exato, por explicar a dificuldade que eu tenho aqui no Brasil. Eu estou aqui como pesquisador, não como político, não é? Mas Quando me apresento, as pessoas perguntam o que faço, eu digo, eu sou deputado por um partido que se chama LIVRE. E aqui, como estamos maioritariamente com pessoas de esquerda, ficam todos assim, bem. Porquê? Porque aqui no Brasil a palavra livre está conotada, eu nem diria com a direita, mas com a direita bem radical. Aqui ao lado, na Argentina, temos o famoso libertar carajo, não é? Portanto, quem está a usurpar a ideia de liberdade são os mais anti-igualitários. E aqui, só com um chapéuzinho político, grande parte da luta do meu partido, grande parte daquilo que nós temos tentado avançar no debate político é que a liberdade é progressista, a liberdade é emancipatória e, sim, a liberdade é igualitária. Depois, com que nível de igualdade, o que é que isso significa, é toda uma outra questão. Mas, na teoria republicana, a própria ideia de igualdade está dentro desta concepção de liberdade. Mas, já que estamos a falar disso, permite-me acrescentar uma terceira dinâmica aí, muito na linha da Revolução Francesa, que é a ideia de fraternidade ou sororidade, não é? Esta ideia de pertença irmanada, de sermos irmãos e irmãs dentro da comunidade, e também já discuti aqui isto com algumas pessoas, que eu acho que é o que tem falhado também naqueles progressistas que defendem a ideia de liberdade. E explico-me. A direita radical, aqueles que mais têm falado de liberdade são, em paralelo, os que menos estão preocupados com a igualdade, mas também os que mais querem definir o que é a fraternidade e a sororidade. No fundo, definir quem é nosso irmão e nossa irmã na comunidade e que, sendo, tem direito àquilo que nós queremos para nós, tem direito à vida boa, tem direito ao acesso à saúde e tudo mais, e quem não sendo, sobretudo, não tem direito a nada disso. E quem não sendo, nosso irmão e nossa irmã, pode ser vítima de ódio porque a nossa liberdade já nos permite, porque a nossa liberdade é apenas para os nossos irmãos. E eu acho que o grande desafio está aqui, não é? Em opormos-nos a esta desfraternização de que aqueles que mais falam de liberdade têm insistido. Portanto, liberdade, tal como é entendida pelos republicanos, certamente, tem de englobar a igualdade, tem de englobar esta ideia de fraternidade no seu sentido mais amplo. Ou seja, porque depois nós na esquerda, prometendo terminar, porque isto realmente é dos meus temas de paixão, podia mesmo estar aqui o dia todo, mas nós na esquerda temos muitas dificuldades com o termo fraternidade. Temos muitas dificuldades porque o associamos às religiões, porque o associamos a uma coisa conservadora, opressora, que muitas vezes é, porque tu, se és irmão, se estás na minha casa, se és meu irmão, estás sob as mesmas regras dos nossos pais. Isso é real, mas eu acho que no presente, nós abdicarmos de uma liberdade também fraterna seria um erro trágico. Portanto, em resumo, que nós aqui, progressistas, possamos recuperar a ideia de liberdade, associando-a sempre a esse caráter emancipatório, igualitário e fraterno.
Sorry, do we have 30 more seconds? Because I know the question wasn't for me, but I love this subject, and that was going to be my question to Jorge when I heard the word freedom. I thought, like, which one of the million concepts of freedom he's talking about? But then you get to hear the whole speech, and you can have an image of what type of freedom. Whew. Freedom, you can think it, for example, is it associated to individual dignity? We don't know. Then you have an ontological question. What if you don't believe that there is an individual entity? Like in Buddhism. Or like in different monist philosophies, like in Spinoza. So that's a tough one. And a second, let's bring Hegel to the question. Is it freedom something that you have in your own, on a vacuum? Or is it something that you create in social interaction? Yeah? So if you answer yourself those two questions, you're going to have something on it. And I believe it's critical, because I've been thinking on UBI and thinking we advocate so much about freedom, but right now one of the big crises is to believe that freedom is unattached on goals. Freedom to do whatever you want, and not necessarily in an egotistical way. But the classics didn't think that freedom was for that. And then brings a specific example, sorry that I'm taking too long. It was the discussion on UBI connected just to labor market and not connected to leisure. But leisure is the possibility of using your time to whatever you decide? Or is it the leisure understood as time for reflection to do great things? So UBI is going to have to treat the difficult topic, because nowadays the notion of freedom that is getting more power is a freedom to do whatever you want. And we know what is the consequence of that. But others would say, then your notion of freedom, Carlos, is extremely dictatorial, so it would go against the notion of freedom itself. So I know it's a tough nut to crack, but I believe that we're going to have the chance to discuss this thoroughly.
Yeah, even I have noted some questions, but mindful of time and warning that I already received. Carlos, you had your final, very, very profound statement. Ariana, would you like to have any last word, 30 seconds? Yeah? Thank you so much. And Fabio.
Yeah. So the next session at 11, it will be a hybrid session. We will have Ugo Gentilini and Luis Haag, and they are elsewhere. So we should start at 11 because they are already waiting for this, okay? We have 10 minutes, so 15 minutes for the coffee break, okay? Please be back at 11:05 at the latest, okay? Então a gente começa às 11:05. Começamos às 11:05 pontualmente, porque a próxima sessão vai ser híbrida e tem 2 pessoas que já estão aguardando. A gente precisa respeitar o horário.
I'm very happy to welcome Laura Carvalho, Neil Coleman, and we have Louise Hagi online that is actually chairing this session, and also Ugo Gentilini, our friend that is on a mission, and that's the only reason why he's not here. Ugo, we are very happy to have you here. I don't know if you can see the auditorium, but we are ready to start. And then I will handle the coordination of this session to Louise. We have people to support our speakers here, Louise, so please feel free to start invite people to have their contribution here in the session, in the panel. Thank you, Louise.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in person. I would have been very excited to, but unfortunately, I wasn't able. But I'm very pleased to chair this session on the geopolitics of the universal basic income. We live in exciting times. Basic income has become ever more popular. Doesn't necessarily mean we have a better understanding or the public has a better understanding of what it is. And I think these are some of the conundrums we might be talking about in this session. I'm very pleased to introduce the other three panelists who will be speaking for 15 minutes each. I will then speak for 15 minutes, make some comments and of my own and reflections on what the others have said, and we will then have 30 minutes of questions and answers at the end. The first speaker is Laura Carvalho. She's a Brazilian economist, associate professor at the Faculty of Economics and Administration at University of São Paulo. Her 2018 book, Valsa Brasileira, which analyzed the growth and then crisis of the Brazilian economy after 2014, became a best-selling book in Brazil, and her main research is in the area of macroeconomics, focusing on economic development and income distribution, and she'll be the first speaker. I will mention Neil Coleman as well, our second speaker. He is a senior policy analyst and specialist and one of the co-founding directors of the Institute for Economic Justice in South Africa, and he's had acted as a special advisor to the Minister of Economics. Then last but not least, Ugo Gentilini, very well known, lead economist at the World Bank, leading specialist, world specialist in social protection, has published hundreds of papers and on this topic based on his knowledge about social protection all over the world and his research into this area. And he has, of course, published a very timely book, Timely Cash, with Oxford University Press this year. I started reading it. It's a fascinating work, and look forward to hearing from him as well. But I want to start to give over to the first speaker, Laura, please.
Thank you, Luiz. For Brazilians in the audience, eu vou falar em inglês. Me foi pedido que falasse em inglês porque não tem tradução para quem está remotamente. Então eu vou passar para inglês, mas achei que era importante dar essa explicação antes. So I'll speak in English because of the lack of translation for both Luiz and Ugo, who are joining remotely. So on the question, when I saw the title of this panel on the geopolitics of UBI, I have to say, as a macroeconomist, I wasn't sure how I would even start answering this question, and maybe the one piece that I can contribute towards is in understanding UBI as part of an agenda, a broader agenda for strengthening states and in particular fiscal space in a world where after the pandemic, it became harder and harder for progressive agendas to be adopted around the world. Of course, the pandemic itself was a unique moment of fiscal rules that were not binding anymore, and the geopolitics and the domestic context at the same time favored and we were able to achieve big wins in terms of expansion of social protection. But not only that, states became stronger in even the way we frame these narratives and post-neoliberal economic models. But right now, I think the situation is very different. So the debt that was accumulated as a consequence of the pandemic efforts, when complemented by higher interest rates that started to be adopted in rich countries as a consequence of the war in Ukraine and the inflation, the global inflationary spiral, especially food prices after that. We are now in a situation that is very different than just a few years ago. A situation in which developing countries are actually sending more money in interest payments to the rich countries than it is receiving, right? So net outflows are now positive in the developing world. They're sending more money abroad than they are receiving. Interest rates are higher everywhere due to the procyclicality of capital flows. So moments of crisis are moments where capital flies to the US and Europe, and periphery countries end up then having to put even higher interest rates to respond to that. And we are in a country that is facing, even though it's a country that doesn't have a problem of external debt or even, I would say, that distress in the sense of a high probability of default, like Brazil. Even in a country like Brazil, we're still suffering the consequences of these high interest rates and the pressure that this creates for lower public spending and social spending and in other areas that are societal priorities, right? So a moment of that would require a decision of global solidarity. There's no way out of this, no way out of the debt problem, no way out of the procyclicality of capital flows and the high interest rates without solidarity and cooperation. But we're seeing exactly the opposite. We're seeing, we are living in a context where multilateralism is in crisis, where the US is removing itself from many of the spaces that are supposed to be finding solutions for this problem, where even a country like South Africa, and Neil will talk after me, is struggling to advance some agendas, some concrete agendas in this, that would really reduce the cost of capital and other issues that these countries are facing. And so the geopolitics matter in terms of creating the space for these solidarity mechanisms to be adopted and implemented. And I think that's very connected to the UBI agenda. There is no UBI agenda if countries are struggling with austerity, if countries are entering programs with the IMF that impose constraints and don't allow them to grow out of their debts or invest in anything else, right? So this is why I think in this context, one agenda gives us, is an agenda that I would say is core for UBI, for addressing the climate crisis and for other connected challenges, which is the agenda of tax cooperation. And this is an agenda that has momentum in spite of this difficult and dire geopolitical context. So we saw very recently in Seville the fourth Financing for Development UN conference, the Compromiso de Sevilla, which is the outcome document of this conference, putting a big emphasis on domestic resource mobilization and in particular taxation as a solution for countries' fiscal constraints. This is not just a reflection, I would say this is partially a reflection of a pessimistic or a skepticism with other solutions. So there are cuts in development assistance. There is no way Europe is giving as much as needed for to fill the climate finance gap amid its own fiscal debates and fiscal struggles, right? So there is a pessimistic environment that also puts taxation and domestic resource mobilization as the only solution in the table. And so some would say this is problematic because it's basically the rich countries taking or getting out of their responsibilities to tackle the challenges in the South. And it's probably true. However, it's also true that taxation and domestic resource mobilization is the only way for countries in the South to get out of the unsustainable debt trajectories that they've always been a part of and raise their own resources, gain the fiscal sovereignty they need in order to expand social protection and address the priorities of societies there in ways with local currency, in ways that are sustainable over time, in ways that give flexibility for these states, and that connect the fiscal policy to societies and populations much closer than, for example, through loans from the World Bank or the IMF or even Chinese creditors. So taxation is very important for this. And I think Brazil is showing how a domestic agenda on the tax front with a domestic tax reform proposal that, for those who don't know, is now in Congress that puts a minimum tax, an effective minimum tax at the top for the very rich, as a way to also give some tax exemptions at the bottom. So there is, I would say, the first, it's not ideal, it's very moderate, it doesn't solve for a lot of the injustice, the problem of regressivity in the tax system in the very top, but it's still the first progressive tax reform proposal in Congress since the end of the military dictatorship in Brazil that is now in Congress. And so there is an opportunity, and it is a very important proposal. That proposal came after Brazil's role in the G20 last year of trying to advance an international cooperation initiative to effectively tax the super rich, right? And these things came together. The interesting aspect of the tax agenda is that it's an agenda that has an international dimension, but it's also very grounded in the domestic reality and domestic politics in a way that makes multilateralism seem relevant all of a sudden again. You cannot reform your tax system domestically without some form of cooperation, of sharing information, of knowing, of fighting tax evasion by ending a trickle-down type of incentive that was really about eroding the tax base everywhere to try to attract investments. So there is a clear connection between a domestic agenda and an international agenda. And now to end and to come back to the geopolitics, this is an agenda, therefore, that is gaining momentum. We saw the G20 effort. The declaration, it wasn't easy, but the declaration in the G20 in the end still considered effectively taxing the super rich as something all the G20 countries agreed to. Of course, the context was a little bit different than the context now without the US. And it's true that while Seville was happening and putting an emphasis on taxation, we also had a decision by European countries to exempt US corporations of paying the global minimum tax that had been agreed by the OECD process just a few years ago, without the problems that the OECD process had. But still, that said, there is momentum. Spain, Brazil, and South Africa have joined together an action platform after Seville to continue moving forward, advancing this agenda to tax the super rich. And I think it gives us at least one way out of this situation that I would say is very necessary for the UBI agenda to be advanced in its most progressive understanding of it, which is about strengthening states and strengthening states' capacity to deliver on not just social protection, but also health, education, public services, and other things. The coalition of the willing idea that came out of Seville. The fact that there are some agendas that can be done, even if not every single country in the world will be on board, and even without the US. Tax cooperation doesn't require every single country to be a part of, in the same way as trade agreements don't require every single country to be a part of. If you do an agreement with a few countries that say there is a minimum tax here, and maybe these are just the countries around you, your neighbors, or some other countries that are in a broader region, this is already impactful in terms of both stopping a cycle, a downward spiral of really decreasing, lowering taxes as a way to attract investment, in terms of gaining political momentum for the domestic tax reforms that are needed to raise the resources in the best way, in terms of sharing information between countries that can help stop some loopholes and some ways out that the rich people find to not pay taxes. And this really is an agenda that strengthens states and put back the emphasis at the national level, at the sovereign states, in a moment where everyone is looking again at the national level and at sovereignty as a big priority, right? So even though it's an international cooperation agenda, it's an agenda that puts the center back in what states and national states can do. And national states is the right unit of understanding, for understanding social protection and UBI. And I think that's, I would say, the one entry point that gives us some optimism. I saw that some people around here had this taxing the super rich stamp, and I would say that this is really key. It's also key for the UBI movement to connect to the climate movement, to connect to the health and education, to other areas, right, as opposed to doing each agenda in a fragmented way. All of these agendas, being it gender, race, climate, all of these agendas require states that are not facing austerity and that are not under constraints and that are able to deliver to their citizens. And tax is really where I would say all these agendas meet in turbulent geopolitical contexts. It's still possible to do a lot. Brazil with COP30, South Africa with G20, Spain with FFT this year. The three presidents signed an OPAD a while back that put exactly this at the center of an agenda of a new multilateralism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was absolutely fascinating. Couldn't agree more. Focus back on states' sovereignty and ownership of resources, and therefore of the debate about redistribution, property rights, and so on. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions for Laura about some of these recent meetings and events. But I think we'll leave the questions to the end. We'll have half an hour at the end, and we'll move on to Neil, who I think will be talking about a development in South Africa. Am I right?
Thanks, Louise. And thanks, Laura, for providing such a powerful context for my input. You know, I'm going to try the ambitious task. I'm not speaking about South Africa per se, but try and capture the global challenges for UBI in the context of current geopolitical and economic realities, all in 15 minutes. So my input has to, of necessity, simplify certain complex questions or only refer to them in passing. My departure point is that there is a stark contrast in social protection realities between the wealthy social democracies of the global north and developing countries of the global south. In the global north, deeply entrenched, there's a deeply entrenched social protection architecture, particularly in the social democracies, although these are under attack. You have near comprehensive social protection from the cradle to the grave, combination of social assistance and social insurance with technically full employment or relatively low unemployment in most social democracies, although this is less and less the case. They have a well-established social contract. Of course, poverty targeting and conditionalities in those states are increasing with austerity, but the basic structure, child disability, unemployment, and old age income support, funded by a combination of social assistance and social insurance, remains in place, although now under attack. Profit crises, growing wealth concentration, changing technology, precarity and platform work, and so on, undermine the social contract, but it is not yet overthrown, although arguably it is in its death throes. The realities in the global south are very different. High levels of precarity, informality, underemployment, and unemployment. Social protection depends largely on social assistance via direct fiscal transfers. Because of the low levels of formal employment, there's little basis for most workers to contribute to their own social insurance. For example, the Unemployment Insurance Fund in South Africa only covers about 7% of the unemployed. My understanding in Brazil, it's something like 27%. This is combined with extreme poverty targeting, following the World Bank approach, leading to massive exclusion of target populations. Research by Development Pathways on exclusion errors in these social protection mechanisms show that exclusion ranges from 40% here in Brazil up to 90% in some countries. There are huge gaps in coverage, and importantly, the level of the income support is extremely low, way below even the food poverty line in many countries, including South Africa, where the child support grant and the social relief of distress grant are way below the food poverty line. If we contrast this with the coverage and level in the global north, according to the World Bank 2025 report, in upper income countries, 97% of the poorest 20% are covered by social protection, compared to low income countries where 72% of these groups are not covered. Now, with austerity, even the low levels of protection in the south are under attack. For example, in South Africa, an adult income transfer, which was introduced in COVID, reaches about 8 million people, but around 8 million are also excluded from those. This grant is actually intended, in terms of official government policy, will form the basis of a system of basic income. But this grant is under attack by our national treasury, and multiple measures are used to exclude beneficiaries, with the treasury wanting to shut the program down. They've tried to shut this program down every year since around about 2023, but it's been extended to 2026. We, namely my institute and other partners, successfully launched a court case in which the court declared these measures unlawful and unconstitutional. But now the Treasury are attempting to extend these exclusions to other grant beneficiaries, children, elderly, and the disabled, and we're about to launch a second court case challenging these measures. In South Africa and elsewhere, a variety of techniques and technologies are being used to exclude beneficiaries using digital application modalities under the cover of combating fraud, imposition of job conditionalities, and so on. In essence, the global social protection architecture remains colonial in character. Upbeat takes on the global expansion of social protection are not supported by the evidence. In reality, the system is highly fragmented, exclusionary, and sporadic in its coverage, with extremely low values, particularly in the global south. Even the World Bank Social Protection Report 2025 acknowledges that on the current trajectory, the extreme poor, let alone all poor people, will not be covered by social protection in the next 2 decades. And I quote, "It will take until 2043 for those living in extreme poverty to be fully covered by social protection programs, and until 2045 for the poorest 20% of households in low and middle income countries to be covered." The situation is particularly dire in low income countries where social protection systems reach only 1 in 4 people on average. Even in lower and middle income countries, social protection systems fail to reach more than half the population, end quote. The above extract from the World Bank only talks about the coverage gaps. This doesn't even address the excessively low value of social assistance in the global south, often below the food poverty line, as I mentioned, unable to play the role of significant income support or economic multipliers on the scale required. The system is broken, and this emphasizes the need for UBI. Let us turn briefly to the political economy of social protection on the back of what Lara spoke about. The social democratic fiscus is based on extractive northern colonial economies with specific positions in global value chains. Even under austerity and growing wealth concentration, these states are able to maintain a form of semi-universal social protection. They show a relatively high level of social protection as a proportion of GDP, and in absolute terms, social protection spending as a share of GDP in high-income countries is 5.3 times higher than in low-income countries. The absolute per capita spending gap is even more pronounced, with high-income countries spending 85.8 times more than low-income countries. Those figures are from the World Bank report. Despite this, these systems are increasingly becoming a target of attacks. We only need to see what's happening in the USA today, in the UK, but even in some of the European social democracies. And this is likely and is going to intensify. Thus, the fight for basic income takes on a fundamentally different meaning in these very, very different contexts in the North and the South, which has been seen in some of the debates that have emerged between advocates of social protection in the global North and South. The former tend to focus on defending the social democratic state in the North, quite understandably, with some improvement and expansion, and are often skeptical about the notion of universal social protection being established on a global level. This skepticism takes various forms. On the right of the spectrum, a view that this is unaffordable or can only be pitched at an excessively low level. And amongst progressives, again, the understandable fear that public services will be compromised by the introduction of basic income because of the harsh experience of austerity states. But for many in the global south, universal social protection remains a pipe dream, given their characteristics, the economic characteristics, which are deindustrialized, resource extractive economies, hollowed out states, a fiscal base compromised by the high cost of debt, international financial flows and tax evasion, elite capture, and the difficulty in protecting economies from global economic volatility, as Lara outlined. In assessing the prospects for UBI, we need to apply the Gramsci dictum, pessimism of the intellect and optimism of the will. What needs to be done? Firstly and fundamentally, we need a global shift in economic power relations. This requires measures to address concentration of economic wealth within the global north and economic power relations between the north and the south. Those who say we can't afford a UBI are in a sense correct. We can't afford it in the current paradigm of wealth concentration combined with austerity. It is significant that progressive advocates I've spoken to, for example, in Brazil, Mexico, and South Africa, where important advances have been made, sometimes state that these systems of social protection that we have are either not fiscally sustainable or believe that they will not be retained or expanded given current fiscal and economic logics. Where are the resources going to come from to achieve universal social protection at a global level that goes beyond poverty targeting in the north and extreme poverty targeting in the south? This requires, as Laura was implying, radical reconfiguration of economic power relations. In particular, a serious global minimum tax regime, measures to act against and outlaw international tax evasion and havens, a cap placed on wealth via tax and legislated measures to enforce the interesting idea of an extreme wealth line, which is an idea raised in research recently released and commissioned by the Patriotic Millionaires, a progressive group of wealthy people based in the US. Measures to forgive, bring down and regulate the cost of debt, particularly for global south countries. Measures to ensure fairer prices are paid for commodities and critical minerals, and requirements introduced for their beneficiation. These are some of the interventions that are needed. Otherwise, we will continue fighting over the crumbs and experience difficult contradictions and inconsistencies in our campaign. While the above structural transformations are needed to enable transition to UBI, in the immediate term, of course, we need to do certain things. And we face the challenge of defending existing income support, both in the global north and the south. For example, while what Laura was saying was commendable, recent research published on the Brazilian fiscal rules suggests that the social expenditure is increasingly going to be squeezed out unless these progressive taxation measures have the sort of impact that's required. We're having the same problem in South Africa of social expenditure being squeezed. Secondly, we need obviously to fight for meaningful reform to existing systems and extending the net of income support in South Africa to transition from the social relief of distress grant to basic income, to lay the basis for progressive realization of UBI, which won't be achieved in one big step. The example of Brazil and South Africa is encouraging because leading parties in both countries are committed to introducing pathways to basic income. However, the failure to combat austerity and rising inequality will lead to social protection increasingly being squeezed, resulting in trade-offs between social protection and public services, the deepening of poverty targeting, conditionalities, and exclusionary provisioning. None of the required structural interventions which we've spoken about will be achieved via policy proposals or assertions, no matter how good or detailed. These all confront powerful entrenched interests who will not concede without a massive fight. This requires both an intensification of the campaign and connecting to critical constituencies who may not have fully embraced our call so far, such as the trade union movement. The geopolitics of today, in conclusion, while containing many dangers, also presents significant opportunities to move in this direction. I don't have time to unpack this, but the decline in the global hegemony of the United States, emergence of a new economic logic reflected in multipolarity, and the reconfiguration of the global political economy all create space for new types of interventions. What does this all have to do with the fight for universal basic income? It emphasizes the need for a strong narrative and strategic shift, connecting the fight for basic income to a fight for economic justice at a global level. In advancing the arguments for UBI and building broad social support for it, we need to show its important role in economic stimulus and multipliers. The research that Laura and her colleagues did in Sao Paulo very importantly showed the large multipliers of social assistance, particularly in developing and highly unequal societies. And President Lula, when he came to speak to our trade union executive in South Africa, said, when we put money in the hands of the poor in Brazil, the giant wheels of the Brazilian economy started turning. In other words, we need to talk about the economic and developmental logic of basic income to counter that is purely welfarist in character, and infuse it with the radical redistribution of politics that connects it to global economic justice struggles. And finally, to look at a holistic strategy of raising household income through a combination of rising national minimum wages, living wages, basic income, provision and affordability of public services, and so on, such as the recent Mexican evidence has shown. I'm out of time, but I just wanted to end with a tri-continental challenge. The three countries that are favorite in the race towards UBI are Brazil, South Korea, and my country, South Africa. But this is a different type of race. It's a race where we are all on the same team, and we'll cheer on whoever wins. Let's go.
Thank you very much. I'd say those three leaders in the race are places where Biang has had many congresses, where there's been a lot of cooperation around the concept of basic income in the last 10, 15 years. And so it's interesting to reflect on that. I think wonderful presentation and setting out a radical agenda that connects the dots really between, getting basic income across the line, but also establishing the foundation and the funding without which nothing will happen. And so I give over to Hugo. Everyone has been on time, so I hope you will be on time as well. I'm sure you will. And I look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you, Luis. Let me just confirm that you can see my slides. Yeah? Thumbs up, you can see them?
Can everyone in the room see them?
Yep.
It looks like it's a yes.
Okay, hopefully you see the full screen. Well, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to join you, Luis and Laura and Neil. Thank you, Bien, for the kind invite. My apologies for interrupting this elegant flow of oral remarks with a slide deck, but I'll try to keep it lively at least. And I like, if we look at global developments out there, one sometimes really gets the sense that there are some non-technical issues shaping the social protection discourse and future directions. And this kind of generates an array of disconnects. And I'd like to focus on one particular disconnect. Sorry, can you still see my slides? Because I don't see them moving from my end.
Yes, we can see them.
Okay, are you still on the cover slide or are you in the second slide?
Second slide.
Okay.
But it's not in full screen. It's not in full screen.
Okay, all right. So the particular disconnect I'd like to brainstorm about and offer some reflections on is between the rich research and knowledge production, and Bien also has been a key actor in catalyzing so much of the knowledge and have disseminating it, and there are so many other mechanisms, institutions that are doing that globally, and the actual action on the ground. So yes, there has been progress over the year, but has that progress been commensurate to the overall knowledge base on social protection, which has also been overwhelmingly positive in its empirical findings. So why, basically the question on is there a disconnect and why that's the case? You know, social protection is not the only sector likely facing this issue. There are many other sectors that face a similar conundrum. Just working with ChatGPT 5, the thinking version, I've been asking what are some of the sectors out there, how are they doing in connecting research and practical applications of those findings, and some of the sectors are really great at that, and engineering and a few others are on top of the chart. And it turns out that actually, if you really look at the bottom of the rank, public policy and social protection within it really stand out in a sort of a less than flattering way. We seem to be really towards the bottom of the sectors able to connect knowledge and practice. And that's perhaps evident on cash transfers in particular, where we know that there have been something in the order of 1.4 million papers written on the matter in the past 40 years. And you look at some of the coverage trends, which if you take out the COVID spike or 17, 18%. So why is it that we see that exponential growth in knowledge positive and not really corresponding action on the ground? And if you expand the conversation on social protection more widely, there is a long road towards universality. But even if you look at how far are countries on average from the level of coverage achieved by their peers, and here also sort of frontier analysis, you see that there is a lot of unfulfilled potential. Countries are on average traveling at just a little over 40% of their coverage potential. So why is there all this unfulfilled potential and this disconnect between what should be done and what actually is being done? So I hazard 4 explanations about this. One relates to the need evidence. Now, yes, the evidence is overwhelmingly positive, but it's also true that we think that there is a lot of heterogeneity. Some outcomes are better researched and more consistent in results than others. So there is a bit of variance within the universe of outcomes captured by the evidence. There is also an increasing recognition that after a lot of the hype around cash transfers, in order to achieve sustainable long-term outcomes, and this something that also Laura was mentioning earlier, you do need integrated approaches with other policies around education and so on. And there is a bit of this conversation, to what extent cash alone, how far can you go with cash alone without many of the other kind of human development and economic growth policies around it. So how does the package look like? And one could also argue that a lot of the evidence around cash transfers draws from economics, and there is a bit of a backlash these days around the profession, the ability of economics to describe the world, be policy relevant, especially when also it comes to certain public goods. And that may have some implications for the way in which evidence is produced moving forward, and hopefully, that's my hope, also being more multidisciplinary in how we produce and explain results. And then there is a fact that underpins a lot of the social protection world, but also others, is that people don't knowledge market out there is generally saturated. There is so much on offer, and little time to go through it. A recent UN report documented, much longer reports in the UN and very few downloads. I think that could be probably extended to other institutions as well. And it poses a knowledge management challenge, I think, not just to the UN, but to the development community more widely. A second reflection relates to what Luis was saying at the beginning, is that how do you get people to understand social protection? And Neil also kind of alluded to that in his final remarks. It's that if you look at the two words, social protection, well, in practice, it's not just social and it's not just protection. There is a lot more that goes into it. The whole multipliers story is one aspect, but it took a while to get to a consensus around using these two words, and that they are applicable to countries across the income spectrum. Before, there was just social security or welfare in the north and safety nets in the south. And I think now there is this convergence around the terms and what are the instruments around it, but does it really capture the array of outcomes that we see now documented in the evidence? In a way, are these two words underselling what social protection is? And do we need to open the Pandora box about rethinking and better capturing what social protection is also in terms of terminology? A third factor trying to explain this disconnect relates to mindsets. And here I draw from a recent short commentary I did for Brookings, and it's not just about numbers, it's not just about evidence. There are deep historical roots about how people think, particularly about the labor market as the core engine of income, the perceived and only legitimate source of income, and views are sometimes hardwired around that premise, and things that interfere with that framework are not necessarily seen favorably. And there is also a bit of lesser known psychological.
Are you there, Hugo?
It looks really bad, so I think it's better if we try to improvise, and maybe if that's not something that is coming back in a minute. Okay, so I got others to do some follow-up here with you guys. And I'm sure that you've both been, as Hugo have been following international arenas, and I'm very aware that people in the room, we have this international arena, some participating in different spaces, different arenas, different debates, and some questions for you both are coming from the audience. So As soon as Hugo get back to us, we will go back to his presentation. But I would like to take questions that are specifically directed to Laura or Neil from the audience, please. Are there questions? Oh, no questions. Okay. Oh, Philippe, can anybody, Marina, Patrick? Oh no, somebody's there.
Yes, this was okay. Not yet back. Yes, well, the picture you presented to us, both of you, was pretty grim, right? The challenges are huge, and in fact, there are strong constraints imposed on each of our nation states, which remains the appropriate level for social policy due to the international context. And so, for example, in Europe, we are suffering greatly from the impact of the Ukrainian war, because the additional expenditure on defense is really shrinking the fiscal space for anything like social policy. So my question to you is, despite this grim picture, there seems to have been in the last 10 years, a massive expansion of cash transfer schemes all over the world. And so how is this to be squared with what you presented? Is it what you presented? Did it affect, I mean, is it a more recent constraint that didn't exist when there was a big development of these schemes? Or, I mean, how do you reconcile them?
I understand it's a question for both.
Are people back in the Zoom? I just want to be conscious that Hugo was in the middle of his presentation, but I'm happy to jump in.
Cancel?
There are different ways to answer this, and thank you, Philip, for allowing me to expand. So first, yes, what I was talking about is the very recent, but I also think the expansion of cash transfers can be explained by something that comes before, and here is where I think the political economy issues that Neil was mentioned come to play. I think austerity has been there for much longer than this very recent period. Things have been made worse after the pandemic, for sure, for developing countries in terms of how much is going to interest payments on their debt. I don't think we ever had a period like this one, the post-pandemic one, in terms of how much of countries' budgets are going to interest payments, which, by the way, and I'll open a parenthesis here, someone has described in the Brazilian case that the Brazilian state now is basically transferring, it has expanded social protection, and it's transferring to the bottom while it transfers to the top. That's the model. It transfers to the top through interest payments on that, that goes to bondholders, and it transfers to the bottom to social protection. So in this sense, there is no necessary contradiction, and what's really suffering is what's in the middle, including investments in infrastructure and other areas of government where there is no space left. But I would say that if we take a longer-term vision of this, the expansion in cash transfer, while we see it as positive, and it had a tremendous impact both on alleviating poverty, on reducing vulnerability to shocks, and on what Neil was mentioning, even on macroeconomic dynamics and so on. It's also a result of neoliberalism in some aspects. The fact that states have lost capacity to provide public services, and that there was so much destruction of state capacity as a consequence of the Washington Consensus, and so much consensus that conditional or unconditional cash transfers, but mostly conditional cash transfers, was a solution that still the neoliberals would buy in some respect. And you can see all this research that has been produced in economics for so long, RCTs and other types of studies showing that, sure, if you give a cash transfer with that condition that does this and also attach it to health and to this and to that, then it's great, then it's welfare enhancing, right? So all of that contributed, I think, for governments with a lack of fiscal space, with lack of state capacity, with lack of resources to actually give resources to cash transfers. And this is for the good and the bad reasons. And I think that's definitely compatible with a scenario of austerity. And that's why we're losing so much ground for UBI in the left, which is Neil was mentioning, because I think the consequence of this is that social protection is perceived by other areas as almost the anti-government solution that basically gives vouchers as opposed to services. And we need to recover, of course, then this is the case for this conference. I don't think this is the vision here, but I think we need to recover and unify UBI with other areas of government and see solutions that are about fiscal space. Because if we don't, then we're trading off other things. And this is, I think, what this moment creates as pressure for us.
Thank you, Laura. Neil, we have Ugo back, so I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask that Ugo can take back from where we stop, and I'm sorry for that. And you can address Philippe's question after his presentation also. Thank you. Go ahead, Ugo.
Thank you. Just suddenly disconnected. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Where was I? There are certain mindset issues around having labor markets as the center of gravity and around how to achieve upward mobility. There are a number of counterpoints that one could make, and how consistent and complementary cash transfers are to that vision, which one doesn't need to portray them as alternatives, and that's what the evidence generally shows. But ultimately, in my humble opinion, the debate boils down really to some deeper battles of ideas and narratives, and if one were really to oversimplify those that contest of ideas, it's about the role of scarcity versus the role of basic economic security, and the prevailing narrative so far has been one around the role of scarcity. And I think I would pose the question of how would the narrative around having basic economic security as a precondition for working and thriving and facilitating upward mobility look like? So that's a little bit what, in my view, it boils down to. And then I have just one final slide, which relates to a few technical puzzles that also remain. So it's not just mindsets. Luis also had flagged a few, but look, there isn't full consensus even on how to define universality out there. And sometimes also one could see that the moment one descends from the high-level international declarations and agreements to country-level realities, it can happen that sort of the enthusiasm declines a little bit as you descend to specific contexts. There is not only on coverage, but the whole agenda around adequacy and how to define it is also so contingent on framing, on situating the conversation, whether it's part of AI or automation or resource dividends or other forms of economic reforms. The whole idea of adequacy also tends to vary as well. And someone also mentioned earlier the importance of financing, and sometimes we don't realize how this is really key in welfare effects. If you look at low and middle income countries, because of high informality and low tax base and the prevalence of indirect taxes, whatever benefits you have in place are often, and in the majority of cases, wiped out by regressive taxation. So people at the bottom of the income distribution are worse off even after transfers. So this really sheds light on the importance of thinking through fiscal policy more widely, and when it comes also in understanding what the UBI is in a high income context, I think it is often put in contrast to existing means-tested and targeted approaches, but depending on how it is financed, and say that it's financed progressively, it also ends up being a targeted program, although it's targeted via taxation, which in my mind, on one hand, makes UBI less threatening or revolutionary, but on the other hand, it also kind of confuses people on, well, what's different then? And I think that's part of the communications needs for around UBI and how it connects to financing. But a pleasure to be part of this panel. Sorry for disappearing briefly, and thanks so much again for having me.
I think you're on mute, Louise.
There you go. Sorry, I just said thank you to Ugo for fascinating presentations. And Ugo, in fact, said many of the things I want to say, or started saying some of the things that I want to say. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a few comments and reflections on what has been said, and add some reflections of my own. So the three presentations, music to my ears. I've been a member of Biang for a long time. I was a member of the Biang EC for nearly 20 years. I was a chair in the end, and taking a little bit of a step back. But I got a good sense of, and I want to talk a little bit about the expectations that we had as a community, and I think what has changed and how we can adjust to those changes. So one of the things that really caught me in the three presentations is this reference to not being able to afford a basic income in the current paradigm. And I think, and this is something that Neil said, and I think that's absolutely correct. Of course, we can come up with clever calculations that usually show trade-offs between this, that, and the other thing, and then we end up with quite unpalatable debates about trade-offs, which I think are highly problematic. And one of the things I've been keen on, I've written about, is the question of finance. Done a number of works on what I call cooperative public finance. And one of the things I wanted to end up with in this talk, in fact, was to make a suggestion that we focus on a level of public finance in GDP that we need for a progressive basic income, by which I mean a basic income that does not stand in a trade-off with other areas of public services, that gets us out of these negative debates. And when we reflect on what are the countries that can afford a basic income, we've had another Hugo Colombino, who did some work on which countries can actually afford a basic income now and at a decent level. And not many countries, as it turns out, in the UK, Denmark, could afford it. But around the world, obviously a very difficult proposition. But I think one of the other points I wanted to make was just to address what I think is the growing conceptual confusion about basic income, which relates to, I think, is part of an effect of its popularity and of the context of inequality and crisis. So while crisis and inequality make basic income morally more urgent, they also make basic income a more difficult proposition. We come into the scenario of looking at the crumbs. And I think it has also raised some serious challenges for the understanding of the concept, and has, in that sense, revived old debates about basic income in terms of what do we mean by basic income, its form, as well as its sufficiency. So in terms of Hugo's very rich presentation, I think this shows us how cash grants have become very prominent as an economic policy tool. They've become more important as well to mitigate crisis. I think there was a slide that showed their significance during COVID and then falling back to other levels, which show really that there's still a confusion about the desirability of cash grants on a more regular basis, about spending on cash grants, regularity of cash grants, and even whether cash grants should be conditional or unconditional, and certainly whether they should be universal. Cash grants are not a basic income if we continue to have a means test. Is that a problem or not? So we are moving in many ways, I think, in an unexpected direction from the perspectives and debates that we had about basic income 20 years ago, where many in Biang assumed that a basic income would arrive first in developing countries, including because there was greater need, so there was a moral urgency, there was, we thought, less cost, perhaps less political bias as well, because behavior monitor systems that check if people look for work are less developed. Cash grants are often low, only a fraction of what a family needs. And so, practically speaking, work disincentives and poverty traps that we worry about in Europe or people worry about are not present in the same way. And all of this, I think, led to progress in experimentation. And I think also, and here I'm slightly more optimistic perhaps than Hugo, a greater understanding, at least of the positive motivational effects of cash grants. I think experiments have helped to crack that old debate about demotivation. I'm not saying we don't have it still, but I think among policymakers, among experts, across the global community, there's greater understanding of the motivational effects of cash grants, including the multiplier effects as well. But has our relative success in generating support for cash grants perhaps landed us in a trade-off where basic income is now firmly associated with anti-poverty policy? And if so, what's the danger of that? I think the understanding of basic income in the real world is not what we might expect it. So, for example, the IMF, which came out with a report in 2017 about the progressive taxation, about basic income, about public services, advocated a version of basic income for India, but at the same time, on another page in the same report, advocated means testing and behavior controls of income recipients in countries that have the capacity, like Britain. And so the IMF, in this case, didn't understand the concept of basic income as most of us in Biang understand it. In Britain, people now with real influence in Starmer's cabinet, the Labour government, have disdain for basic income. For example, Thorsten Bell, whom I've debated on many occasions, and other advocates of universal basic services, which is a concept that actually piggybacks directly and tries to contest directly the universal basic income. They want to means test not only many of the basic services they advocate, but of course, income as well. So I think that besides popularity of the term, and people talk loosely about the term without fully understanding it, some of the difficulties we have in messaging are a product of the way that the economic world has changed. The challenges neoliberalism has erected, the contradictions of neoliberalism, which generate more demand, more need for cash grants, but doesn't generate the funding, in fact, undermines it. And basic income has been caught up in this contradiction. So my question is basic income a strategy for equality, or is it a strategy for anti-poverty policy? And I think there is confusion about that, even among advocates, that for many advocates, basic income, and perhaps always has been seen as essentially a better anti-poverty policy. Whereas I think it's very important to think about whether basic income is or ought to be a strategy for equality, not only in terms of what a basic, how we sell a basic income, that it isn't just a policy for the poor, that it's a policy for transforming society, but also what we expect when we think about basic income as an egalitarian strategy. What is it that we expect out of it? What is it that we think? What are the egalitarian goals that we associate with basic income? And what else do these egalitarian goals require? So when I say that I don't think everyone agrees necessarily that basic income is a strategy for equality, or even that a basic income is fully non-means tested. If you look at the American debate, the proposal for a negative income tax, and even the dual meaning of the big suggests that American advocates have always been more in tune with a kind of, they don't call it means testing, but in effect, you only receive the grant when you fall below a certain income in your tax account. So it's a concession of basic income that is effectively a form of anti-poverty policy. And I think many people may be looking at basic income as an anti-poverty policy for that but this reason, because of the impact of these debates about the negative income tax and the American perspective, which contrasts, of course, with the European in the main, where there's much greater clarity among advocates that a basic income really is universal, all receive it in the same way. The goal of basic income we might disagree about, but it's to do with equal standing, it's to do with status equality, it's to do with greater freedom for everyone in the society, it's to do with a different kind of social relations. And yet what we have today in Europe is a growing attention to experimentation involving groups. So even in Europe, the way we're handling the challenge of that comes with the popularity of basic income, that comes with advocacy, is we are ourselves landed in this scenario where we are experimenting through groups, and then in a way not talking about the real universal aspects or other aspects that we associate with basic income. So I think there are at least two central questions now. Is basic income itself egalitarian? And is basic income an egalitarian strategy or not? And three related political economy trends that we've talked about today. So rising inequality, austerity, and growing fiscal inadequacy force us to address this second question about what form of equality are we aiming for, if any, with the basic income. And Laura's presentation, of course, today shows us the magnitude of the fiscal challenges. Now, when people in Biang 20 years ago said basic income will arrive first in developing countries, I privately sort of shook my head and thought, that will never happen. And why will it not happen? Because of the fiscal tax base. So the Latin American states, the first states to introduce cash grants. Brazil, of course, has a larger tax base in GDP, but many of the other states that were starting to experiment, like Mexico and many others, less than 20% of GDP. I think Mexico is about 16, 70% at the time of tax in GDP. And so I think one of the things that we need to start talking about when we're talking about an egalitarian strategy is what kind of packaging do we need? What kind of overall egalitarian shared security packaging do we need? And when in the past I've written about social democracy as an appropriate and most realistic context for basic income, I'm referring to a number of different things, but one of the key things that I'm referring to is the level of resource mobilization in GDP, the level of taxation in GDP. So I think what I take from all of the presentations, which I think is very progressive, is this focus on tax. And perhaps what we need to consider is to whether we should associate campaigning for basic income with campaigning for a certain level of tax on GDP. And when you look at how countries, when they have vastly increased their level of taxation GDP, how they've done it, why they've done it, I think there are some interesting lessons. One of the lessons, say, if you look at the Nordic states that vastly increased their level of tax and GDP in the 1960s, they also did so during the First World War, is that they really thought about this is a level that we want, and how are we going to get there? What are the sources? What are the multiple ways in which we can cooperate? That's why I call it cooperative systems of tax. Cooperative systems of tax are tax systems in which you derive tax from many sources, but there is a balanced egalitarian strategy in terms of how you derive those sources. And of course, it includes taxing capital. It includes taxing, to a certain extent, wealth, although the Nordic states have not been very good at doing that, especially not recently. South Korea is another country more recently that has increased its tax base from low 20s to nearly 30% of GDP in a space of 10 years. And so this is a country that has taken a strategic step to increase its tax base. So for me, if we are to get beyond these very narrow trade-off debates in public policy that we are currently engaging and are being forced to engage in, we need to broaden our horizon and start talking about what are the foundations for a sustainable basic income over time. But we also need to talk about what kind of basic income we envisage and talk about basic income as an egalitarian strategy beyond the anti-poverty aspect or impact of the basic income, which of course is also very important, to talk about basic income in terms of a source of equal standing in society, a promotion through status equality and access to basic security over the life course. What else does that entail in terms of an egalitarian society? And I'll end there because I think my time is up, but thank you very much. And can I perhaps, sorry, am I still in this session?
Yeah, Louise,
we're
listening.
sorry, I can't see anyone.
We're listening. I don't know, Leandro, how you want to do this. Maybe Leandro is coming back here, Luis, to help with the Q&A.
Okay. So we're back for questions. I know that Philippe had addressed. I know that Philippe had addressed the questions to Laura and Neil while we were waiting for Hugo, but I think we can also add questions before we go back to our presenters. And I see Alex with the hand raised. Please, Alex.
Yeah, so my question is for Hugo, and you brought up the appropriate amount of UBI and whether it depends on your goal, and I think that's a really important question, and it's worth examining, like what we really want the goal of UBI to be, and Louise was touching on this with like, is it anti-poverty? Is it a tool for equality, and in the title of this conference, it's social protection, and you brought up, Hugo, is social protection the right term, or is it even appropriate to think of UBI as primarily a social protection policy? Or maybe Philippe would say it's really about freedom, or it's a robots taking jobs or something like that. So I think, if you're trying to use UBI for social protection, then are you really going to be able to reap kind of the full radical potential of UBI? And I think maybe you won't. You're going to be missing out on something. And you also might not be doing social protection as well as you could be. Like, if what you want is social protection, then why shouldn't you target? Why shouldn't you have UBS that really, social protection to me means guarantee you're protecting people against something. It's not like, it's kind of a passive thing, whereas UBI goes out to everyone actively all the time. It seems to me like it's maybe solving a different problem, and I don't know that any of these things that people have mentioned are satisfying to me. It feels like there's people who talk to me know that I feel that there's something more deeply infrastructurally kind of failing in our macroeconomy, and it's having all these symptoms that we're kind of noticing. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that, Ugo.
Thank you, Alex. Ugo, you can go ahead to answer.
Thank you, Alex. I think this is a key point, because the moment that we speak about basic income, I think it attracts a lot of attention, and it raises the profile and the importance of a general idea. But the moment then that you start drilling down on the details, you kind of end up with schemes that in practice may look very different. And that's a little bit, I think, the central dilemma that the basic income community generally would need to address, which is, what is it for? And if the idea of a basic income is embraced, again, then it's the moment that one goes into design details and implementation. I think part of the confusion out there is precisely this coexistence of perfectly legitimate different narratives. I can't say that one is superior to the other. The Alaska model has value. What Mongolia had in place has value. The rights-based approach has value. The social protection one as well. But there is a degree of incompatibility between them that I think risks backfiring on the notion of basic income. It's great that there are many souls coexisting, but the net results in terms of communication can be a little bit of confusion too. And that's probably a key conversation to have, which also, by the way, goes back, and Alex, you mentioned that, to whether even within one of those narratives, that of social protection, whether social protection itself is now adequately capturing what it is about. I do think that personally, I like to, when having a conversation around these issues, I like to make clear about which bucket are we in. Are we into the redistribution, natural revenues and resources, and having social cohesion and sort of commonwealth as the goal, or are we in a different bucket? That's at least injects some discipline in a debate where I think people can get very quickly lost. And by the way, one final point. There appears to be this race on who's going to have the first basic income in place. I heard the name of 3 countries. I think there are very few others. But I think we should also recognize that there were countries that had a UBI in place before, and also quite recently. Mongolia had one in 2010. And if we go back in history, there are actually the first cash transfer as we know it was a UBI. So that goes back 2,500 years. there are novel insights, and but it's not necessarily a new idea. So whatever country is gonna now have a UBI in place is probably the continuation of a tradition of practices rather than being necessarily pioneer in having a UBI in place.
Thank you. Thank you, Hugo. So we have 3 questions. I'll take the 3 at the same time and then get back to our panelists. I can see someone with a mic in the hands, so please introduce yourself and raise your question. Then Michael and Patrick Brown also.
Good morning, guys. My question is from Hugo. My name is Lee Senkiat. I'm from the BNEC. My question is for Hugo. What jumped out to me from the presentation is in your last slide, you mentioned that the basic income would be negated by a regressive tax, particularly in lower income countries. So regressive tax, presumably something like a consumption tax, and regressive presumably because the poor are taxed a greater proportion of the income, although the revenue would still mainly be from the bigger spenders. So a thought that I'd like to put to you is if these revenues from the regressive tax were hypothecated to a basic income, counterintuitive as it seems, do you not think that a basic income would instead negate the regressiveness of such a tax?
Thank you. Please, I can see Michael here. Do you want to raise your question, please? Yes.
Michael Lewis from the U.S., and this is inspired by Alex's question. I think that this is really about the politics. Like a UBI, if it's going to happen anywhere, will need some politics behind it. I used to be a community organizer, so we're going to have to get people to get behind it somehow, right, politically. And I'm not sure that telling people that a UBI will fix the broken macroeconomy would be that inspiring, right? And so I wonder from all of you, what do you think might motivate people beyond this room to get behind a basic income? Is it equality? Is it poverty reduction? Is it freedom? Is it the commons? Like what do you think might motivate folks? I don't think it'll be, let's fix the broken macroeconomy. Politically, I don't think so.
Thank you, Michael. We need another question before I come back to the panelists. I know that Patrick Brown has one. But if there's a woman, I would like to invite a woman to raise the question. Is there? Oh, Emma, please. Patrick, can you give your chance to Emma, please? Emma, and then Patrick. Then we go to final remarks together with the answers.
So you were mentioning we're sort of like in the last throes of this, where I guess in the wealthy countries, we have this stable system of welfare and all of that stuff. A lot of things seem to be going a little bit haywire at the moment, politically speaking. Do you see opportunities in this for basic income to fill the space, and what those, how would you, because it's a huge mess, right? So how would you go about thinking through where you think priorities should lie for the movement?
Thank you, Emma, and thank you publicly for coming from Australia to Brazil. I know it's probably the longest trip everyone in the room did it to be here with us. And Patrick, to wrap up the questions and get back to the panelists.
Thanks, Leandro. Patrick Brown from Equal Right. I think Louise made a really important point about we don't need to just be basic income advocates, we also need to be tax justice advocates. That intersectionality is crucially important. It's something that we've been doing at Equal Right. We work on tax justice, but we also work particularly on climate justice and the intersection of basic income and climate justice, an area that I think has been relatively unexplored in advocacy and practice. So one of the things that we are looking at is how we we can advance the use of unconditional cash and basic income to achieve a range of UNFCCC outcomes, for example. But the point and the question that I wanted to put to the panel is, how can we stop seeing basic income as just an outcome from implementing tax reform, from progressive taxation, and actually see basic income as a tool to achieve that financial system change, to achieve those structural changes we see in the world? Because I think if we pitch it and we sell it in that way, we might have more cut through, and it wouldn't just be seen as a pet policy from some very passionate advocates.
Thank you, Patrick. I'm starting with Neil, because you have also to address Philippe's question besides those, if you want to comment on each of them. So please, Neil, as we are stretching the time here, I will also invite you, the four of you, including Louise for her comments, to also make your final remarks here for 5 minutes each.
Okay, thanks very much, Leandro. Look, it's a lot of different issues, and I'm not necessarily going to address each question. I think this debate about what are we trying to achieve could potentially be a false debate. I think it's clear there shouldn't be a polarity. Are you trying to achieve an anti-poverty intervention? Are you trying to achieve measures to counter inequality? Are you trying to achieve systemic change? The answer for me is clear, that it's all of the above. And the question is how we frame it is critical. So your question about the political project, it's not to say that we campaign on the need for a transformation of the macroeconomic environment. It's more about we make it clear that there's a connection, as the colleague was saying from the tax justice movement, there's a connection between being able to implement these radical measures with changes in your macroeconomic framework. So, it may be that in the course of your campaign, you begin to clarify the connection between tax justice and being able to afford a basic income. It's not that a basic income is unaffordable. It's unaffordable within a particular economic paradigm. That economic paradigm has to change. And therefore, the radical potential of basic income is both in the types of changes that need to happen in order for that to come about, as well as your question as to how can we use it as an instrument to leverage changes in society. And I think the movement needs to avoid a sort of purist, sort of either-or type position. So, for example, in South Africa, let's just talk concretely. There's a big attack on the sort of basic income platform, this grant that I spoke about. And there's an attempt to attack and reverse gains in social assistance programs across the board. And that's is as a result of a particular austerity economic paradigm and that is being imposed. The financialization of our economy underlies that. But there is going to have to be a fundamental reconfiguration of our economic paradigm in order to facilitate the types of changes that we need. But it's a site of contestation. And it's not like, well, you either accept that you're either going to implement a complete basic income now, or we reject the notion of some sort of incremental reform towards that goal. The question is, what is the most strategic intervention that we can make at this stage to advance that intervention? And in South Africa, we've flighted the notion, like in Brazil, of pathways to basic income, that progressively over time, you push back these frontiers, you advance. There's this notion, I don't know if colleagues are familiar with this notion of affluence targeting. And the notion of affluence targeting is that you set the income thresholds so high that you basically get like the vast majority of people into that net. The South African child support grant is a good example of that. Although the level is far too low, the vast majority of people in South Africa are covered by the child support grant. Of course, we want to move towards universality, But the question is, what are the stepping stones and the building blocks to move in that direction? So in the end, all these questions, the macroeconomics, taxation, the political strategy, they're all inseparable. They're all connected. And I think, that is the strategic sort of framework that BN and basic income activists have to now consciously and deliberately outline. How are we going to move towards this objective? And I think what all of us have been saying in this panel is that there is a connection. And the point about social protection is well taken. It can't just be about, Band-Aid type interventions, because, that is simply not going to cut it. Thanks.
Thank you, Neil. We thank you and appreciate that you come to Brazil also. You participated in the last few days with us here. I'll ask Hugo to address the question that was specifically directed to him, but also, Hugo, please feel free to comment on the others and also to make your final remarks here.
Thank you. I'll be super brief. I see that we are well over time. On the question around indirect taxes and compensation via a basic income, absolutely yes. That's a little bit the direction. I think that it's been taken. There are various proposals out there. Brazil has been quite engaged in this as well, and Latin America more widely, with the concept of a personalized VAT, which is basically a concept that combines indirect taxation with a real-time compensation on a broad scale. So the notion that you can expand the tax base, but at the same time you have to compensate for it in recognition of its regressivity, it is in fact a lively debate out there. So good point that it was raised. On the question, how you excite folks, communities to embrace the idea, there are people better positioned than me in this room to comment on it, but I would concur that perhaps a mere focus on macro issues may be insufficient. I think that the idea that a program like a basic income somewhat recognizes that you matter, that the simple reason of you existing being recognized, and that you are a member of the community, and that this intervention helps you participate more fully. I think it has a certain ring to it, but again, others are better equipped. But I agree that it needs to be anchored on an understanding of what alienates people and what are the sources of discomfort. And I think that that also may vary enormously in different societies, by the way. But I think there is something about the recognition of the person itself that could be considered. And one quick comment also on the last question, I think by Patrick. I agree that in principle, a UBI comes with a certain rebalancing of power that may address some of the structural issues, some of the structural imbalances of power in society. But at the same time, we need also to look at what happens around it. In order to really have a full appreciation on whether a potentially powerful instrument like UBI it's addressing structural issues. It depends also on some of the issues that we have discussed today, how it is financed, what, if anything, would be replaced in case UBI is introduced. I think there is a debate there. There is a famous line from Milton Friedman that portrayed the negative income tax as a Trojan horse for the left, because its introduction would actually be accompanied by a range of public cuts elsewhere. So it's in part, it's a transformative power, depends also on how it is introduced, at the cost of what, and how it is financed, so that one has a broader view on where it fits. And that's actually my last point, is a sort of a plea to combine the conversation on basic income with a consideration of the other instruments in the social protection system too. Basic income is, whatever the shape it takes, is ultimately a program. And what we want is seeing it from the perspective of a person on what's available for the person around her or him. And we shouldn't stop just at one program, however important this is going to be, but there is also so much else that matters. There are many services that matter. Labor markets still very much matter. And hopefully this conversation would just be, hopefully won't be confined to a program, and it would have so much value and so much power if anchored on a broader vision of social protection and other services too. But let me stop here. I truly enjoyed the opportunity to be with you, albeit remotely, and thanks so much again for the invite, and it was a pleasure to be with Laura, Luis, and Neil, and you, Leandro, for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo, and thank you for standing up for this debate in the World Bank. It's very important for us, but not only there. I invite you all to know Hugo's new book, Timely Cash. Not that new, but yeah, new for the audience, Hugo. It's a beautiful book, and we should all take that to further debates if we can. Laura, I want to invite you. Yeah, I think you brought some questions that do not naturally appear in the basic income movement. So it is very important for us. And please feel free to address the questions, but also to point some of the challenges that you see ahead, both in terms of the international cooperation, but also for the countries specifically.
Thank you, Leandro. And yes, I feel like the macroeconomist in the room, which is a terrible position to be. I'll make 3 points that I think address some aspects of questions, not necessarily with an answer, with a full answer to any of them. One is on the crisis, whether crisis is a good opportunity for UBI and expansion of social protection, that I think Louise brought in her comments. And I fully understand, and I think the charts that Hugo has shown, where you had a pre-COVID and a post-COVID moment, and you had some kind of decrease in social protection expenditures post-COVID, could hint at maybe crisis is not necessarily, doesn't produce lasting effects. I would say that in the Brazilian case, it's definitely It's been a turning point for social protection in the country, the pandemic, and in a moment that politically had everything possible against such an agenda. We had a government that publicly accused Bolsa Familia for decades of being just an incentive for the lazy, to take some of Hugo's point in terms of a disincentive to work and basically a waste of money. And then out of a sudden the pandemic came, and this completely changed the political debate in a way that had to do with the urgency of the moment. And we managed, as Leandro was a big part of this, to pass something through Congress that actually changed the level permanently, I would say, of social assistance in Brazil. Right now, because of that expansion of Bolsa Familia, not only on the number of beneficiaries, but also on the amount received, that then became a topic in the election in 22 in a way that made actually President Lula commit to maintaining and even expanding what the pandemic had created as a new standard. Now we have about 15% of Brazilian budget going to social assistance. This is very large. Of course, it's not large if you look at interest payments, to come back to the point I made earlier. So, of course, we transfer 3 times more in interest than we transfer in cash to the poor. But it did, 15% of the budget going to social assistance is actually quite significant, to the point that then I come to my second element here for discussion, which is right now it's so large as a piece of the pie, that there is a clear or at least a potential contradiction between UBI or maintaining the system as it is, namely different types of benefits conditioned for different purposes. Because I think with this type of budget, with 15% of total federal budget, you could probably give a UBI that is a significant one. Not solving every problem, but actually if you split that amount, that currently about, I think, 20 million people receive, if adding up Bolsa families, 20 million families receive, if you add Bolsa Familia, BPC, and other social programs that we have, if you added it all up and actually divided by the entire population, it's not irrelevant anymore. It became something that actually looks like a UBI. And so the question of incremental change and taking a crisis as a moment, sure, you can produce a lot, but it's not leading us to UBI. And I'm not sure Brazilian society would be ready for a debate on actually changing the system and integrating the system into one universal benefit. I don't think this is even in the debate, but it could be a possibility in the way the budget is currently structured. So there is, I think, a contradiction, and the way you do it, for what reason, actually ends up mattering in the longer term. And I would say that any candidate now would necessarily maintain the benefits as they are, or if they cut it, they would cut by little, because of how this became difficult politically to do. But this also means there is very little room to come from this system into a UBI system, because a lot of people would lose in doing so. They would lose relative to the income they currently receive by the government. And so anyway, this is, I think, a challenge for a movement like this one, because incremental change doesn't necessarily lead you to something closer to the actual design that I think most here have in mind. Finally, on a last point, I think on the link to taxation and to the welfare state as something that needs to be part of a movement like this. my sense is that, I mean, and this, I'm not from the UBI movement. I'm just a progressive macroeconomist, but I find it really risky as a strategy or as a campaigning strategy to, for example, see an austerity moment as a good opportunity for UBI. Like, oh, maybe the welfare state is being destroyed, so now it's the moment for us, we push for UBI. So it's almost like we are seizing the momentum that the destruction of every possibility of an egalitarian society gives in favor of one agenda like this. I'm not saying this is what anyone here is trying to do, but I feel that this is something that creates fragmentation in our camp, because often some of the allies of UBI appear in the most unexpected places, and they come because they actually want to open room for an agenda, for an anti-state agenda, for an agenda that ruins every possibility of a welfare state in the future. And here on the equality, I think, yes, UBI should be about equality, and it is. UBI, I mean, one thing that hasn't been mentioned, it's not just because it's transferring to the poor and reducing poverty, and by itself it's contributing towards equality, or because it comes with a progressive tax on the other side that does it. That's true, but there is a pre-distribution impact of UBI that hasn't been mentioned, which is, but I'm sure all of you have been discussing in the past few days, which is also how creating a minimum level of income increases the power of bargaining of workers in the labor market. And by having that way out, by having the possibility of surviving with something, you're also making empowering workers in labor, in wage negotiations, in ways that where they don't take the precarious jobs necessarily that Guy Standing was here, that Guy Standing describes so much. So that piece is egalitarian, because it's not just about fiscal redistribution, it's also about functional distribution of income. How much goes to wages, how much goes to profits. If you create that, you increase the possibility of wages gaining relative to profits in total GDP. And I think that has even more power of reducing inequality than the transfer itself.
Thank you, Laura. It's very good, very challenging. I'll go back to this myself in the records afterwards, after the Congress. And I also would like to invite Luis to wrap up the panel. Luis, I joined BN formally myself when you were just starting chairing it. So it's a pleasure for me to be here today and invite you to wrap up this session and also to address our audience here. Luis.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. Well, I think basic income is an egalitarian proposal, right? So there's no confusion there. It's regular economic security at the same level for everyone. And what we haven't added on the definition is lifelong, but we all know what we mean is permanent, right? We don't mean a temporary grant. We mean an entitlement, and an individual entitlement that's equal to everyone. So it's an egalitarian proposal, let's not forget. What I'm arguing is, I think this proposal, in terms of coming into being, in terms of being understood, valued, sustained, funded, has a greater chance of being introduced in an egalitarian context, right? That's not to say we don't need to strategize around, well, how shall we approach a situation such as we're in now, which is an inegalitarian context, right? And I think this is one of the things that I wanted to talk about. And I completely agree with Laura, right, that we should not see crisis as an opportunity to present basic income as an alternative to everything else. It's something I have argued against for a long time. And I think that it's very real. We're living through 40 years of neoliberalism. It's a very paradoxical context. Yeah, it's a context that's given us an opportunity to talk about basic income, but it's also a context that has made implementing in basic income much more difficult, and therefore forced us into pathways where we are talking about something that isn't actually basic income, right? Now, I think I had a slight misunderstanding with Neil, because I don't have anything against saying a basic income that is a proper basic income, right, paid to everyone, rich and poor, that has a very strong anti-poverty effect, because it does, if combined, in particular with other egalitarian strategies. But I think that's very different from, and I think this is, by the way, a debate that has not, that goes on, and it should go on, but that maybe has never, we have politely avoided, is that we have a very different understanding of basic income in the US to Europe, and that, you know, the rest of the world may not even know this. But I think you know, it was a difficult moment when I was chair, because I think we went from a time of obscurity where we could have these academic debates and it didn't really matter because no one else was listening. And then we came into a moment of opportunity where suddenly it became very important that we all agreed outwardly. And so we're kind of forced into sort of finding a consensus. I'm certainly not of that ilk where I think that we need to agree on everything. I think it's very important to be able to understand the very different contexts that are presented, different countries, different economic paradigms, and what that entails for a proposal like basic income, the strategy, and so on. And the US context is very, very different to some of the European contexts I've been involved in. But what I think is difficult right now is to talk. We have sort of two options, I think, or two. I don't know about two options. We have two running debates. So one is people are getting more and more interested in determining sufficiency, and there has been obviously disagreement and variation in terms of whether people think we should specify a level or not. There's been a great article recently written by Toru Yamamori, which is about this, where he says, well, Philippe, you haven't specified a level, you know, and Philippe, I think, has actually said there should be the highest sustainable level. So, but what do we mean by all of this? But there is a debate about sufficiency. When is basic income actually enough, right, to live on? And Alma Selike, for example, in her work on the universal caregiver model, she's very clear, it has to be sufficient to live on, right? Otherwise, it doesn't fulfill gender justice or social justice. So, and whereas for other people, and I think, by the way, that the sufficiency in that case is more important, and as Alma says, it's very clear, it's more important than to achieve equality, or maybe, yeah. In the context of a negative income tax, what it means is sufficiency is more important than necessarily reaching everyone. You can, of course, adjust the redistributive implications of the tax system and so on. But I think the danger in Europe, at least, or the difficulty we have in Europe now, is we're facing a scenario where more and more existing universal benefits are becoming means tested, right? So the child benefit, that was the one thing in the advanced European welfare states, even despite their differences. So the UK v. Denmark, for example, two contexts I know very well, they have both started mean testing child benefit. In the UK, if you earn, or one person earns over a certain amount, it's all taken away. And that was implemented in 2013. And Denmark implemented a much less radical means test, but nevertheless a means test in 2014. So the perhaps most important universal benefit, apart from pensions, that we had in terms of transfer benefit is now means tested, right? So in the UK,
Louise, can you hear us? We don't see, neither can hear you, Louise. Oh, I'm so sorry for this. Oh. Okay, so I think it's time for us to wrap up. We have sessions starting at 2. People want to have lunch, and I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you, Laura, Neil, Hugo, and Luis. Therefore, we conclude this panel.
with Guy Standing and Eduardo Suplicy, assessing / honoring / discussing Pope Francis' legacy and its connection to UBI. Well, this is a very simple session in terms of organization. Guy Standing will speak for 20-30 minutes. After this, Eduardo Suplicy will do the same, maybe for 10, 15, 20 minutes. And then I will make some remarks, and I will open the discussion with the public, with the audience, and also with the two speakers. There's no need to present Guy Standing and Eduardo Suplicy, especially in Brazil, for the second one. But I would like to say, as for the first speaker, Guy Standing, that well, one of the things that impresses many of us of his work is well his capacity to capture the daily life, the nature of the living conditions and working conditions of the precariat, in ways that I would say that the Pope Francis might have understood. So I think it's important to have Guy Standing discussing this, especially because Guy Standing is also a profound critique of paternalism. And well, paternalism is also part of the Christian tradition, and sometimes we have vertical orders, not fraternal horizontal orders. We have a lot of father and children relationships. And I think this is also part of Pope Francis' thought, in spite of his embracing basic income. So I think it's great that one of the two persons who will be discussing, assessing, honoring Pope Francis is Guy Standing with his twofold, say, capacity, apart from other capacities that there's no need to mention at this point. So the floor is, it's time for you to talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Is this working? Yes? Yeah, everybody can hear me at the front, at the back. I'm not a Catholic. We all know that Pope Francis was a progressive Catholic by any historical standards, and he was a moral force for good. I think we can all agree on that. I very much hope so. I will leave the tribute to Pope Francis to Eduardo, because he's much better qualified, being a devout and very fine Catholic himself. But I want to concentrate my first part of my talk on something he wrote. And in that regard, I had a very peculiar experience in that one day, some years ago, I was phoned up by a committee from the Vatican who wanted to talk to me and get my views on basic income. I don't want to claim any credit for the subsequent letter that came out in the midst of COVID, but they told me that he was going to come out and support, and he did so. And in my talk to that committee, I referred to my book, Plunder of the Commons, and said that the essential claim for basic income was a matter of common justice. And it went back, actually, to an encyclical letter that he wrote in 2015, in which he said, "Whether believers or not, we are agreed today that the earth is essentially a shared inheritance whose fruits are meant to benefit everyone." Now, I think there's a slight ambivalence in that position. For a Catholic, should the sinner have a share equal to the saint? Should non-believers have an equal share to believers? What are the fruits to be shared? And there's also an ambiguity in defining the earth. And here I think, in the latter respect, we would gain a lot by referring to the idea of the commons. And it goes back to the beginning of common law in AD 529 with the Justinian Codex, which divided 4 types of property: private property, state property, nobody's property, and commons. And the commons belong to all of us as commoners and include nature, land, what's under the land, the sea, the air, the minerals, all of those things in nature, plus the institutions that are inherited and handed down as commons. And the priority of the commons was legitimized even by John Locke, the father of private property rights, who in his 3 caveats acknowledged the primacy of the commons. And I think that's important for the subsequent remarks I'm going to make. But in any case, in 2020, in this letter that he sent out in the midst of COVID, he explicitly endorsed basic income. And what was strange about the wording he used in that letter was a very strong instrumentalism. He justified it as a response to automation and a response to COVID. Later, in September 2024, he reiterated that, adding AI to the mix, and saying that a basic income should not be considered a matter of compassion, but strict justice. Now, the trouble with that argument, I think, is that what if automation does not have the negative effects that were being presumed? In that case, you would say, well, basic income is not justified. The same with the case of COVID. Once COVID ended, on that line, you might say, well, in that case, basic income is not needed. So I don't think that's an ethical position. It's a good hypothesis, but it's not an ethical position. Of course, he was on much firmer ground when he referred to justice. But there's a messy ambiguity even in his notions of justice. I think you can defend what he was saying, and don't forget it was a short letter, etc., on using a multi-pronged version of justice. And I divide it in terms of 7 types of justice, if you like. The first is religious justice. Religious justice would go something like this. God has given us unequal talents, and a basic income is a sense of compensating those who don't have good talents and keeping equal basic security. A second line would say that every Christian should try to shape society to reflect what would be desired in the kingdom of God. That's their view. So religious justice is one form. A second form of justice is commons justice. If commons belong to all of us equally, then you can justify compensating those who've been deprived of the commons and imposing a taxation system to do that. But you have to take into account a further problem with commons justice, which is sometimes discussed as the intergenerational equity principle. You can't have a windfall gain where the whole of the commons is distributed in one generation, because that would be unfair on subsequent generations. When in economics, this has taken the form of what's called the Hartwick rule. The Hartwick rule is you have to preserve the value of the commons, and you can distribute the benefits of having used the commons. And in that regard, Francis was again on a correct track when he wrote, "Each community can take from the bounty of the earth whatever it needs for subsistence, but it also has the duty to protect the earth and to ensure its fruitfulness for the coming generations." We know that principle going back. Many other forms have been stated somewhat similarly. A third form of justice is ecological justice. The rich pollute more, the poor suffer from the pollution more, and the basic income is a sense of compensating for the ecological damage done by the rich through taxation again. There's also compassion justice. Everybody with a basic income is given a right. It's not a matter of charity. Charity is akin to contempt and pity. That's a problematical position for a Catholic, but for many of us, that is a principle we hold dear. We're against charity. It's also a matter of work justice. A basic income would give to people regardless of what type of work they're doing, not labor, but other forms of work, care and whatever. It's also a matter of what I call citizenship justice, with equal dividends to all those who belong to a community. And finally, it's a matter of education justice, the subject of a new book I've just finished, which is the equal right to an emancipatory education, grounded in empathy and the respect for truth. With education justice, there's a very important principle going back to ancient Greece, which is summarized in the term isagoria. Isagoria is the equal right to be heard as well as the equal right to speak. If I have time, I'll come back to that later. Because the second thread of what I want to say is that for a Catholic, it's not just a matter of justice, but it's also a matter of empathy. And I think as a co-founder of Bien, one of the big changes that have happened since we formed Bien 39 years ago is that we have an awful existential dystopia rushing towards us where the values of empathy are being jeopardized. Empathy is the cultivated ability to put oneself in other people's shoes. It's a conscious awareness of and respect for others' suffering. Now here, I would recommend to the new Pope, because he's operating in a more advanced form of this dystopia than Pope Francis, that he should give an incredible amount of attention to the need to revive empathy. Because the far-right political forces that are growing around the world are literally indulging in a war against empathy. And they're shaping evangelical forms of religion, which are eroding the base of Catholicism. Elon Musk and a number of other prominent people on both sides of the Atlantic have even coined and used the term that we are suffering from suicidal empathy. This would have made no possible sense to the ancients. And it's linked to the revival of what's called soft eugenics. Eugenics is linked to the Great Replacement theory, and it's based on a repudiation of empathy. And in a powerful speech to activists' movements in October 2021,
Francis emphasized, and these were his words, "It is necessary to confront together the populist discourses of intolerance, xenophobia, and aporophobia, which is hatred of the poor." Now, my slight disagreement with that is only in the definition of aporophobia. Because for me, aporophobia, which is a term that only emerged in the 1990s, is essentially a repudiation of the legitimacy of rights of those without resources needed for a dignified life. Not just the income poor, but those people who lack the physical, intellectual, or legal resources to be able to live in a decent way. He added in his speech at that time, "Like everything that leads us to indifference, meritocracy, and individualism, these narratives only serve to divide our peoples and to undermine and nullify our poetic capacity, the capacity to dream together." I wish he had gone on to say that a basic income is a poetic way to dream together, but he didn't, so I can't say he did. But this leads to the final set of remarks I want to make, because with rentier capitalism taking over the world, the plutocrats and their servants, their political servants from Trump around the world, need to demonize enemies that they can justify denying human rights to. They demonize those who are really the victims of what is happening, but in order to be able to get away with demonizing those people, they must erode the sentiment of empathy. This has been done partly by diverting people from empathy-supporting forms of religion to forms that regard empathy as suicidal. And a number of pastors in the United States and elsewhere have now been talking about the sin of empathy, the sin of empathy, and toxic empathy. These are avowed Christians, and it helps them to deny any obligation to care about others' suffering. The evangelicals and others on the far right regard those people who show empathy as deserving lower levels of rights than others. So, for example, because they consider that women have more empathy than men, that is why God should not allow them to be ordinated in the church. Leading figures deny women the vote for the same reason. The US Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, believes that no woman should be allowed to vote. We're going back quite a long way, aren't we, with this craziness. Peter Thiel, whom I've had the dubious pleasure of meeting for a lengthy amount of time, who is the principal funder of Trump in 2016 and the godfather of J.D. Vance, believes that democracy should be ended because people with empathy are more likely to vote for redistributive policies. Some politicians like to have it both ways. J.D. Vance is an avowed Catholic. He justifies extreme hostility to migrants, refugees, homosexuals, and foreign aid to developing countries by reference to a medieval Catholic doctrine of ordo amoris. Charity begins at home and stays at home. and a repudiation of any need to care about the suffering of others. Now, the Pope rebuked him, but numerous Catholics in the United States and elsewhere have been coming out in support of his position. So we have a situation where politics is shaping the forms of religion that are emerging. We have evangelicalism as a form of aporophobia in thin disguise, with eugenics coming up from soft, as it's called, to hard. We saw what happened with hard eugenics in the 1930s. We're seeing hard eugenics in Gaza. Hard eugenics somehow repudiates the values of compassion and justice and allows for the denigration of minorities of all sorts. And the final remark I want to say is that the basic income is needed as a defense of empathy. Empathy and compassion are what define the human being, humanity. And a basic income would be a sort of social vaccine against the fears and insecurities which converts people into being listeners to forms of eugenics. And I think the Catholic struggle should be now against evangelical forms of religion. It's their fight. But it's our fight to expose what is happening and the denigration of, I think, the values that Pope Francis wanted to stand for and largely did stand for. So thank you very much for listening. I think this is an important subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guy, also for sticking close to the time schedule. That was great. I was going to start to make signals, but that's not necessary. I forgot to say before that I'm here. I've known like 1 hour ago that I had to be here. I'm here because both Fabio Waltenberg and Leonardo Ferreira have had organizational issues to deal with, and they couldn't be chairing this session, and they asked me to do so since I'm a nice Catalan atheistic, you say? Atheist guy. I'm doing it in a very happy way, also because I'm with these two friends and thinkers. Thanks, Guy, for this deep analysis and maybe enlargement of some lines of thought that Pope Francis left. I don't know whether the Catholic Church is able and willing to endorse the bulk of your recommendations and suggestions, but they are up there. This is very important. But I will shut up for the moment, because now we have Eduardo with us. We are very happy to see you again here in good shape. Of course, there's no need to present Eduardo, especially at the end of a congress held in Brazil. So, but I would like to I've been part of the EC during many years, during one decade, and I've been working with Eduardo many times. And one of the things that have impressed me a lot from Eduardo is the enthusiasm in building bridges with people who are not in the midst of BIEN or of UBI advocates, and or who were not, and thanks to his work, maybe they end up being in our midst. Well, we know very well your enthusiasm, to be concrete, vis-à-vis Pope Francis's declarations, assertions, and we would love to hear your thoughts about all these issues. So, Eduardo, it's time for you to talk. Eduardo, I think you're muted. You must unmute your, yeah. So you will have to start again. You're still muted.
Okay, so intro.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you listening to me?
Yep.
My dear friends, it is with great emotion that I take part in this panel alongside my friend Guy Stanning and David Casasas in tribute to Pope Francis, a spiritual leader whose voice still rises in our time as a beacon of peace, fraternity, justice, and hope. We are gathered here at this young Congress, which since its inception has sought to reflect on a universal basic income as a fundamental human right. And it is remarkable how the words and gestures of Pope Francis have illuminated exactly the same path, the path of dignity for all, of sharing, of solidarity, and the care to our common home, planet Earth. I remember well when, in the last trip of Pope Francis to Latin America, on his way back, he said to all heads of states, put into practice those policies, political and economic policies that will raise the level of justice so as to have peace in each nation and peace between nations. I remember 2022 when I had the joy of being in Italy as part of the Brazilian delegation at the encounter of Francis and Claire in Assis. At that moment, we carried with us not only our dreams and hopes, but also a letter from President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva to the Pope, highlighting the urgency of combating hunger, which was unfortunately once again afflicting millions of Brazilian families. It was an honor to personally deliver this letter, reaffirming our country's commitment to moving toward policies that raise the level of justice in society, such as the basic income. Still on that trip, I experienced a moment that many here may have seen, warmly covered by the press, upon receiving from my hands my book on the citizen's basic income. Pope Francis, in a humorous tone, asked in front of the audience, "You brought the book, but didn't bring the cachaça." Everybody started to laugh, and this episode reveals not only his spontaneity and good humor, but also his extraordinary humanity, his ability to connect with people, to break down barriers, to remind us that faith and the struggle for justice can be and must be lived with joy and simplicity. But Pope Francis stood out not only for the lightness of his gestures. He was the one of the most firmest voices against the indifference that normalizes hunger, misery, and wars. In his book, Let Us Dream, The Path to a Better Future, he clearly states that it is time to explore concepts such as the universal basic income, recognizing that an unconditional fixed payment to all could guarantee people the dignity to reject working conditions that trap them in poverty. He reminded us that basic income is an instrument of freedom, justice, and peace. Let me repeat here his own voice. Recognizing the value of unpaid work for society is vital to rethinking the post-pandemic world. Therefore, I believe it is time to explore concepts such as universal basic income, also known as a negative income tax, an unconditional fixed payment to all citizens which could be distributed through the tax system. Universal basic income could redefine relations in the labor market, guaranteeing people the dignity to reject working conditions that keep them trapped in poverty. It would give individuals the basic security that they need to eliminate the stigma of unemployment benefits and facilitate the transition from one job to another, as technological demands in the world of work require. Policies like this can also help people balance time spent in paid work with time dedicated to the community. By making the integration of the poor and care for the environment central goals of society, we can generate work and humanize our surroundings. With the universal basic income, we free and ensure that people are able to work for their community in a dignified way. By adopting more intensive and sustainable methods in food production, we generate natural work, create jobs and biodiversity, and live better. So he concludes, these words deeply resonate with all of us who have been advocating for basic income as a citizenship right for decades. The Pope placed this idea at the center of a new civilization ethic in which the poor are not discarded. Unpaid labor is valued, and social integration and environmental care go hand in hand. In doing so, he showed us that basic income is not just an economic policy, it is also an act of love for others and of reconciliation with the earth. In the letter from Clark and Francis, written by the Brazilian youth who mobilized for that encounter, it is written that we need an economy with a soul, one that does not place life at the service of the market, but the economy at the service of life. This vision is also the vision of Pope Francis when he called on us to re-enchant the economy to replace the logic of disposability with the logic of care. We live in a time of rapid transformation, artificial intelligence, climate change, forced migration, growing inequalities. In this context, universal basic income emerges as a civilization proposal, capable of establishing a new ethic based on the right to exist with dignity. Pope Francis reminds us that without social justice, there will be no peace, neither within nations, nor between nations. Allow me to share a reflection that has accompanied me for some time. Let us imagine if in the regions most marked by conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, between Russians and Ukrainians, among the peoples of Africa and Asia, a common fund were created, supported by shared revenues, dedicated to the payment of a basic income for all. Imagine if, instead of weapons, these resources were invested in the dignity of families. How many lives could be saved? What bridges of peace could we build? Dear friends, Pope Francis was, for the world, a tireless messenger of peace when he urged us not to normalize hunger, when he insisted that we cannot accept a throwaway world, he was calling us to an ethical and political conversion. He spoke not only to Catholics or Christians, but to all humanity, people of all religions. And it is this universal character of his message that makes him so close to the proposal of the universal basic income. Both speak of a right that it is born from our human condition without distinction of class, race, gender, or religion. That is why at this Beyond Congress, I want to pay tribute and express my gratitude to Pope Francis, together with you, Guy Standing and David Casasas. Gratitude for his courage in confronting the powerful and denouncing injustice. Gratitude for his compassion for the poorest, for migrants, for the victims of war. Gratitude for his openness to new ideas, such as the basic income, which he himself recognized as a path to a more just world. And I also want to renew the commitment I made before him when I handed him the letter from our President Lula, and when I was able to look into his eyes, the commitment to continue fighting in my country and in the world so that one day all people, without exceptions, may live with dignity guaranteed by the citizen's basic income. May the inspiration of Pope Francis continue to guide us in building an economy at the service of life, a politics at the service of justice, and a world at the service of peace. So let me say how glad I am here with you, Guy and David, to say these words in homage of Pope Francis. Pope Lion is also a man with a great affinity with Pope Francis, and I hope that he follows the examples and recommendations of Pope Francis for us to live in a better and more Pacific world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eduardo, also for sticking close to the time and for telling us giving us such interesting clues to interpret the man and the momentum. We have like 40 minutes for discussion, which is great news. I've been asked by the organizers to open the questions and answers or the debate with some thoughts, because I would like, in order to make the analysis of the man, also to see maybe the nice quotes, but also the darker quotes that have appeared, and do something that had to do with the old idea of ecclesia, which meant an assembly of people sitting around without popes sometimes, and able to analyze some bits of also the ethical and political project of that group of people who shared a certain faith. So I would like to take also Pope Francis as a man who, he was the head of a church, the head of a state, but he was an intellectual, a public intellectual in some point, with an intellectual analysis of the world he was living in. And I would like to underline a couple of things, and then we can open the discussion along the lines of this or along the lines of whatever you want, because we are in a true ecclesia, which I don't know whether this is the case in Rome, but we are a true ecclesia in the sense of not of being a church, but of being an assembly of people without popes. And these guys are very important, but you are not our popes, which is great news. Anyway, I'm saying this from a Gramscian approach to political alliances. So I'm a Catalan atheist, but I'm very well aware of, for instance, the role that the church played in the making of some welfare devices, or in accepting some welfare devices because of a correlation of forces that was gained by the left. But they had to accept it, and sometimes maybe they accept it happily. Also in Latin America, as Nelson reminds us quite often. I want to open this also from a profound respect for the theology of liberation, which has been so important in this continent, and especially in this country, but not only in this country. And then, well, the Pope Francis is a man who analyzes and thinks, and who says many of the things you have been quoting. But I would like to, I will go to Paul, St. Paul, but it will be very fast, and see whether there's also a line of verticalist, authority-based analysis that was also part of his legacy. And then we seize it, we analyze it, and we balance it, and we see what we keep from that. Well, there's this very famous quote from the Romans, the letter to the Romans by St. Paul, where he says, "There is no authority except from God, and those which exist in the earth are established by God." Romans 13:1-7. Well, this is very much kept by Pope Leo XIII in the decade of 1890, in the 1890s, when he founds the social doctrine of the Church, with this idea of fatherhood, right? There are poor, there are workers, and the way to solve the social question is not by exploiting them in a harsh way, but it has to do with assuming that they are like our sons and daughters, our children. We are their parents, and therefore we have to treat them because they are our poor people. But they should remain poor. They should remain dispossessed workers, but taken care of, because otherwise the socialists will come and everything will fall. Well, this very much has to do with this old St. Paul doctrine, where in a moment in which one of the most extended names of slaves was philodespotos. Many slaves in the ancient world were called philodespotos. That is the man or the woman who loves the master. Why? Because the master takes care of him or her in a proper way, in a father or mother, or mainly in a father-like way. What does it have to do? What does it have to do with Pope Francis? Well, we'll see whether in some of his texts we see these father-children relationships, these vertical orders, rather some fraternal and solidarity-based or fraternity and solidarity-based social orders. By the way, Pope Francis was a man, maybe with a mission by God, I don't know. I tend to think that that's not the case, but that's not the issue today. Was a man who came from Argentina, who came from Argentinian Peronism, where this idea of verticality was very well introduced, very, let's say, smartly introduced by Perón, right? And he understood this, the working of this. Anyway, let's go to the darker quotes. I mean, we love. He was a very nice guy, and I guess so. And of course, we love the contributions he made. which we know very well now that we have heard Guy and especially Eduardo. But before, Pope Francis on 5 November 2016, in his closing address summit up to the Third World Meeting of Popular Movements, held at the Legion of Christ Seminary in Rome, said, this is explained by Ignacio Ramonet in Le Monde Diplomatique, where there were, according to Ramonet, some 200 activists from among the poorest people on earth. And he says, rag pickers, this is Ramonet, not Pope Francis, rubbish recyclers, street vendors, landless peasants, indigenous people, unemployed, shanty dwellers, residents of squatter settlements, and so on. In his speech, the Pope declared that he was genuinely upset to learn of the levels of barbarism reached by the tyranny of money, and exhorted the organizations of the excluded not to, and this is a quote of Pope Francis, not to fall into the temptation of the straitjacket, which reduces you to being the mere administrators of existing misery. This we like. This is anti-charity. But how can this misery be avoided, if it is to avoid it at all? Well, Pope Francis at this moment answer, I think it's quite faithful to the dictum of Leo XIII. He said, dignified employment for those excluded from the labor market, land, so work, land for campesinos and the native peoples, which is quite good, and housing for homeless families. Looks quite targeted. So land, work, and housing. So the poor will be poor, and they are poor, but they are our poor people, and therefore they can't be separated from the main structural mechanism of the great stratified pyramid. The Pope, this is my interpretation, lead. So what is needed is decent work for others, so work for others with regulations, and then there's need to succor the obedient people accommodated in each niche of the pyramid. It seems to me that this echoes this verticalism, this idea of a great stratified pyramid, and this echoes, in the end, a rigidly labor-centric vision of the world. In April, and I'm about to finish, and then we open the discussion with you all. We still have 30 minutes. In April the 12th, in 2020, he claims, the Pope Francis, it's a discourse on his vision of a fairer economy, which is the following. This must be the time to consider universal basic wage, not income yet, then he will say income. But he says, this might be the time to consider a universal basic wage which would acknowledge and dignify the noble, essential task you carry out. I don't know who this you are, who this you were. It would ensure and the quote follows in this way. It would ensure and concretely achieve the ideal, at once so human and so Christian, of no worker without rights. Of course, the question is, okay, if you are not a worker, then you remain without rights, or what's the project? Well, at the same time, Pope Francis is a guy, as Guy Standing and Eduardo have very well explained, who helped to trigger out the debate on basic income across the world, and has fostered the momentum in an extraordinary way, and has explicitly endorsed UBI. So, well, my question to you all in this ecclesia thing that I suggest that we reproduce, which is not what goes on in the Vatican, by the way, is to ask you all how to seize these ambiguities, how to seize this man, how to seize this organization, the scope for this organization to harbor Guy's and Eduardo's ambitions, and maybe Pope Francis's as well. how to understand this Pope Francis's ambiguities, which, according to my point of view, are extremely interesting, both in intellectual and in political terms. Well, that's all. I have been invited to be here 1 hour ago, but as you can see, this is something that interests me a lot, and it's been a pleasure to share the stage with these two people who know quite a lot about these things. And now it's time for all of us to contribute something else and to be in disagreement with whatever you want, of course. Who starts? Of course, Eduardo and Guy can at any time respond and comment. Philip.
Thank you for the three presentations. Eduardo reminded us of the various statements and quotes. Guy introduced this interesting notion of empathy, different from sympathy, not quite the same as solidarity either, which has been central, and I think it's important to reflect on the relationship between these various notions. I would like to connect what the Pope wrote to two things that three things, in fact, that were present in our conference. The first one is that in his initial statement, so there is the one in 2020, to which I Have a Dream, there is this idea that this universal income would be good because it would remunerate or provide some sort of financial support to people who do important work that's not paid. But there is also this statement that, in a way, is at the core of the whole of the present Congress, where he says that measures like the UBI could, I'm reading the Italian version here, could contribute to making people free to combine the need to earn a salary with the wish to devote their time to the community. And so it's in the session with Katharina and Joachim, there was this idea of a complementarity between basic income and the Economia Solidaria, because basic income gave the time to commit oneself to activities in the community. So that's certainly, it goes beyond simply fighting poverty, etc., but it's really this connection between basic income and Economia Solidaria. And the other aspect, the second aspect, is connected to what was said also earlier today in this room by Laura, which was that basic income is not only redistribution, it's also pre-distribution, in the sense that it affects the wages. And there is here again, then, in the more recent version of, so in the more recent book, and so 2022, where the title was Vi chiedo in nome di Dio, so I ask you in the name of God, that's the title of where, again, he speaks there about a universal redistribution that may cover the situation of the people who do useful things without being paid. And then, but then he has this, it would also help to disincentivize, to literally from Italian, the miserable salary that are paid in some industries that are aware of the fact that where there are high levels of unemployment, and where people can say, the employers can say, if this money doesn't satisfy you, if then we'll find easily 1,000 other people that are available. And so it's an old theme that was already present in Charles Fourier, not in Charles Fourier, in Joseph Charlier, that this idea that you empower people. And so it's a single sentence, but that goes beyond simply fight against poverty. And the last thing I want to say, also connected to what Laura said today, I think is very important also for us. And I talked to her afterwards also, one of her central points was that, in fact, the priority for people who believe in basic income must be to create the fiscal space in which a basic income can be sustainable. And this fiscal space is restricted for mainly because of the volatility of capital, tax competition between countries. But of course, in the European context, it's particularly limited by the current commitment to military expenses. And there, I just want to bring this in because the Pope, I have great sympathy for the Pope, and he's my ally, also because of his courageous position on the Ukraine war. He's one of the few pacifists in Europe, and I quote what he said, what was regarded as very controversial, because also it concentrated also only on the use of this expression, the white flag. But here what he said, negotiation is never surrender. It is the courage not to lead the country to suicide. I believe that the strong one is the one who sees the situation, thinks of the people, and has the courage of the white flag, the courage to negotiate. And that, well, it goes against the grain, what the media and the old political parties practically say, which is, no, we need to support Ukraine until it wins. It will never win. And so therefore you have to do something which accept a peace that will not be regarded as just, but will end the slaughtering and help us maintain what is completely squeezed at the moment, namely some fiscal space for for improvements of our social policies. Sorry, I was a bit long, but...
Thank you, Philippe. We have time. I don't know whether Eduardo and or Guy want to react to this or want to add something else. Or we...
Just a couple of comments in response to your and Philippe's interventions. I think what you've done, David, is show that actually his thinking and his statements show a quite strong evolution. And it's an evolution that's been going on, I think, among Catholics since the Rerum Novarum of 1891, which was the high watermark of paternalistic Catholicism, where basically it says that everybody has a duty to labor. And if they labor, then they should get rewards. It was very much a paternalistic doctrine. And I think the very fact that he recognized unpaid work, and this comes again and again and again actually, that's a huge change that came. And in a sense, I think, Philippe, your remarks have merely shown that he was prepared to talk about work justice, not labor justice. And I think that too is a forward march for Catholicism. I don't like your last remarks, I must admit, because would you say the same thing in Gaza? Tell all the Palestinians to surrender? I mean, it's a very difficult position to hold, and in a sense to justify it as releasing resources that could be used for tax cuts and maybe a basic income. I don't feel comfortable with that at all. And I want to go one more time to saying that the real struggle now in the aftermath of Francis is this need for all of us, from different perspectives, to revive respect for empathy and compassion and solidarity. And at the moment, the religious drift and other drift is away from that. And I think that's the fear I have.
Thank you, Guy. Eduardo, do you want to add something else for the moment, or we give the word to someone in the audience? I think you want to speak a little bit. No?
Yes, I would appreciate.
Go on.
Saying a few more words. And I think that now I may speak in Portuguese, okay? Because eu quero recomendar muito a todos que leiam o livro do Papa Francisco, Vamos Sonhar Juntos, o caminho para um futuro melhor, a edição que foi, e aqui na página 143 em diante, tem a defesa tão significativa que o Papa Francisco fez a respeito da renda básica. Mas gostaria de salientar que, desde os anos 80, é que eu tenho aprendido tanto com o professor Guy Stanning quanto com o Philippe Van Parijs, fundadores da BIAN, em 1986. E, por exemplo, em O que é uma sociedade justa, argumentando por uma renda básica, os fundamentos éticos de uma reforma radical, em 92, liberdade real para todos, o que é que, se é que é algo que pode justificar o capitalismo, de 96. Então, Van Parijs parte do princípio de justiça que foi desenvolvido pelo filósofo John Rawls em uma teoria da justiça de 1971, e são 3 princípios. Toda pessoa tem igual direito ao conjunto mais extenso de liberdades fundamentais compatível com a atribuição de todos desse mesmo conjunto de liberdades, que é o princípio de igual liberdade. Segundo, as desigualdades de vantagens socioeconômicas são justificadas apenas, primeiro, contribuírem para melhorar a sorte dos membros menos favorecidos da sociedade, que é o princípio da diferença, e se estiverem vinculadas a posições que todos tenham oportunidades equitativas de ocupar, que é o princípio de igualdade de oportunidades. Guy Stanning recomenda que políticas só podem ser vistas como justas se e somente se pesarem a diferença entre o grau de segurança daqueles que têm menos e o da sociedade. E justamente o Papa Francisco, no seu livro Vamos Sonhar Juntos, o caminho para um futuro melhor, ele diz que reconhecer o valor do trabalho não remunerado para a sociedade é vital para repensar o mundo pós-pandemia. Portanto, acredito que é hora de explorar conceitos como o da renda básica universal. A renda básica universal poderia redefinir as relações no mercado de trabalho, garantindo às pessoas a dignidade de rejeitar condições de trabalho que as mantêm presas na pobreza. Daria aos indivíduos a garantia básica de que precisam, eliminando o estigma do seguro-desemprego, e facilitaria a mudança de um trabalho para outro, como as exigências tecnológicas do mundo de trabalho demandam. Políticas como esta também podem ajudar as pessoas a combinar tempo dedicado ao trabalho remunerado com o tempo para a comunidade, ao tornar a integração dos pobres e o cuidado com o meio ambiente objetivos centrais da sociedade. Podemos gerar trabalho e humanizar nosso entorno. Com uma renda básica universal, libertamos e garantimos que as pessoas sejam capazes de trabalhar para a sua comunidade de maneira digna, ao adotar métodos mais intensivos e sustentáveis na produção de alimentos, regeneramos o mundo natural, criamos trabalho e biodiversidade e vivemos melhor.
Thank you, Eduardo. There's no translation. We'll go immediately to you. Do you want me to do a fast translation of what Eduardo said for non-Portuguese or Spanish?
Go.
Very fastly. Eduardo is recalling that I have a dream, a way for a better society or better world. Book of Pope Francis is very important. And he adds that, well, he's been working since the 80s and the 90s along following the line of argument of people like Guy Standing or Philippe Van Parijs, from whom he understood many decades ago that real freedom for all is an important project that in some way emanates from John Rawls's political philosophy, where equal right to fundamental liberties is essential, especially for the more disadvantaged. Well, he recalls the principle of equality of opportunities and the principle of difference within John Rawls. From Guy Standing, he has learned and understood the importance of having security for all. And then he uses these two promising figures to land into Pope Francis' book, where, according to Eduardo, there's the Pope stresses the need to recognize non-paid labor, as it was said by Philippe and by Guy right now, as something vital to rethink and widen citizenship. Also, the Pope calls to stop stigmatizing people who are getting unemployment benefits, and he stresses as well the need to combine, to be able to combine paid work and community or work for the community. So there's need to humanize and free our lives through UBI that helps us to work with dignity. And I allow myself to say that John Rawls said, that this is a quote, that what men want is meaningful work in free association with others. I don't know whether this is Pope Francis's project or not, but apparently there's a music that matches in some way. I think there was a question here in the...
I have a question here, right here, David. But actually my point was made, but I want to take the opportunity to thank you so much for the presentation, and in particular also to say thank you, Eduardo Suplicy, for showing us that despite the age and the health issue also, you have still the heart of the student also that quotes the right passage, which is very encouraging and inspiring. So, and thank you guys standing for the aporophobia. I've been working with ATD Fourth World for a while. I used to call it tocophobia or pavophobia in France. And I found out, thanks to you right now, I think it's a word that we should maybe use more in BN congresses, this notion. But the point I wanted to make is more sort of a question to David, that has been made 3 times on the unpaid work, but I just wanted to maybe emphasize it by answering the question you asked. So you said you read an earlier quote, and he said, the dignity of the workers, and he said, well, those who are not workers. So, of course, since everyone emphasized, as soon as you realize, as you accept the concept of unpaid work, then there is no such thing as a non-worker, except perhaps for the very rich who has all the other people doing things for them, and then it's the church thing, it will be harder for them to get to heaven than, what is it, the camel in the needle or something, so I don't know. Maybe I think what maybe on the reflection is I thought maybe this was also interesting, as in this is Pope Francis, but it's also all the workerists that we argue with regularly. The importance of this thing of unpaid labor that is often people accept it, but then it's hard. We're not all consistent. You know, people say we accept it, but then in the rest of the arguments they do as if it was not there. Whereas here we can recognize the fact that having accepted it, he went completely on it, and so the logical conclusion: there is no such thing as non-workers. All these people work to produce the work of life.
Okay, thank you, Telemac, for your contribution. My fear is that in 2016, when he talked about workers, he was thinking about laborers, while in the future he broadens the conception of work beyond labor, as you were saying. But anyway, thanks for the contribution, and let's keep nourishing the debate. Your turn.
Hi, thank you. I wrote something down so I won't ramble too hard. I found it very refreshing at sort of an academic setting to see empathy and solidarity so sort of discussed in an intellectual way. It sort of usually comes in a righteous sort of setting with a lot of the people that I talk to. It's like, we should do this because it is the right thing to do, which sort of tacitly implies whether or not it works, we should be doing this. So this kind of leads me to something I'm sort of split in my avenues into UBI. One is as a filmmaker, storyteller. Empathy and solidarity are very important to me as concepts that are moral and right and moving, and I really believe that storytelling, shared narratives are humanity's greatest tool and weapon. But on the other side, I came from being an engineer, and I'm very compelled by pragmatism as well, in that I believe acknowledging that this human creature is very collaborative, and that's where our greatest power comes. That I see UBI as a very smart investment that doesn't necessarily need a moralistic argument to be justifiable as well. So, because just seeing the crossover of sort of a strict intellectualism with a moral argument as well, I'm curious if you, especially you, Guy, have more thoughts on, I guess, the intersection and a preference to moral versus or plus pragmatic arguments and how they can be used to further the movement.
Yeah, I'll respond, Conrad, and also to the points about aporophobia. I think aporophobia is at the heart of how we need to confront Trumpism, Farageism in Britain, Orban, Marine Le Pen, all these characters who are openly saying that certain groups do not deserve rights and that we don't have to feel that they deserve rights. That's the next level of a fascist sort of ideology. They don't deserve to be given empathy. They don't deserve. And we should not feel guilty about what we're doing to them. And that is something that is extraordinarily strong in evangelical forms of religion. And we all know that evangelicalism is growing in this country relative to Catholicism, and it's growing in the United States like wildfire, and it's growing in various other countries in different forms. And I have this horrendous fear that eugenics is at the heart of this discourse. Eugenics means that we can justify not only repudiating the rights and legitimacy of groups, but can actively use policy to lead to their extinction. That's where it goes. That's what it leads to. And that's why I thought that his statement about aporophobia was, I thought, good, this is in the right direction, even though intellectually we need to develop it more and expose this alternative dialogue, because a basic income is one way of giving a social vaccine against aporophobia and other forms of eugenicist type arguments. But let's not kid ourselves. This is a really serious existential drift of geopolitics. And it is something that we certainly didn't see when we began Bien 39 years ago. I think it's a new dimension, and I'm glad it resonates with you.
Thank you very much. Officially, we have 2 minutes. I guess we maybe have 5 or 7. If someone else wants to intervene, to contribute something. Eduardo, sorry, I wasn't looking at you. Your turn again.
May I make a question to Guy Standing and Philippe if he is still there?
Both are here, and of course you can make the question. Go on, please.
Dear Guy and Philippe, after this very nice and productive 24th Congress of Bien, which are the nations, the countries that are closer to the objective of the citizens' basic income? Say in Asia, Africa, South America, or North America, Europe. What's your evaluation? Is the basic income idea really influencing more and more the governance of all nations, and which nation is close to really put into practice the unconditional basic income? Brazil is one of the nations that at some time will have to apply the basic income, but I would appreciate if after this Congress you have a word on which are the countries that are closer to our objective. Thank you very much. Congratulations for your work.
Thanks, Eduardo.
Me?
Well, we had this morning a very interesting session, I thought, for those who were there, and particularly the interventions by Laura, who is a professor at USP, and by Neil, who is from Social Justice Institute, I think, in South Africa. And what came up in that exchange was that there were 3 countries competing to be the first competing to win the race for introducing a basic income, and these were South Korea, South Africa, and Brazil. So these were the top runners. But, and that's related to what I said earlier, both were very pessimistic in a way, present a very grim picture about the geopolitical constraints. That was the theme of the panel. The geopolitical constraints on going further in that direction, and that was all about then the fiscal space and the ability of a nation state, to redistribute more than it does now. She was mentioning, Laura, very interesting data, that about 15% of the budget in Brazil are devoted to the Bolsa Familia, but that 45% of the budget are devoted to transfer to the rich, namely in payment, the service of the debt, of the public debt. And so, of course, the more indebted the country is, the less room it has in order to be ambitious for social policy. So if There are favorites. There's a favorite country. It must be one of those three. So we hope it will be Brazil, of course, but the priorities must be to try to do whatever is necessary to expand this fiscal space. And she said what's very good and promising is that for the first time there is this tax reform on the table, for the first time since the end of the dictatorship, this tax reform on the table that in Brazil that may make more things possible than was the case in the past.
I think we are privileged that we've had 3 times a man who's come to our conferences who is now president of his country with a commitment to introduce basic income. We've never had that before, and he's done it in his province for youth, and there's a commitment to it in South Korea. I think it will be in Southeast Asia because they have this fiscal space, because they have had the wisdom to establish sovereign wealth funds from which you can tax those that are taking from the commons and build up a commons capital fund, from which you can pay out a gradually rising level of basic income. I put this argument to the Prime Minister of Malaysia when I was there a few weeks ago, and he has an ambition, he told me, to raise the share of national income going to those who perform labor and work from 25% of the total, which it is now, to 32%. And I said the best way to do that, or to get anyone anywhere close, would be to build up the capacity to pay out a basic income from the wealth fund that exists in Malaysia. And I had dinner with the Minister of Finance the same day, and we were discussing the mechanics. It's feasible. There's a build-up in Southeast Asia, as Sarath and I know from our various visits. It includes countries like Malaysia, in Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, Taiwan, as we know. We are seeing that. I think that will be the area because they're the rising powers economically as well as socially. And South Korea has a great tradition of the commons. Hongik Ingan was the foundational principle of Korea, and it means community action, solidarity. And it goes back to BC 2334, that far back. So they understand the need for solidarity. And that's why I'm very confident at the moment, I hope I won't be disabused, that I think they will lead the way. And we look forward to it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to all of you, especially to Guy and Eduardo, who gave us very interesting insights. Let me close just by saying that I'm happy that, I was thinking about Thomas Paine now, because as you know, one of our founding fathers of the reflection on basic income, Thomas Paine, said that it was a matter of rights, not a matter of charity, but a matter of justice. But also, he had a book, on common sense, in which, if we merge these books, we could say that, granting the right to existence to everyone is a matter of common sense. It would be great news that this common sense had reached instances such as the Catholic Church. And I'm very happy to be part of an organization, and I am a Catalan atheist. You know, like the Catholic Church has done awful things in my country. So I'm a Catalan atheist, but I'm very happy that I am part of an organization that acknowledges that this kind of common sense is maybe part of the political debate within the Catholic Church, and that critically assesses it, especially in taking into account that all this comes from an organization that has some lights but some shadows. I don't know whether this is English or not, but well, it's an organization that has created some, has caused quite a lot of pain. But maybe common sense is even reaching the Vatican. That's interesting. Thanks to everyone for being here, and especially thanks to Eduardo. Take care, and let's meet soon. And to guys standing.
Let me say a final word.
Of course, you close.
Because a final word, just to mention that in Asia, there is one place where the universal basic income has started in 2008, and that is Macau.
Okay, Eduardo, thank you very much.
The information of Guy Standing.
Okay. Take care and see you soon, Eduardo.
11 minutes delay, that's fine. Hello, everyone. So this was meant, is still meant as a sort of small-scale discussion of a relatively technical nature about an important research that was conducted in the United States, in 2 states in the United States, with Elizabeth Rhodes as one of its main authors, its main participants. So it was meant, it's meant to do something which I hoped could have been done in Bath 1 year ago, but the time was too short. These 2 papers had just come out before the conference, and so that was a bit too short. And so fortunately, we are able to do that today. It was meant as sort of small-scale workshop, but we were given the honor of occupying this huge lecture room, this huge auditorium. So, but nevertheless, I invite you to feel as if you were in a small room to do a workshop and think together about these interesting new results. So my own motivation for really stimulating this sort of encounter is that I believe that this research is in fact also, if you include all the analysis that has already been done about it, is really the most sophisticated basic experiment study, experimental study done so far. There is some discussion about what exactly could count as basic income, but if you define it as a payment that is strictly individual, that is not means tested, where whether you receive it or not is not dependent on your resources from other sources, and its amount is not affected by income from other sources. Second feature, and the third feature being no work requirement or willingness to work requirement. If you define basic income in this way, then it is a basic income experiment. Now, if you want to interpret universal in a different way, namely all the members of a community, all the members of a state, all the people in the world, to be truly universal, then of course it is not a universal basic income experiment. And of course the fact that not all people in a community receive it has some implications about what can be learned from it if it was introduced at the level of a community. So the authors of the research are of course fully aware of that. And so what we are going to do today, so Elizabeth, as one of the authors, will in 20 minutes or so present what she regards as the main findings and give some idea about the nature, the exact nature of the experiment. And then we'll have 3 commentators here on stage. On the stage, Stacia West is one of the fantastic team from UPenn, the team that is going to organize the next Congress, but their center have been following closely and participating closely in a number of other experiments in the United States, so thought it was absolutely essential to have her or someone from her team to comment on what had been done then within the framework of the open research study. Then we'll have André Santana, who is a local, who is a professor here of econometrics at the University Fluminense here, and Flavio described him to me as a very rare case of an econometrician with a social conscience, with a social commitment. And finally, we'll have Neil Howard, who coordinates this group of people interested in pilots and organized a very instructive workshop, in that case, 3 days ago in Marica. And he was also the mastermind and the main organizer of the previous Congress in Bath. So it's a sort of transition from the previous one to the next one. So, Liz, you turn. I should add that afterwards I
Fala comigo, meu povo bonito.
I asked the guy who's sitting in.
Você sabe.
Maybe we have, okay. Who is sitting there to be the first to speak from the floor, to ask a question from the floor. When a guy wrote a note, a comment, fairly critical note on the 2 working papers that were published last year, and I didn't know when this was set up that he would be able to attend the conference. So luckily, he is able to attend the conference, and so it's important that this critical voice should also be heard. So, please.
Thank you so much. I presented at Bien in Portugal in 2017, I think, just as I was beginning to work on this project. A lot has happened in the last however many years since then, 8. And I'm very grateful and honored to have the chance to share a little bit about what we've learned in that time. So I brought a few clips of recent headlines about our study. The first results came out last summer, and there was one of them as a guaranteed annual income flop. That was the Wall Street Journal a couple weeks ago, actually, and it was related partly because it didn't encourage people to have more babies. There was also one about new findings from basic income study challenging one of the main arguments. The report card on guaranteed income is still incomplete, and how a study into guaranteed income was widely misinterpreted. And I could fill screens and screens with very, very different headlines with very different takeaways. And Carl actually wrote one of the first articles that I read way back as a grad student about the negative income tax studies in the US. And I'll never forget his reference to the experimental results as a political Rorschach test in which an observer's conclusions reveal more about the observer than the observed. And in a lot of ways, it seems like not much has changed in those decades.
Who said that?
Carl. So how did we get to this moment? When we started working on this, developing the study in 2016, there were very few cash transfer or basic income studies happening in the United States, and certainly not at a very large scale. So we viewed this as an opportunity to ask big questions, more of a foundational exploratory study into what happens when you give people unconditional cash or a basic level of income security, not a referendum on a specific policy. And the US, as a social safety net, had moved so far away from unconditional cash that part of our goal really was just to understand what the effect of cash is in a lower income population and explore, inform existing social safety net policies and perhaps as a first step, introducing more cash, unconditional cash. At the same time, knowing all that unfolded last time, there was a large-scale study in the US, and the level at that time of opposition to no strings attached cash, we really knew that the stakes were high, and we wanted to collect data. We know that people would interpret the data in lots of different ways, but we wanted everyone, regardless of their perspective, to trust the quality of the data. And so, rigorous evidence matters, and that was one of the guiding principles for us. So what did we do? We chose a randomized controlled trial, which is often considered the gold standard for measuring impact of a policy. We could debate that. We had 3,000 participants overall. 1,000 of them received $1,000 a month for 3 years, while our control group received $50 a month. So the intervention itself is actually $950, if you want to more technically. We included 2 states, Texas and Illinois, partly for their quite different policy contexts. Illinois has a more generous, U.S. to U.S. standards, a more generous social safety net than Texas. We also included large urban, medium urban, suburban, and rural counties to understand the effect of place. We expected that the cash transfers would have different effects across the lifespan. And we were worried about including too broad of an age range because we wouldn't be able to detect effects if they were quite different. So for this first study, we decided to limit eligibility to individuals ages 21 to 40 whose household income did not exceed 300% of the federal poverty threshold in the US. So it was means tested in that sense. This was at enrollment. Once they received it, it didn't matter. There was no strings attached. It was unconditional. They could earn more, but it was means tested at enrollment. Just a quick snapshot about our participants. We recruited them via random selection. We randomly selected addresses from census tracts and sent mailers and did follow-ups. We recruited a sample of about 15,000 eligible participants, and then the first randomization was into active participation in either the treatment or the control group. And the average household income at enrollment was a little under $30,000. We oversampled, so we have more people in the lower income brackets than the higher income brackets. The goal was to reflect the eligible population in those counties. And because lower income people tend to be women, women are overrepresented. 58% had children. 26% had a college degree, which was a little bit higher than the population. And 85% were renters, which was also a bit higher. But on other racial and demographics, it closely reflected the eligible population. So our approach is very much mixed methods. We have, most of what's been released, because qualitative research takes longer, most of what has been released is quantitative thus far. But we had this large sample size. It allowed us to look at what happens when individuals receive unconditional cash each month for 3 years. We had pre-specified outcome measures with pre-analysis plans. We had survey data. We also have a number of, I'll talk more about the different data sources in a moment, but administrative data as well. Then the qualitative really allows us to look more at the how and the why. So, how and why do cash transfers affect people's lives? And we get at this through open-ended interviews conducted multiple times with participants. We collected a lot of data. We had extensive baseline, which was at enrollment, midline and endline surveys that were interviewer enumerated, either in person or by phone. We had short monthly online surveys, and the goal of this, we asked some of the questions like stress and things with a lot of variability, but we also knew that keeping track of participants was going to be difficult. They moved a lot, they changed phone numbers and email addresses. So by sending out these short monthly surveys that took 5 minutes or less, it allowed us to kind of keep track of who we were losing and just get updated information. We also had a mobile app, something I would not choose to do again. It was a royal pain, but we were trying to better collect time diaries and nutrition diaries. So that was the type of things that people were able to put into the app. We have an in-depth, as I mentioned before, qualitative subsample of 156 participants who were interviewed 6 times. The average interview length is like over 2 hours. I think we have over 900 transcripts, very rich qualitative data that we're trying to go through with a team of 3, so it's taking a little while. At Endline, we had a grant from the National Institutes of Health to collect biomarkers for a subsample that lived in areas that we were close to the labs that would send people out to collect it. We measured blood pressure, height and weight, HbA1c, which is blood sugar, indicator of diabetes, C-reactive protein, and glyc-A, which are both measures of inflammation. And then we have a number of sources of administrative data, some of which we were able to get fairly quickly, like credit records, and this again is for participants who consented. UI wage records, crime data, we have K through 12 education data for participants' children. We also have post-secondary education data, census data on mortality and births, voter records. We just got hospital discharge data from one of the states. So again, this is trickling in, but by triangulating across surveys, interviews, biomarkers, administrative data, when the analysis is done, we will be able to try to look at the various sources and piece together, validate some of the survey data or the administrative data. We began recruitment in 2019. We had done some pilots where we piloted survey instruments and how are we going to distribute the money and things like that. We had enrolled half of the participants in person before March of 2020 when COVID hit and everything changed. We had to switch as quickly as we could to phone. We built new systems to be able to do phone enrollments. We were kind of lucky in that half were enrolled prior to COVID and half after. And we were able to, as soon as people enrolled, we started collecting monthly data. So we were able to track whose job was affected by COVID, whose household members' jobs were affected, what types of pandemic benefits they received. So we were able to, in the randomization, balance on that. So once we had everyone enrolled, we did the randomization into treatment and control, where we balanced on, we had like 1,000 different baseline variables that we had pre-established, like thresholds to make sure that they were, the groups were statistically indistinguishable from one another on observable factors that we had. And the first payment went out in November of 2020, and the last payment went out in October of 2023, but we are still collecting post data to understand what happens afterwards. We had quite high response rates and very little differential attrition. The graph behind me shows both treatment and control. So even by Endline, the overall response rate, this was like 4 years after many people had enrolled, the response rate was 96% overall, 95% control, and 98% treatment. And a decent share of those that we didn't get were incarcerated or had passed away. So we really put a lot of emphasis on maintaining contact and collecting this data, giving us confidence that we're not missing key segments of the population that could be skewing our results. One of the benefits of cash is that it's flexible. It can be used in many different ways, and it can affect many different aspects of people's lives. But in order to try to capture some of that, we had to collect data across, you name it, we tried to measure it, for better or for worse. And so, we have, child and parenting, like parents' relationship with children, parenting styles, time with children, kids' educational and health outcomes, certainly employment, cognition, crime, physical and mental health, political attitudes and behaviors, subjective well-being, material hardship, time use. Some of the data has yet to be analyzed, so there's more to come. But the goal really was to generate a multidimensional understanding of the effect of cash on people's lives. And for us, that went beyond just the data we collected. It was partly the experience of implementing it, this program, I got hundreds of phone calls at 3 a.m., a participant who's, her entire payment had been taken by the bank for overdraft fees or various things like that. And so I really, as a research team, were able to work very closely with participants. And I feel like we learned a lot and have a lot to contribute to the analysis going forward. Our main estimation strategy, which is not super interesting, but there are a lot of different, I will say that this is the analysis strategy for what we've put out so far. We have a lot of different analyses that we want to run, but the main strategy is we use a lasso statistical method to select covariates to reduce the variation in the outcome. We include those, we run standard, ordinary least squares regression, and then at the component level, we pool over time periods because to give us a little bit more power and generate sort of one main estimate. But we do regress at individual time periods. And then we use seemingly unrelated regression to get at the component level estimates. We also, and this is, I work with a lot of econometrics folks who are maybe have less of a social conscience. So we have a very strong way, we control, because we are collecting a lot of data, we control for the false discovery rate, meaning that there's a chance that some of the effects that we observe as significant are actually not significant. So we control the false discovery rate to be 5%, which puts another level of significance that makes it harder for anything to overcome. So I also want to acknowledge what the study is not. I've talked a little bit about what it is, but I think it's important to say, it isn't a UBI experiment, and we've tried to be clear about that. The media doesn't always listen, or others that talk about it, but it is a geographically dispersed sample. Transfers are targeted to individuals, and it's focused on a lower income population. And so as we talk about what we can learn and how to extrapolate that, I think it's really important to note that. It was embedded in the US social safety net, which I think even within our own participants, we saw $1,000 a month means something very different if you have health care that's paid for, if you have housing subsidies. If you don't have that and you have a chronic health problem, $1,000 doesn't go very far. And so it is a unique context in that the safety net is very fragmented. It's also not done. I think this story, we have released some papers, we've got more coming, but there's also a lot of integrated analysis, a lot of qualitative analysis, a lot to come. I think there's stories still to be told. So after 3 years of data collection, the questions I get most often are does cash work? Are people better off? And should we enact a guaranteed income or a basic income? And they do seem like reasonable questions, but they assume a simplicity that doesn't match what rigorous research reveals. I think one question I like to throw back at people is, what does it mean for it to work? For every person who went back to school and got a degree, or bought a house, or took a lower paying job, there was a participant who was able to take a $4 an hour pay cut because of the extra money, and then that new job had opportunities for advancement. And by the end, she was salaried, full benefits. It was really transformative for her. But then there was another person who remained homeless or faced eviction, struggled with addiction or family crisis, used the cash for survival, buying shampoo that they couldn't buy before, and that's very valuable, but it wasn't transformative in, I think, the way that a lot of people perhaps expected. But I think it's important to acknowledge that that's not failure. I think, it's the reality of trying to address a lot of structural problems with one tool, and so we can learn a lot from both sets of outcomes. So we have so many findings. I kind of picked a few to go through quickly, but there's a lot on our website and more forthcoming. So I think one of the sort of basic what do people spend the money on is one of the questions everyone asks, and it turns out, people use it to meet their basic needs. The largest expenditures are on housing. I think I have a graph. They're on food, rent, transportation, healthcare, expenditures for children. I think one of the largest increases, the largest increase percentage-wise was participants spent 26% more on transfers to friends and family, financial support for friends and family outside the household. So you already see, some of the dispersion of the income. Savings and financial health is one that a lot of people talk about. Overall, household savings went up by $792, which is a pretty large percentage of the mean. A lot of our participants had almost no savings. At the highest level, though, it was over, I didn't write the number down, but $2,372 or something dollars more. A lot of people in qualitative interviews discussed the roller coaster of savings. They really wanted to build up that cushion, but every time they started amassing savings, there was, something came up and they had to spend it. And we saw a slight increase in financial assets, but that was offset by increases in debt. I wasn't expecting a change in net worth, but, we did not see it. One of the things that we did see, partly, participants were recruited from these counties, but they were able to move anywhere, and they moved a lot. Participants lived by the end in 40 different states and 3 different countries. And we saw that receiving the transfer led to about a 10% increase in moving both housing units and neighborhoods. And recipients were 5% more likely to actually pay for housing rather than staying with family or friends or some other living arrangement that didn't involve regular payments. We did not see, when we looked at where they moved, both they self-reported the neighborhood quality, but we also have administrative data measures. We didn't see any change in either neighborhood quality or unit quality. And one of the things, eviction, it wasn't significant, but eviction rates actually increased in later years. It was very small and not statistically significant, but I think one of the things that we see is people were able to take on more expenses, but that $1,000 wasn't enough of a buffer, to help them maintain that always. We didn't see an overall effect on educational enrollment or attainment, although estimates were generally positive. They just weren't significant. We did see, if you look just at the year 3 estimates, they were about, 3.3 percentage points more likely to have pursued some form of education or training, which is a 14% increase. Those under 30, though exploratory, we did see an increase more in formal education for those under 30. And there was a lot of interest and increase in plans to pursue further education. Health was another topic of interest. We saw some increases in healthcare utilization, particularly dental care, which in the US is not generally covered by Medicaid, so that was quite notable. We also saw an increase in the number of hospitalizations and an increase in health care spending. We did not see direct evidence of improvements to mental or physical health. We did see, this is an example of one of the year 1. We saw improvements in mental health in year 1. This is one is stress, but we also saw other mental health measures improve in year 1, but then the effect faded out. We also saw this with food security and a couple other measures where we did see something in year 1 that faded out. But we recently did, again, the sample is very small, but we recently looked at just rural participants. And with the caveat that it's very exploratory, small sample, we did see actual improvements in health that got stronger over time for that small group, suggesting that there is quite a bit of variation. And again, that we also see that One of the things we talk about is the average effects, obscure variation, and people who at baseline or in enrollment reported having skipped needed medical care actually saw notable improvements in access to care, food security, nutrition, and healthcare utilization. And I think even some health measures were pretty close to significant. Employment's one of my least favorite things to talk about, but everyone always wants to talk about it, so we'll mention it. Participants were, in the survey data, about 2% less likely to be employed at a given time. A revised version of the paper is coming out soon that uses administrative data as well. It's higher in the admin data. It's like 6.6%, but that does not include gig work and other, there's a lot of problems with the administrative data too. But in the pooled estimates, about 3.9%. They worked about 1.4 fewer hours per week, and they were employed roughly 8 days less per year. So when we asked, each month, which months they were employed, there was just a 0.26 month difference. We did see a longer duration of unemployment. People were taking longer in between jobs. We actually saw more selectivity in job search as well. They were more likely to be searching, but they applied to fewer, and more likely to have applied for a job, but they applied to fewer jobs. This is using the survey data. I think in the administrative data, there's a little bit bigger of a gap, but a lot has been made of these employment effects. But as you see from the graph, it has the shaded areas include the confidence interval, the standard error, and there's overlap for the large majority of the study. There's a lot been made of them, but it really is, again, the administrative data makes it look has a little bit larger of a gap, but that does include a number of, informal and gig employment. We also, again, averages obscure variation. We saw that reductions are larger for single parents and those under 30 at enrollment, and those under 30 were more likely to have pursued education. That doesn't make up the entire reduction, but it explains part of it. We actually saw no significant reduction for those under 30. And this graph, this is from our recent parent-child analysis, so this only includes parents. It's a smaller subsample, but it does show, we see within there variation in employment outcomes. So we have whether they were employed at any time, the average number of hours worked per week, and then whether they were working 2 or more jobs. And again, single parents that's where you see the largest drop there. And so again, it's parents spending more time with their kids. We saw large increases in improvements in self-reported parenting behaviors. I don't love that term, but parents really talked a lot about their relationship with their kids. So the employment effects are real, but we don't see this mass workforce abandonment or detachment from the labor market. We see people making conscious choices about how to allocate their time. Quickly, so entrepreneurship is one area that we saw that the cash had a significant impact on both interest and interest in starting businesses. In the full sample, we didn't see an effect on actually starting businesses, although we did see exploratory analysis shows that particularly by year 3, for women and some minority groups, we actually did see an increase in starting businesses. So self-reported, a lot of people this is income excluding the transfers. We did see, first of all, and the graph on the next page or slide will show this, but income increased for everyone. And it just increased less for the recipients than it did for the control group. So it depends a little bit on the data. Self-reported individual income was about $1,500 less per year in the survey data. In the UI data, it's a little bit larger, more like administrative data, it's about $1,700. Most of this is from employment income. Little bit of reduction in benefits, but about $200 or less, and it wasn't significant. household income sort of doubled that. We saw that, in many cases, participants' partners appeared to reduce their work by a similar amount. And so you can see here, with the income, with the transfers included, people's income, the recipient's income was higher, but everyone's earned income increased. So, there have been a lot of things written about disappointing results, either null results where we expected to see outcomes. And I think one of the sort of things that we take away from that is that there's a lot to learn from those results, and it doesn't mean that it's not a matter of cash not working, but cash operates within existing systems and constraints, and understanding those limitations is really helpful in understanding if the goal of a guaranteed income, cash transfers, a basic income is to promote, give people the agency and the flexibility and the choice to make decisions and to be able to have those opportunities. Figuring out what those other structural challenges are is quite important. And so, for example, increased healthcare utilization not leading to better health outcomes reveals quite a bit, especially through qualitative about access and quality limitations. Geographic mobility, people are moving, but they're not moving to better housing or neighborhoods, but there's also huge structural constraints in housing. We had participants who finally had the money to buy, to get housing, but their credit score was too low to qualify for traditional leases. And so they were either, once again, not able to achieve what their goals were. And people were maybe able to get housing and transportation, access to credit, but we really didn't see reductions in hardship. But that also illustrates just a financial vulnerability that monthly transfers alone can't overcome. And so there's other interventions needed. So one of the things that we sort of take away is that cash is one piece of the puzzle. And for researchers and advocates, I think recognizing, being honest about the limitations and the trade-offs, strategic about, what complementary policies are needed to support cash, and realistic about the time frames for transformation and what it can do, I think is important. What are the other puzzle pieces? That's one of the questions that we're asking. I think also for research, from a research perspective going forward, we don't really set ourselves up for this trap, but it happens whether it's media or popular opinion, but escaping this does it work trap. I think if we've learned anything, we've learned that the policy world loves simple answers, but our job is to provide accurate ones, even when they're complex. And so understanding when, for whom, under what conditions cash has different impacts is important going forward. We see that the complexity of the results, the fact that papers are hundreds of pages long, it's not necessarily a limitation, it's the point. And we should be really trying to hone in on some of these specific questions and try to, go away from this idea of does it work? Also, it's part of a process. Again, the study was designed to explore, look at bigger questions. Part of the research process, we see these average effects across different outcomes that vary widely across the population, not always based on specific groups that are identifiable, but understanding the sources of that variation through ongoing exploratory analyses, through qualitative and quantitative methods. A lot of our analysis thus far has been fairly siloed by topic, looking across topics and trying to then generate more specific research questions that can be tested in context. And I think, again, talking about what we can learn, I've learned a lot about measurement and about some of the limitations of standard measures. As the world gets more complicated, even the question, are you employed, is not actually that straightforward. And so figuring out not only what are the right questions to ask, but what are the best ways to capture that include some of the nuance and the complexity. It's not always, quite as simple as some of our standard instruments have shown. And finally, I think the question is not, do cash transfers work? From a research perspective, it's how to design them to work better for more people. And I think that's a research question that an agenda for going forward that's important in the US context, but certainly in other places as well.
Muito obrigado. Thank you. Very didactic, of course, very selective, unavoidably. So, Seisha?
Thank you so much, and I really admire your work. So thank you for being here with us. I'm going to talk a little bit, I think the part that I'm most intrigued by is what the hell happened in years 2 and 3. So I'd like to speculate a little bit about that, and then talk a little bit about our communications and just the way that we're talking about sort of the proliferation of experimentation in the US context. So I think that scientific literacy is in the gutter, and unfortunately too much attention has been paid to that employment outcome, right? Because there were other incredible outcomes from the study, like that reduction in food insecurity, parental stress, improvements in mental health at 1 year. And then in year 2, what you found in terms of savings is huge, right? But I think that if we take a good hard look at our own sort of epistemological standpoint, we come into these studies often with the idea, whether we state it or not, that there is something broken that needs to be fixed. And to this, we are applying an individual intervention. I've studied your table 1, and I am unconvinced that these people are messed up, right? Like they're fine, right? There's no like critical inflection point that we could categorize all of them and say they are all lower income, they are all returning from incarceration, they are all in the foster care system, whatever it may be. So we're applying sort of a blunt policy tool to individuals that their mental health actually looked pretty decent, right? Their parenting and stress levels actually looked pretty decent. So there was not a whole lot of room for them to improve. And to quote Professor Lewis, who brought this up yesterday, a null finding is not a negative finding, right? It simply means that there is no effect. So I think that's one of the things that I just want to call our attention to, is the way that we frame this, and making sure that we're doing so not from a deficit perspective. My second point about why things fell off in years 2 and 3, it was historic inflation, and so the buying power was reduced by about $182, which is a grocery store run for many families, about the size of mine, family of 4. So I would be not surprised at all that you have diminished findings over time simply due to that. I don't like the weighting of the observations, but that's a personal preference, and understand that was made in concert with your research team. But perhaps I think one of the strongest findings in your study, very consistently, and in other work that we've seen as well, is that receipt of unconditional cash buys time, and that's an incredibly important piece, right? That individuals have more time to spend, but the part that we forget about that is that you do have to buy the thing to give you the time, which means that you have less money. So in an example of this, right, is so if you purchase a vehicle instead of taking the bike to work, right, certainly you have more time on your hands because you're getting there faster, but you also have an additional expense. Similar to the individuals in this study that moved and ended up closer to childcare, right? And then additionally, treatment group participants were more likely to have their children in external care, right? But that time trade-off, again, is a financial trade-off. And you can only optimize $1,000 so much, right? And these expenses are going to be ongoing. So yes, I think that this is a good thing, right? People have more time. but it is not going to mitigate the viciousness of capitalism, right? People have more time, but they still have to buy things in order to have more of that time. So then what are we going to do with all of this free time, right? And so I think the expectation largely from the media has certainly been, well, we hope to see that that free time was spent on being better little capitalists. We had hoped that they were going to somehow work more and earn more and, you know, make us, absolve us from the responsibility of wealth extraction. But I think here, what we want to do in terms of our language is exactly how you ended, which is to say there are problems that are so ingrained that $1,000 is not going to fix or are not going to fix. And those are certainly related to things like housing and childcare, right? So I'm absolutely a proponent for unconditional cash in many of its forms, only insofar as there is paired momentum to actually propel people forward economically. And that can only happen with an expansion of the safety net, whereby unconditional cash transfers and the like are sort of one policy tool.
Thank you, Stacy. André first, yeah.
Thank you again for the invitation. Well, it's amazing amount of research with massive data and results, and it's difficult to gather all them together and make a story. That's what I said, it's an open book yet. And as Stacey said, I understand these results as an outside option. People have more flexibility. You see these on geographical mobility, on education for the younger, on leisure, on job searching and so on. So you can spend your time more according to your preferences. And the only question, Felipe introduced me as an econometrician, but I'm only going to talk about two things which Angus Deaton discussed a lot about the heterogeneous results and how you deal with this. And the other one, which is for all experience, which is external validity, how we discuss these results for policy making. And then that's where I would like to bring an idea that I had. Luckily, we have some kind of historical...
Can you just clarify for the audience, one, what is heterogeneity in this context, and two, what is external validity?
Okay. Well, Elizabeth showed some results divided by groups, by subgroups, and these results, they must be very well designed, the experiment, in order for them to be valid. And external validity is these results, can we apply them to a policy, they will remain the same. In a short answer, I would say like this. And then coming back, we have some kind of historical experiment we had from the end of Second War until the oil shock, 30 years of affluence, of steady growth, and relatively small inequality. So I think this is interesting because this gave to that generation this kind of flexibility. And that's what I would call here the Beatles hypothesis. Have you ever asked yourself if you have a generation that was born between 1940 and 45, people like Jimi Hendrix, Paul McCartney, Bob Dylan, Gilberto Gil, Caetano Veloso, all of them had this flexibility. They could afford trying to be something different, and if it went wrong, they would have nice blue-collar jobs and would have a nice life. And all of these embedded, of course, in increasing globalization, which had them information to experiment and to innovate. So the answer to the question is, could a universal basic income, which Felipe said in the beginning, do these again for us, this kind of movement of modernization and creativity? And now bringing to my daily life of climate change, how could we link these results and this road of basic income with climate change? And as Philippe says in his book, Harvest, we could link this by the political economy of bringing people to accept paying carbon taxes, to fund unconditional cash transfers like this. And then just to give a figure, for example, if we would have a basic income of 2% of Brazilian GDP, this would mean something like $20 of carbon tax per ton of carbon. So it's feasible. It's interesting because it could bring this, enhance the political will to deal with climate change. And for sure, several challenges remain in the practical application, but it's very interesting to see your results and hope to see more of your research.
Okay. Thank you, André. Neil?
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to be on this stage, to extremely kick-ass basic income researchers, yourself, and an economist with a social conscience, I believe it was, a soul. And so it's a rare combination, so thank you. I'm going to offer probably quite disparate thoughts, partially just because I'm very tired, partially because of Fabio's team have given me way too many caipirinhas over now 5 days, but also partly because I was trying to sort of grapple with what I felt were some of the kind of meta implications of the question, right? As I recall, it was something like, what can we learn from the most rigorous basic income study conducted? And so I'm thinking from the perspective of an experimenter, having run basic income experiments myself, from the perspective of sort of social science and public policy, sort of all wrapped into one. And to begin, hat tip to you people. I've said this to you before, and I've had the chance to hear you speak a number of times and read you people's work. The research that you guys did is insane. I mean, in terms of like rigor and depth and breadth, it's like, absolutely outstanding, and I can only pay testament to that. It really is quite something. But one of the things that sort of brings to mind for me, and this is sort of my first conclusion, and you to some extent point to this, is like you need a shitload of resource to make that work, right? And you need a lot more resource than typically experimenters get given after the fact to actually do the research, right? Like it's one thing being given the cash to then distribute, which of course is an ample expense, and in you people's case, probably the most ample expense ever. And yet, despite being such a well-resourced experiment, you, as I know, and you've told me, have this enormous backlog of data, because research itself is about human capacity and time, and funders typically don't factor that in. And that's ultimately a problem, and it's also, I think, a problem narratively and politically, because it means that there are sort of sequencing limitations in terms of what gets put out when and how, and therefore like which parts of the story get in front of which other parts and with which consequences, all of which is something we need to obviously think about and do and grapple with. But my sense is that the kind of the funding community around basic income experimenters hasn't really grasped that as deeply as it needs to. The second thing for me is I guess like both the power and the pitfalls of quantitative research. So I spent today reading the NBER papers, and I'd read some of the shorter stuff as well. I am not an economist, right? I'm innumerate, really, and I'm an anthropologist by training. So my work is qualitative. It involves talking with people. And to be honest with you, sometimes I struggle to even make sense of some of the quant shit. It's just way over my head. But I obviously have sufficient social science training to be able to, broadly speaking, decipher and have a sense of significance. But what it's sort of, with that positionality statement, if you will, in mind, one of the things that came to me from just as a sort of like an effective response to reading the NBER papers was just how powerful quant can be in addressing the biases that are inherent to qualitative research, and at the same time how like brutally flattening quantitative research is. Like but like by definition, if we're taking sort of like average estimate effects, we're talking about a mean. A mean doesn't exist. It's a statistical construct, right? There's no human that's the mean, and so I guess my emotive response while being on the one hand this one of sort of awe and respect and recognition that embedded in alternative research approaches, particularly qualitative, is a kind of bias that can lead us in potentially sort of problematic public policy directions. On the other hand, there's a lot of kind of raw humanity that's lost in the flattening, the sort of flattening necessity embedded ontologically, if you like, within quantitative research, which you speak to, obviously, and you spoke to in this a number of times, thinking of the kind of the dangers, if you like, of aggregation and what's lost in not speaking about dispersion. And so, yeah, on the other side, like my experience of research, including with basic income recipients, is this raw one of speaking to people, right, and hearing human stories. And my sort of takeaways have been much more persuasive, I guess, for me. But they, of course, fit with my biases as well, right? And so I fully recognize that. And I'm not entirely sure, I'm not advocating one or the other, merely just to kind of respond with my response to going through this exceptionally rigorous research. You folks mentioned, and Karina has obviously shared as well, just how much qual you've got, which I'm hugely excited about. And so one of my mornings in what we've seen so far is how little of it has been the qual. I recognize that on the paper or on the website you've released a bunch, and there's some wonderful takeaway quotes. And what's really telling for me is the effective emotional response that I get from reading some of those qual quotes, which are so clearly sort of picturable in real people, and then reading the sort of statistical aggregations and the conclusions around no hypotheses, is just how massively different those are. And I think from the perspective of sort of researchers as political actors, which I think whether we want to be or not, we are, we have to think a lot more carefully about what comes first and how, because there is a sort of very differing set of public policy potential conclusions, if you like, from quant versus qual representation. You know, a further piece, I won't bang on too much more, I promise you. A further piece was, I'm sure, I think all basic income researchers have had this in one way or another, this sort of like crushing realization that basic income is not the silver bullet that's going to fix everything. We've certainly found that in our research. I know that you folks have come across that. And my experience of the basic income space is it's kind of like a religious community at times, and many of us have come to this with some sort of Damascene conversion, like, yes, that shit's going to fix it. And rigorous research like yours disabuses us of that notion. So there's some sort of like mourning, I think, that we have to go through. And at the same time, as you people, I think, rightly do, when you lean into that realization, there's actually a far more emancipatory conclusion, which is it's a really important part of the potential policy puzzle, but it's not the only thing. Housing matters. Reparations of various sorts matter. Access to decent healthcare matters. Access to supportive transport matters. Yada, yada, yada. Stuff that we know, but nevertheless is important to restate, and it came from you people's data quite clearly. All of that notwithstanding, and perhaps I'll prepared to shut up after this. As Dacia was saying, there's a lot of you people's findings which have obviously received far less coverage than the kind of null or like, stuff around work, which are mind-blowing and really exciting. The stuff around agency, the stuff around dental care, it doesn't come across in what has been presented and what I've read, but it's quite clearly embedded in there implicitly. The concept of dignity, which, to be honest, is from our research in India, is probably overwhelmingly the most important takeaway, which is the sort of the dignifying elements of unconditional cash, particularly delivered in particular ways. And that's quite clear. That the sort of dignity dividend is also clear in you people's findings. And it's a shame, and also something we need to kind of reflect on from the perspective of like practical political communications in the findings as they've been extrapolated by the media. There's lots more I could say because I think this is so hugely important, but I will stop because I know that there are others. So thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Is there a microphone that... Coming. No, it's not coming. Yeah. No.
So,
Ele? Qual? Ah, tá. Vamos ver.
First of all, thank you very much, Liz, and the others for a very good presentation, very interesting. 1,000 questions I have and points I'd love to make, but I haven't got the time. You'll be glad to know. What raises my blood pressure is when people say this is a basic income pilot. Philippe has just said it again in introducing you, and what annoyed me when the press coverage came out after your reports, well, of course, they were all saying this proves that universal basic income doesn't work, okay? And I think it's so important for us to say that this was not a basic income pilot, okay? And I don't want to hear Philippe or any of our other friends saying this is a basic income pilot again, okay? If you choose one individual per household, a randomized selection that is less than 1% of the community, which is roughly what happened, got these 50 communities, it's less than 1%, and they're aged 21 to 40, and you exclude those who are in public housing, I think that's correct, and you exclude those who are on certain types of disability benefits, you're already moving further and further away from what we would regard as a basic income. Let's remind ourselves what a basic income is. A basic income is an equal amount paid to each and every individual in the community, paid unconditionally, not subject to means tested, non-withdrawable. Okay? That's so far from what this experiment is that it's just an insult to you to call it a basic income pilot. And I know you don't, I mean, because I'm glad you put that out. But what annoyed me at the time was people like Chris Giles in the Financial Times and his saying, this proves that basic income doesn't work. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that our basic income pilot was much bigger. We had 12,000 individuals in the pilot, and one of the things that we found is that the multiplier effects of a scheme where everybody in the household and every household in the community is receiving the basic income is enormous. So you cannot make any extractions of findings from an individual if it's not embedded in the community. What happens, for example, is if you give every individual in a household the amount, you get a certain amount of pooling, which has effects on certain groups and not other groups in the household. If everybody in the community is receiving it, then the demand for local services goes up. That creates opportunities, etc. Okay? So ignoring that sort of thing, which you have to with the way that the design is there, perfectly not a criticism of the project. It's a criticism of the interpretation that is going around. Okay? Then you take some use of words. If I'm not mistaken, the employment of recipients went up, not down. Yet the claim is that the cash transfers reduced labor. Okay? You should at very least say increased by less. That would be an alternative way of interpreting. But what is also interesting is that the employment rate of the control group was higher at the beginning than the employment rate of the recipient. Okay? Now, it's much easier to increase one's hours of employment if you are in employment than if you're not in employment. Now, that sort of thing is puzzling. It's the use of language, okay?
the difference at the end is 17 minutes or something. It's a very small amount, but it's interesting. And then there's the dramatic thing that happened in your project. Not your fault, but I haven't seen it integrated enough so far. It may well be, and I apologize if I've not seen it. But the effect of COVID. The project began in a month when there were 4 million new cases of COVID in the United States. 4 million. Well, that's obviously likely to have a huge impact on employment, right? I can explain that in detail, but I don't think I need to,
No,
right?
There are more questions. So
I know.
back, so if you...
No, I will stop at that point. But the impact of COVID is something that I think should be brought out, because over the 3 years, you went from a pandemic to a post-pandemic period. So I think that would help in the interpretation. But I think my fundamental point is, as long as you continue to call it an experiment of guaranteed income for paying to 21 to 40-year-olds, that's fine.
Okay. Maybe, Liz, if you can, you don't need to reply to everything that has been said, but perhaps on a number of more specific points, you could quickly reply, and then we'll have more questions from the floor.
Sure. I think one, quickly, I want to respond to about the order and the sequence of the data. I think that's one of the things that has we've struggled with the most. And as you've said, like nobody wants to give us any money. They're like, oh, that's done. And so one of the things that I am prioritizing and what we're trying to do in some of our next projects is actually how do we, qualitative research is really expensive and time consuming. Are there ways to make it more accessible and to be able to address that, integrating it better? And that's one of the things from a methodological perspective that we're we're really being intentional about. And the COVID, I will speak quickly to that one. I agree. It's been a source of contention on our team. I think because we did balance based on the impact of COVID, but to me it changed the incentive structure or the opportunities that people had in terms of how to return to the labor market, especially. I mean, I think it had a lot of different impacts, but theoretically both groups were exposed equally to those. So it should be more of an external question, is this applicable outside of a pandemic? But I think also for people, a lot of them had lost their jobs due to COVID, and a lot of them were, single parents with kids doing remote school. And so if you had, I think it was a very unique time in terms of the incentives. You were able to say, I'm going to wait and go back, or I'm going to go back at a different level, which I think is a very unique time period. It is important to acknowledge that, and I think we can do better.
Okay, you may be able to react to more points later on. Carl, I think you were the first to raise your hand, and I can see Michael.
I've got the mic though, and I'm all the way from Australia, so I get a really quick question, I think, because I've travelled a long way to be here.
Where are you? Sorry.
I'm here, Philippe. So it's Greg from Australia. Just one really quick comment and then two questions. Just on the comment, that discussion you had about employment, which is a bit linked to Guy's point, I guess, and work, that wasn't a very significant change in employment, but then you went on to talk about the care that gets done, and that, that is an important form of work, obviously, and I know you recognise that, but I think that's important in how we frame and communicate research, is to talk about that, because it's a real increase in discretionary time that people are using to deploy in the way that's doing work. It's just not doing labour, so I think that should be, highlighted as a positive. The two empirical questions I've got is, do you think that the stress goes up in year 2 and 3 because people anticipate that the cash is going to end? I mean, we like to live in the present, but we do live often in the future, and we know that there's a strong link between economic security and anxiety. And the second question is, what about personal indebtedness? Because there's a thriving payday lending industry in the US, and just when you looked at household budgets, were people paying down personal debt? I know you talked about savings, but did you see reduction in debt? And because if we could do anything with a cash transfer, putting payday lending out of business would be a good thing. Yeah.
Okay. While the microphone travels to the west there, to Carl. Yeah, more hands there. Liz, can you reply to these two specific questions?
Yes, and now I need to have written down the first one because now I had a response to it and now I can't remember what it was.
It's the increase in stress from...
Yes, I think absolutely. I think there's two things. Stress is one of the measures where I think we don't actually do a very great job at measuring it. So I think not only there is definitely an anticipatory effect. I 100% agree with you on that. There's also, just because like it could be a reduction in financial stress that could still be, but like it could be other sources of stress. In fact, in our parenting qual paper, we talk about people saying, oh, it's less financial stress, but I'm actually more stressed about my kids because I'm spending more time with them and I understand some of the challenges they're going through. And so I think even if I think there's a lot of anticipatory effects, but I also think there's other things going on that they may be more attuned to. And we actually see a slight increase in debt, but it's not payday loans or anything like that. It's not informal debt. It's not credit card debt. It's more like student loan and like mortgage, auto debt. And so, and we're looking now. We just got a new poll to see what happens afterwards. So we will be updating that soon.
But has there been a decrease in indebtedness?
There's an increase in debt, but just not. But it's often more like mortgage, auto, more sort of traditional. Okay. No change in no increase in like informal or payday loans or anything like that, or credit card.
Okay. Next question. Yeah. No, go take the microphone if you want to add something.
Sorry, just a question. Were people aware of the end of the program?
Yes, they were informed beginning and like a year. Yes, they were.
Go.
Hi, I'd like to thank you for conducting a very rigorous, well-designed study. Even though it's impossible to replicate basic income on the experimental level, you can learn a lot about basic income by testing basic income like things, as you've done in the study. I like the way you present it, emphasizing the effects on people and less emphasis on the labor market findings, the trap that people have fallen into before, but of overemphasizing that. But I see, people are responding to it in the ways that we both expected going into this. I want to ask now, with a lot of the 70s experiments, the way they designed the study, the way they designed the targeting, they believed in theory that they could then extrapolate the raw comparison of the experimental group worked this amount and the control group worked that amount. And a few of the studies then came up with an estimate of the overall impact on national employment if you introduced a thing like this, and it wasn't just the targeted groups. They found that they had some people came up with some estimates of how it would affect the entire labor market, and of course that was quite a bit smaller than what they found in the raw comparisons. Are you able to do that with your type of targeting? Are you able to say anything at all about, well, if there was a national policy, how would this be likely to affect the national employment rate like that? Bigger, smaller, about the same, or no way to estimate that?
That's a great question. Sometimes I'm not sure, given the pandemic, if we want to try to make those. But I think that is something that some of the economists on our team are interested in doing, and they're modeling some of those things as like a next step. How many assumptions have to be built into that? Do we trust it? I'm not sure yet.
Oh, and Guy made sure he asked me to tell you.
Phone, microphone, even with your voice.
He apologized to leave. He apologized.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
No, Stacy. Yeah.
I would just like to remind everyone that we've seen, I think, 4 white men speak and have not entertained a single question from a woman. So I would just encourage y'all out there to feel free to ask those questions.
Absolutely. In my defense, I'm a Latin American man, so okay. But of course, please.
Let's first the gender cleavage work here in yes.
Also, Guy wants you to know that he had to go to the airport. He's not upset. Great job, Beth. It's hard to sit in front of one's peers and do the thing in person that so many people in the room have dreamed of doing and didn't get the chance to. So I applaud you for that. Thanks. Quick question. I don't know if you're able to answer this or not, but one of the things that's interesting, when I look at the open research study, it's a little bit of an outlier from all the other experiments that are happening in the states with guaranteed income or unconditional cash. So most of them have a really robust either community-based organization or nonprofit that's a legacy nonprofit where there's a lot of embeddedness in those organizations, right? Whereas this was run a little bit more similarly to Baby's First Years, where it's external from the community pieces, where there's an actual physical location, right, that folks are going back and forth to. Could you just speak a little bit about like the strength, like pros, cons, like what does this add, sort of what the model that you guys chose, and then what are some of the things that you think might have been different if you had the resources and the time to be able to do that piece of it?
So the money was distributed by nonprofit legacy organizations in both states, Heartland Alliance in Illinois and City Square in Texas. And they do have physical locations, and they had a staff person that was sort of a program staff. And so they provided, and they had community advisory boards, so they provided some of that. We definitely took on a larger role. We had built the payment processing system because they didn't have the capacity to give out the cash, and we provided a lot of the sort of customer service. I think one of my favorite stats of the whole study is I think in 2023 we sent 19,539 emails to individuals, and our average response time is 2 hours and 2 minutes. So we did a lot of that work ourselves, even though we weren't there. But we did have community partners. I think there's pros. Having more control from an experimental or a perspective was great because we were able to make sure things were implemented the same way. We had more insight there. Obviously, if our partners had had more capacity and been more robust, that would have been great, and it would have given us more time. So I think there are pros and cons to both.
Okay, does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay, next question, perhaps first to get the balance right. If there is another lady first, yes, here, and it will be, and then we'll move on to you.
So you did this in 2 different states intentionally because they had different political contexts. So I'm just wondering if you saw any differences in the results between those 2 different states, and if so, if they were what you had expected, or if there were any things you might not have expected.
Okay, thank you.
So we did break it down. For a lot of things we didn't see, things like health, where I expected, the Texas, it's public health, their Medicaid eligibility is very, very restricted. So I expected to see a lot of changes in health outcomes that we didn't see between the 2 states. We did see certainly unemployment, I think both, which might be in Illinois, people, the drop in employment and in income was lower than it was much larger in Texas. Don't have a great explanation for that yet. We saw some differences in school outcomes between the 2 states, and I think we have some potential theories about the different ways that Illinois did more hybrid learning, so people were more likely to not be in school sooner, and so we saw some drops in grades there, but nothing significant. But I think we expected more differences between the states than we actually have seen so far.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next question first to the gentleman who had, or we can give it to Michael if it's closer, and then you'll have, it will be your turn. Yeah.
Philippe said earlier that this was meant to be a technical workshop. So this is a technical workshop question about the stats. More of a comment. I noticed that in your study, like many studies in this space, like really almost all I've seen, the focus was on p-values and stat significance. But one potential problem doing that is that there are possible errors you might make when you get significant findings. Like in one kind of error is that the finding might be of the wrong sign, or you might have an error of the wrong magnitude, you know. And the statistician I've read about who looks at these things is a guy named Andrew Gelman in the U.S., and he's written about this. I don't know if you considered that or are familiar with that, but you could have findings that are significant that don't mean that much, and I'm not saying that is the case, but there's a way to check for that. And given how the research, I'll say, infrastructure works, findings, there's an emphasis on findings that are significant, and null findings are not published. I mean, given all that, these kinds of errors can be a real problem, and I would encourage people who do this kind of research to look for those kind of errors more than they tend to do, if that makes any sense. So it's more of a suggestion.
Okay. Brief response to that?
So we do control, like basically very few things survive like the FDR correction that we do for to sort of control for that. And I do think there's a huge bias in research and interpretation in general that goes towards those effects. I think part of also one of the things we've seen is there aren't even, education is one where they were just trending positive, but often within a topic, they're just kind of all over the place, which I think, again, shows us, we don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Next, well.
Hi.
Well.
Thank you so much for the panel. This was amazing. And congratulations, Elizabeth. This study is awesome. I was wondering, actually, not a question about the paper itself, but about how you close the presentation. Talking about we shouldn't be thinking, does it work? We should be thinking how to make it work better for the people that we want to make work better. And a lot of this discussion sometimes goes to cash plus. So I would love to hear your thoughts, the whole panel, on the idea of that, if that is the way to go now, let's say, the way to move our piloting and research. But also, I was thinking that there are a couple of behavioral interventions that have been tested recently, things like WISE interventions that Greg Walton is spearheading, that are actually very simple interventions that are showing some good results, showing that they have some big impact. So maybe merging that kind of like cash interventions with some behavioral interventions also might be a way, but I would love to hear thoughts on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perhaps we'll keep your question for a very final round for all four participants. We'll give you the question there. So can you raise your hand so that you get okay. There. Yeah, you. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. That's an amazing piece of work. Really, congratulations. It's really inspiring for young researchers. Thanks. So large pilots like this provide valuable micro-evidence, like from consumption, psychological well-being, labor supply, etc. effects. But as you've mentioned before, they do not intend to reproduce through macro dynamics of a national program. So my question is, how should we think about the gap between what pilots can show and the structural macro level changes that UBI would imply? I mean, what is the real role and limit of pilot evidence when the policy itself is meant to be transformative? Pilots gives us micro evidence, but UBI is a macro policy. How do we bridge that gap? Thanks.
Yeah, good question. Liz, go ahead.
That is a great question. I think, we looked at lots of different models when we were trying to do this. We actually looked to see, we had funding, we had a lot of funding, but not a lot when you're talking about giving out $1,000 a month. So we looked for like a small town that had 500 people that we could give this, we could do but they're just maybe somewhere in rural Louisiana, but that's not at all indicative of what would happen in the rest of the country. And if we had 2 towns and they discovered shale under one town during the study, it would be completely useless from a research perspective. And so I think the question of the macro effects. I think we can look more at things like tax credits and other like state policies that give out in other places is probably, at least from a from like a private entity or, you know, academics testing, we just don't have the, you know, we're not able to test it at that same level.
Yeah, so before we get to the final round, because we are running out of time, of course we are already beyond the time allocated to us, but we've seen that Brazilian time is somewhat flexible. But I want to quickly add a few things that also indicate one of the reasons why it's important for a movement like ours to really think about the sort of work that is produced here. I mean, just related to what you just said, and in a way also related to what Guy said, there's this big difficulty of extrapolating because it's not a saturation sample, and because of all the things that could happen if everyone in a community has it. But even if you have a saturation sample, of course you can't say how the labor market of a whole state or of a whole nation is going to be affected if everyone gets it. So you need to go far beyond a very simplistic static exercise to do general equilibrium and of course enter a lot of speculative assumption into the operation. But so that's not the sort of thing that the sort of answer that the sort of question that can be answered by this. But I find it useful. For example, there's this question also raised by Guy. If we look at simply at what happened to the people who received the benefit, and so the experimental group, between the beginning and the end, massive increase of employment. So people said, look, they received this amount, and look how this led to an increase in their employment. Of course, led to is the wrong word to use. And that's why we need these control groups. And then we see, and indeed there is something a bit odd here, because randomization is never perfect, and very honestly, the paper says, well, at the beginning there was a 1% advantage for the control group versus the experimental group. Now this increased to 2%. So one can say, well, there was a negative impact on employment. But Guy says, yes, but this advantage may be part of what accounts for the difference, or this needs to be reflected on. But what I found also challenging or interesting to reflect on for a movement like ours is also what's shown in the latest papers. For example, it's commonly said among basic income supporters, if you give a basic income, then political participation will increase. Okay, there's a paper about that. It shows that turnout rate of turnout at elections doesn't increase. Shows that involvement in the local community doesn't increase. And so what's going on there? And when in fact, in both the control group and the experimental group, you can see at the beginning there is a strong correlation between the level of income, and so you increase the income quite massively for some of these people, and you don't see any effect. Similarly, for healthcare, you have this massive correlation between healthcare and income, and so you expect that by boosting the income, the health will greatly increase. Insignificant. Okay, except for mental health, for a reason that has been discussed, and I think it's very interesting. Also, the fact mentioned in the latest paper that this increase in stress is particularly high for single parents because they had readjusted their way of life in order to enjoy more time, free time. So what I find interesting is that then it makes us reflect, yes, there is this intuition that basic income is good for political participation. If it is, why doesn't it show in this sort of experiment? And of course, then you realize that maybe this has something to do with the fact that it's the level of human capacities, in fact, that explain both political participation and then the level of income in real life, and something similar holds also for healthcare. And so this is just an invitation to, despite all the limitations that you fully recognize and that are important to stress to prevent wrong interpretations, including very damaging interpretations, but beyond all that, it's really important for a movement like ours to take this sort of experimental research into account, the various experiments and pilots that have been followed by the center at UPenn. From each of them, it's, and despite the limitations of each of them, which can be different in terms of age, in terms of income groups, from each of them there is really something to be learned. So that's sort of less addressed to you than in fact to our movement, and the way in which serious academic research, as rigorous as possible, as rigorous as the funding available allows often, and often strong limitation, is really something very, very important, this sort of connection. But then by way of closing the session, if you could all respond then to the question in a way, how should we move forward in the most fruitful way, and perhaps we can take the reverse order this time, and then start with Neil, and then
I think the question, if I remember rightly, was something around cash plus, you know, to what can we add? Look, as far as I'm aware, the evidence is pretty unambiguous now that cash plus is more effective relative to cash, right? Certainly in developing context, and research in cash interventions pretty much across all global south continents has made this clear. In the pilot that we ran in India, it was also very, very clear. I guess my instinct is that there's a lot more that can be gained for participants, but also sort of politically, and I think also sociologically, from designs which enable saturation, recognizing that they all have their limitations, as you rightly point out, and part of what can be gained, or a vehicle through which those gains can be made, is essentially the adding of a relational plus work, right? Like plus within the social policy landscape is still pretty technical, quite neoliberal. Oftentimes it's like, you know, how do you open a bank account? And, oh, saving is a good idea. These sort of quite paternalistic approaches to just making people better capitalist citizens, right? But there is another way of adding kind of relational components to cash work rooted in community organizing. That's what we did. That's what some of the folks in the US are doing. And the evidence, as far as I'm aware, and certainly from our studies, shows that there's just a lot more benefit that can be derived in terms of, you know, the development of collective power, even increased political participation, political conscientization, ultimately. So, yeah, my instinct is very much going in that direction. It's far more radical, but it's also far more emancipatory. And so I like to see us as sort of experimenters and people who work in this field move in that direction, because I think a lot can be gained.
Thank you. André?
Hi. I'd like to remember and the very interesting results on the disappointing results that Les showed us, because it's interesting to show how it's not only cash. We must, there's always supply and demand. So there's the public good side of the story. People spend more with health, but perhaps access to health or healthcare is not enough. And these links with the other question on the macro effects. We must always have science going on. I'd like to remember the minimum wage literature, which had results, and the results have changed in the last 10 years because people have added, for example, monopsony effects and so on, labor, and those results are different. And this is important to science to keep going on like these results in order to understand what functions, what doesn't function. Always having in mind that's not only cash, as those disappointing results show us.
Stacey?
Yeah, I think a few years ago, Roberta, I would have said absolutely not. We should not look at cash plus because we don't know what cash does. And I think at this point we are reaching a point of consensus on a number of different outcomes. and then we have a lot of variability on way more. But I do think at this point what I'm seeing happen is that when we talk about cash plus, the plus is reaching backward and saying, let's try out some old interventions that we've had before. So what if we did cash plus financial literacy? But we know that financial literacy explains 0.01% of financial behavior changes for low-income people. So that doesn't make any freaking sense, right? So I think in order to determine what is the plus, right, that's all about community partnership, right? So that plus may look like asset building, it may look like an emergency savings, it may look like critical financial literacy that helps people confront capitalism in different ways. So I would just caution us to not determine the plus.
Actually, we asked participants like what would make it more helpful, and consistently, and it was, I would love someone I could just ask advice, like not a prescriptive, like here's a program. And we had the community partner, they could call us or the community, like the nonprofits, but I guess the bar for what that was felt high to them. So it's almost like, sort of like office hours at a professor. They just like, I want to improve my credit score and I don't know how to do that. More of like a mentorship kind of relationship, which I think speaks to what Stacia said. I think people do want and could use additional support, but it should definitely be on their own terms and in ways that are helpful and driven by them.
That will be the final message of this session. So thank you very much to Liz, to Stacy, to Neil, and to Andre. And I think there is a closing session that is happening in this room at 6 o'clock, but Brazilian times.
I know another song quite well. I think perhaps you might join me in singing My Way. And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case of which I'm certain. I lived a life that's full, I traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than that, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than that, I did it my way. And yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, where I bit off more than I could chew. But any time when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. The record shows I took the blows and did it my way. Oh yes, after all, I did it my way.
attention Brazilians, this will be all in English.
Just one word em português. A gente vai falar em inglês aqui, porque facilita para a tradução. O Suplicy vai estar escutando lá e ficaria complicado a tradução para ele. Então eu vou falar em inglês. Quem precisar de tradução pode pegar o fonezinho lá em cima. Tá certo? Para os brasileiros. Okay, so let's go. We are sharply 6 p.m., right? Brazilian time. In fact, I come from São Paulo and I have a German surname, so I also suffer with these flexible times, but I think this is not a big problem, right? You got used to it. Some of you are here for 1 week, so I hope it's fine, and we're going to have fun later, so it's okay. I'll just give you a few numbers and thank loads of people, and then I'll pass it on to other people on the table here. So we had, in this event, 640 people registered at some point. It means people who actually came, co-authors, people who couldn't make it, but I think it's an interesting number, right? 640. We have 412 people who actually participated actively, 115 only in the remote sessions, and yes, and yeah. Yeah, 297 who were here. So we had this aim of reaching 300 here and 100 online, so we're more or less there. We're very happy with that. Some other information on the event. I think it's interesting to remember that it was really hard to organize this event in 3 languages, in fact, because we had English and Portuguese, maybe for, I don't know, 90 or 95% of the people here, maybe half English and Portuguese, but also our dear friends from Spanish-speaking countries were here. We also had that room 303 in Bloco F, right, where you could speak Spanish freely. We had this meeting of the Latin American hub here in Spanish. So it was really a challenge, but I think it was nice, and we had to do it. If we did it only in English, we would exclude many people. We don't want to do this way. In 2010, back in 2010, we organized that event in São Paulo. It was the same thing. So it means more complications. It means more costs, of course, but I think it was worth it. It was in 2 cities. This is also something which was a challenge, right? It would have been easier, of course, to do everything here at home in our university, but we wanted to have Maricá as well. And I think we were able to do it like these 2 days in Maricá with these specific events for specific subgroups. But many of you were able to go there to see. Maricá is much more typical Brazilian city than Niterói is. Niterói is really an outlier in every single indicator that you want. When I say I'm from São Paulo, when I say in São Paulo that I live in Niterói, people say, oh, Niterói has a very high human development index, right? Usually it's the only thing that people know about Niterói, which is true. It's #1 in the state of Rio. It's one of the top in Brazil, right? But then it's good to see Maricá, which in many respects is just like a regular Brazilian city. We had different venues. We had the University of Vassouras. We had Cine em Fio. Here we had this place. In some of the sessions, it was too large a room, right? But this is, we had this beautiful facility here we wanted to use. And then we have our Bloco F, the place where we work, and some of the people here. This is our Faculty of Economics, and also the support with the Bloco A, with a beautiful room where we had, for example, the General Assembly and so on. We also had, since I'm talking about the numbers, we have 1 person who had to go through a surgery during the event. I think this, two? No. Oh no, that's an injury here. So I think this is also something which didn't happen before. So just to give you some, yeah, and another point before I go to the thank you, the very long thank you list, is to explain one thing. So the plenaries, we wanted to do these plenaries in a way maybe different from previous events, I don't know exactly, but it was this idea of debates, of mixing different people. Of course, there were these 4 big themes, but we wanted people to speak, to exchange ideas here. For example, one maybe very good example of this was Laura today, who was here. She's not in the UBI movement. She likes it. She is sympathetic to that, but she's not really into this movement. And it's interesting to exchange ideas with people who are a little bit different, let's say, than the ones we are used to. We had one plenary on economic solidarity, this idea that's going on here, which we struggle to define exactly what it is. Right, and the concept of economic solidarity, I know that some sessions were devoted to this, is not clear, and it's interesting to have that together with basic income. We had one on child benefit with experiences from different countries, well, social pensions also, but I think it was really good to have this. We had someone from England, from Germany, from Brazil, and we were able to talk about other countries as well. It's a very important debate in Brazil, certainly in Germany and in the UK as well, but in other countries for sure. We had one on the relationship between UBI and the environment and ecological issues, which is something that we must discuss. We might have difficulties doing that for some of us. Maybe the people from Equal Right, they are able to do it, or maybe Ariana, that fantastic table that we had today. And the last one on geopolitics. So these are the topics that Leandro and I, and many other people that participated in our discussions, thought were interesting to bring here. Hope it was useful the way we did it. And then from that, I go to this very long and disorganized list of thank you that I have. We should never show this to the cameras, right? This is a mess. But to say that this was locally, it was organized by us here at the Universidade Federal Fluminense, of which we're really proud of being part of. And the RBRB, Rede Brasileira de Renda Básica, the Brazilian Network on Basic Income. Which was created due to this person and Suplicy, I guess the two main people that enabled that. And so to the list of thank yous that we are going to say here. The first one is for someone maybe unexpected. We didn't talk about her here, but it was the main supporter in terms of funds for this Congress. Is a 90-year-old woman, a 90-year-old congressman, the first woman who was mayor of São Paulo, Luísa Erundina. It's a fantastic woman. We invited her to come, she couldn't. And the reason why she was so generous is because of her very close relation to Eduardo Suplicy and to all the important progressive causes in Brazil. So this is the first person. And then we had 3 different research agencies in Brazil that supported this event. The main one was FAPERJ. FAPERJ is the agency in support of research in the state of Rio. The state of Rio is not in a very good shape in terms of funds, so they were very generous to this event. So FAPERJ is the second one. And then from the federal government, CAPES and CNPq. So this is, with these 4 sources, is the bulk of what we received in terms of money. But then we received a lot of support. We like income, but we also like in-kind in-kind transfers. So the governments of the 2 cities, they were very generous. In Maricá, first of all, we had most of what we had in terms of facilities, but also coffee breaks, and many of the things were given by the government of Maricá. And here, from the government of Niterói, it was really exceptional. I'm not saying this just because Maicon is somewhere here, the person who interacted with us, but it was really, really, really fantastic, the support that we received from this city. And we also had the support of the university, Universidade Federal Fluminense. You could hear our fantastic president here, Reitor Antônio Cláudio da Nóbrega, which also is a doctor, and he helped a lot sorting out the Suplicy situation. We had the support of Fundação de Arte de Niterói, which manages this place, Sala Nelson Pereira, this facility here, the Universidade de Vassouras, University of Vassouras in Maricá, and Cine Enfio as well. We'd like to thank the mayors, Rodrigo Neves and Washington Quaquá, and the secretaries and subsecretaries of Economic Solidarity, Elton Teixeira, Maicon Carlos, Mateus Gaúcho, and Adalto Mendonça. Some of them were here. You could hear them or either here or in Maricá. We'd like to thank really very, very warmly and intensively, I would like to say, Síntese Produções, Síntese Eventos. They were helping us all the time. There are many people working for them, but again, as I said yesterday, I would like Ana Maria again, please, if you could stand up. She is fantastic. She was the nervous system, the core of this event. So everything that went really well, it's on her. She was really great, and every problem, it's on us, okay? This is fine. We had a very big team supporting us. Some of the people were working on some specific tasks. For the prize, for the Eduardo Suplicy Prize, we had Jimmy Medeiros, Paula Loureiro, and Juliana Esteves, who made a fantastic job in the prize. For the early career day, we had Fabienne and Thiago. Fantastic. They did everything. They were just informing us of that. It was really very nice, very good. They were not in Brazil, so we had some times with time zones from time to time, but it was really great. We have the Latin America Day. This was done by José Brito, who is somewhere there. Yes, thank you very much. Sorry for the many no's I had to say to you, because we didn't have the money, the funds yet, but at the end we were able to do something really interesting. Yes, and then we had this very long list of people in the in the scientific committee, but I'd like to say the name of three. We don't know what we're going to do next week. You know, I'm not able to be without you now, you know, after this moment. Georgia is a PhD in communication here, and she did all this fantastic job of communicating the messy things that we wanted you to know. Patrick and Marina, they are undergraduate students. Patrick is finishing, he will be in the master's soon in economics here with us. Marina is starting, right, in the second year, something like that, and they did an amazing job with different tasks. Patrick was this very detailed person who was helping me with many things. Marina, we discovered many talents from you, including visual talents, like possibly you're going to work with Georgia now. She prepared that fantastic guide that some of you might have read and seen. So it was really, really good. Many people helped, but the three of you, I mean, we would have no event without you. You know that. So thank you very much. We'd like to thank the executive committee of Bien, especially Jürgen, Hilde, Sarath, and Fabienne, who were closer to us. Fabienne and Jürgen, you were all the time together and helping us. Jürgen was always asking for some news on how things were going on. I was always late. Updates, and I was always late, and when I gave you the information, the meeting had already finished, right? So I'm sorry about that, but you knew that everything was going on okay. We had other people. Oh, Peter Knight was not here, but it's important also to thank him. They were particularly, Zaida and Peter Knight were particularly sad not to be here. Zaida is Brazilian, but they couldn't come. We have to thank also other persons and institutions that helped a lot. Equal Right, with a fantastic team here, with many sessions and a lot of support in the name of Carlos, Patrick, and Thomas, and maybe others who were here. Thank you very much. The YSI Young Scholars Initiative. Natasha was the key person here. You helped a lot as well, and you supported some young scholars to come to Brazil. Yes. Then for the interpreters, thank you very much. Muito obrigado. My sister is an interpreter in Germany, and I know how hard this job is, and thank you very much. You did a wonderful job here. To the whole team, the technical team, maybe I'll say a few words in Portuguese. A equipe técnica, todas as pessoas que trabalham aqui na Sala Nelson, muito obrigado. O pessoal da limpeza, os bombeiros, o pessoal, os brigadistas que cuidaram da Marina, inclusive, aqui. O pessoal do som, everyone who's working on the transmission, the broadcasting, the sound. We had a very big team here. Thank you very much. O pessoal todo que está no apoio. Muito obrigado. Agradecer, I'd like to thank also Suplicy and his crew. We had a very big team coming from São Paulo. In particular, I'd like to say thank you very much to José Vicente, who is there now with Suplicy. A very young, a very enthusiastic, a very nice guy. José Vicente, muito obrigado. I know that you are there. In the name of all the team. Have I forgotten someone? Esqueci alguém? Huh? Yes. I forgot two people. One is there. Monica, thank you very much. Muito obrigado. We had a few meetings trying to organize and coordinate. The cabinet, Suplicy, and us, thank you very much. And also all the volunteers here, those of you who are still there, who still have some energy, Tainá, Raquel, who is there, Renan, Luisa, Andrea, you're also part of this. Thank you very much. Some of them have already gone, but thank you. You had a hard time these days. Some of them are not here. They were in Maricá. I guess that's all, okay? And thank you for all of you who came from many different places. You mentioned someone from Australia, right? From India, from Taiwan. Sophia, you were very happy. Sophia, who is here, who helped Tom and Shimon with the movie. Vitor Hugo, maybe you are still here. So many people. We'll have forgotten someone, but thank you very much. We know Brazil is really far away from many of you. It's costly. It's difficult to get here. There are many difficulties, but thank you very much for coming. We're very happy with you.
Oh my God, it was a blast. What an amazing Congress, and I just don't know what else to say. I'm really filled with joy and gratitude. First of all, I would say that this Congress, as BN, we would like to gain AAA status, we call. AAA is this academics, activists, and artists. So this Congress is AAA. Give a big hand to it. We had such wonderful cultural activities, academics, and activism. I would like to first of all thank LOC, Local Organizing Committee, and these two amazing gentlemen. When I conducted 2019 Congress, I was so exhausted and finished that I couldn't even chair our General Assembly. Look at them, I don't see any strain on them. Give a big hand to those two gentlemen. Fabio and Leandro, looking after every minute detail, but at the same time, so calm, so calm. I would like to be like both of you. There is a surprise from Fabian to the LOC.
So we decided to do this as a sneak attack. So it's this is from the core team. So it's like Georgia, Patricky, Marina, and I. And because I feel like you two guys do not get enough of thanks. So we got you something, and I'm a little bit like uncoordinated now. So Leandro, I'm just giving you the wine bottle, and then I'm going to like try shake your hand while I'm holding another one. So thank you for being an amazing organizer. And like Fabio, first of all, I'll give you the bottle, and then I give you a hug. So thank you to the two of you to letting us all do our thing and keeping a calm mind when we went a little bit overboard from time to time. So I would like you all to give like them an extra applause. It's really, really amazing heads of the local committee.
Yeah, along with LOC, I would also like to especially thank Jürgen for constantly talking to them, providing support, and working with LOC, and also Fabian, who was also closely working with LOC. Thank you very much. One big hand to Jürgen and Fabian. And it was a great pleasure, and also to be able to see Eduardo Suplicy's kingdom of basic income here. So it was so wonderful, and I would like to thank Eduardo Suplicy, Monica Delari, and his amazing team, which has been there with us with the coordination. A big hand to Suplicy team. Also, I would like to especially thank the university authorities for giving this amazing, amazing place. I think everything went so well, and we are really, really, on behalf of BN, I would like to thank them. And Synthesis event also, yeah, Synthesis, especially Anna Maria. You made it possible, and ever-present student volunteers. What a lovely work you have done. Thank you so much, all the student volunteers. And since we are here, the two cities, Niterói and Marika cities, we are so grateful for hosting all of us, and thank you so much to the mayors and deputy mayors who also came here. Thank you so much to both the cities. And of course, we would like to thank all the sponsors who provided different kinds of support to us, and one big hand to the sponsors. Without sponsors, we wouldn't have been able to make such a big event. I would also like to remember our dear friend Peter Knight, who has not been able to come because of health reasons, and I would like to pay tribute to him and Zaida, who belongs to Brazil. One big hand to Peter Knight, please. Yeah. I will stop there and hand it over to Leandro. Thank you.
Okay, so we have this handover part. So before doing that, because we are in the stage, we are inviting Eduardo for his final remarks. We want to hear from you. I was hearing that some kind of noise there, that he was allowed to go out of hospital. I'm not sure if that's true, but let's hear the news from him, and we are very happy to see you in very different shape than the day in Marika. So please, Eduardo, it's a pleasure to welcome to the stage again with the big screen, and feel free to talk to us up until 10 minutes, please.
Dear friends, Professor Sara Davala, Professors Fabio Waltenberg, Leandro Ferreira, President, and Ami Castro, President Sara Davala, I greet everyone present in this Nelson Pereira dos Santos room, or who, like me, are participating virtually in this closing section. It is with profound joy that a feeling of gratitude and the address for you, for I see that this meeting has been an enormous success and had provided great integration among all who were there to discuss how the universal and unconditional basic income, combined with innovative practices of solidarity economy, can be the best solution for for our social and economic problems. I would, of course, like to be together with you, with everyone in person. However, as you know, due to medical recommendation, I found it best to see what the doctors recommended myself, so as for me to continue for a long time struggling for the basic income. And so they persuaded me that I should have a procedure for the installation and implantation of a pacemaker. That was very well done, and my heart now is working perhaps better than ever. Since Tuesday, I have followed most of the sessions virtually, and I see that in these days at Bien, we breathe the pure air of achievable utopia. We were together coming from the four corners of the planet, but debate and implement the concrete foundations of the universal basic income. I hope that, like me, everyone that has learned a lot from the experience of Madrid, Niterói, Germany, Banco Palmas, and so many others that were discussed here, and that this experience can contribute to our debate for building a more just and fraternal society. And I would like to rememorate some of the steps that that happened in this Congress. No, for example, the Latin American Day, the only day that I attended in person, and which highlighted the leading role of grassroots social movements in promoting the basic income. It's very good that we have learned a lot here of so many initiatives from people of the several countries of Latin America. The awarding to Eduardo Matarazzo Suplicy Prize, where I was honored to recognize such brilliant theses and dissertations, that certainly will inspire a new generation of basic income intellectuals that will defend this proposal. My panel had on Wednesday morning, where I not only could tell everyone why I so strongly believe in the universal basic income, but I also learned a lot from such qualified names as Catarina Neves, João Joaquim de Mello, and my best friend on the planet Earth, Philip Van Parijs. The panel by Verena Lofter, Joe Chris, Mariana Almeida, and Fabio Waltenberg, which discuss proposals to implement basic income by age groups. This was an important contribution. The Tribune session to Pope Francis this afternoon, who was one of the greatest defenders of basic income in our times. For me, young congresses are always the most important event of the year, and I eagerly look forward to meeting with Philippe Van Parijs, Guy Standing, Sarah Daval, and so many other dear friends who teach me, who have taught me so much. I can't wait for the for us to be together again from July 27 to July 29, 2026, for the 25th Young Congress at the University of Pennsylvania in the United States. And I wanted, of course, to congratulate my Polish colleagues that have chosen to host the Congress in 2027. I have faith that our next Congress can be so productive as this one, or even more. I see here young researchers, renowned professors, experienced politicians, fervent activists, and ordinary citizens. The diversity is our strength. To the young, I say, carry this banner with the energy of those who will inherit the future. The politicians and managers, I say, do not be afraid of boldness. Politics is the art of making the impossible possible. And to all others, I kindly ask that you carry their speech forward so that we can increasingly advance towards a future of fraternity and equality among us. On the occasion, I think it is important to mention the advances made by the working group created with the structure of the Council of Sustainable Social and Economic Development to study the gradual implementation of the universalization of the basic income in Brazil. This group, which was created by my suggestion to President Lula, based on an idea that our dear friend Professor Paul Singer gave to me, saying that on the day of the when President Lula signed the law, he was there, Paul Singer, and he one day told me, I thought that Lula would create a working group to study how are we going to have the universal basic income. And I wanted very much to participate in this group. Well, after that, that happened in 2013, I first sent a letter to President Dilma, but she was ousted from the government. But on October 23, I sent a long letter to President Lula suggesting the creation of this working group that has already been created, and we are in the middle of our work. And especially, first, we have concluded that one possible next step with the creation of a child and adolescent benefit to be implemented by age groups until reaching the entire population from 0 to 17 years old by 2028, with a value of 637 reais per month per child, a value that corresponds to the World Bank's poverty line. We also studied various funding proposals for this program, such as taxing the very rich, also the alternatives like it functions in Alaska, royalties from natural resource and so many other tax and the use of tax exemptions as well. And since the presentation of our proposal to the full council in last December 12th, several new proposals that links the universal basic income with a a just ecological transition have been considered and also deserve highlights, such as the proposal developed by Thomas Paz de Carvalho and Patrick Brown that was presented here. They are members of the Equal Rights Institution for a cap and share mechanism that funds basic income through carbon emission taxes. Another proposal is from Marcelo Stupinian, which seeks to achieve this finding by replacing polluting energy sources and renewable ones like other panels. I also recall another suggestion from Walter Barreto, who proposes that the basic income rate consists of a social contribution on bank financial transactions, similar to the old CPMF during Fernando Henrique's presidency, whose collected funds would be fully distributed through the basic income. Furthermore, I could not fail to thank each one and everyone who made this Congress possible. Thank you very much to the University Fluminense, the University of Vassouras, to the city halls of Niterói and Maricá, to the mayor Rodrigo Neves and Washington Quaqua. Thank you so much. And also to the Synthesis Eventos team, to the Brazilian Basic Income Network, to all the workers and volunteers who dedicated their time in our event those days. You are the great responsible parties for such success. I would like to especially thank Professor Fábio Waltenberg, Jimmy Medeiros, Leandro Ferreira, Jorge Simonelli, Marina Cantesani, Patrick Linhares, Ana Maria Machado, Fabiano Hansen, whose work has been essential for the success of this International Congress. And I would like to make a recommendation for you all. The magazine Veja published a very good interview by our friend Philippe Van Paris, and I, just in the digital form, I would like to recommend all of you to read this. This interview, very important for all of us. And I also want to recommend, as I have already done informally to President Sara Davala, that since the monetary authorities are not so, they don't see the social monies as a very positive thing. I am sure that the conclusions of this International Congress see the social monies as a very positive example for other municipalities that they may follow the examples of Maricá and Niterói with the
social currency.
No. With the Mumbuka and the Araribóia. Well, I would also, I'm very sorry that we couldn't have the cooperation of Patrick Knight, and I hope that he will be very well. But finally, I could not, well, first I need to say thank you very much for the homage that you offered to me yesterday evening. And so I believe that in the tradition of the Young Congress, that we should, on this last day, sing again. And why this song is so important? Because it is a song for justice and for peace. You remember that when the wars of Vietnam and Iraq was happening, the people in so many cities, in so many countries in the world, went to the streets to say, stop the wars. So let me follow again your example of yesterday. Invite everyone to sing with me, okay? How many roads must a man walk down before he'll make all his my man? And how many seas must a white dog sail before she sleeps in the sand? Yes, and how many times must the cannonballs fly before they are forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. And how many times must a man look up before he can see the sky? And how many years must a man have before he can hear people cry? Yes, and how many deaths will it take till he knows that too many people have died? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. And how many times must a man look up before he can see the sky? Yes, and how many years must one man have before he can hear people cry? Yes, and how many deaths will it take till he knows that too many people have died? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. Todo mundo outra vez. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Good luck. Congratulations.
Bom, pessoal, okay, guys, I know that you all have heard the many thanks to the very same people, so I won't repeat the whole list again. But I would like to add some people that we still have to thank. I would like to thank two participants of the Brazilian Basic Income Network that were essential for the activities for the last 6 years. And those are the Professor Aldaísa Sposati from the Catholic University of São Paulo, and Maria Osanira Silva e Silva, who is a benefactor. In fact, Osanira is living in Maranhão, and due to a very old age, has not been able to travel, but she participated online in many sessions. Probably some of you have met her. Aldaísa also, but Aldaísa is very active in national politics, but she had some difficulties to travel and could not make it. But I would like to thank them with warm regards. I would also like to add to the thanks of the very specific events that were organized during this Congress. I would like to add Neil Howard and Wolfgang that gave us, where are they? I can't see them. Oh, they gave us this incredible workshop that went down in the Universidade de Vassouras with many people attending it. So it was like a fourth day of Congress, actually, because of you guys and also the early career day. For those of you that think that any of us are going to vacations after this, I would like to announce that Neil Coleman actually invited me and asked me to advertise to participate in a series of podcasts that is held by the Institute of Economic Justice. This week I will record with his team, but there is a whole series of episodes in the series of Economic Justice Matters. It's on YouTube. He's asking us to follow it from close, which is, I think it's worth. So before inviting our colleagues from the USA to take the lead for the following year, which I'm very happy to transfer to you guys, I would also like to add that this is the final episode of the series, right? We had season 1 and through maybe 5 or 6, and this is the final episode. In some of these episodes, you had special participation. For example, Jürgen was here in 2019 for the foundation of the Brazilian Basic Income Network. So you participated in the first episode of this generation, right? We also have many of you visiting in recent years. Patrick Brown, who I can see in the middle of the room, came here and decided after visiting Rio, Maricá, and Niterói to leave Northern Ireland to dedicate himself fully to basic income and basic income related issues. He's also very connected now to Brazil. We also know that people like the guys in Portugal, Catarina, was here, I don't know, for maybe 2 weeks investigating the philosophy around the whole thing. That's why you were invited to be in the first session, Catarina. So thank you. And so many others of you, Fabienne, of course, she even has an address here. So many of you are very aware of the work that we've been doing. We feel like this is the closing session. We do not expect it to have another season for this, at least for, I don't know, maybe 15 years, which is the time that it took for us to organize a second Congress. And I hope that many of you have enjoyed it. I would also like to thank Saraf and Hild that is here. Where is Hild? Here. Saraf and Hild, they asked me, which day should I join you in Brazil? And I said, a week before that. To do what? And I, of course, couldn't reply in time, but I said, I don't know, just come here a week in advance. And they were here. I actually had to take them very happily and very enthusiastically to so many places in São Paulo, just as happened to Felipe and to Jorge Pinto, that also came before this Congress for a week in advance activities in São Paulo. We visited Eduardo, so we feel like we spent some time with Eduardo apart from this Congress because we actually had this opportunity. So without further ado, I would like to, of course, make the future evaluation of the basic income outside of the room. I cannot express how thankful I am to everyone that contributed, but I would like to invite our friends from the USA to take the lead now. And as we started the tradition last year that Neil Howard initiated with us, we would also like to handle you the torch. If you put fire, it really catches fire. So this is a cachaça from Rio, from Vassouras, chosen by Marina because she's from the city where this is from. And we hope that this will contribute for you to feel more relaxed because of the whole stress that you're facing. Yeah, we do feel that Brazil has so much to do with the USA, and a part of what is happening in the whole geopolitics thing, we feel so connected to people like you, and that's why it is so comfortable for us to pass it over to you, and we hope to meet you soon. You can come here, we can go there in advance. In fact, Roberta and I are already planning to visit, and I hope you can enjoy the following year, and we meet in July. And I don't know if that's the reason, but you might have great attendance from Brazilians because apparently an important football championship will take place a week earlier, which is the World Cup. So it's the best way to get the largest number of Brazilians as possible. Everybody will put their bets that Brazil will play for the finals. So we hope to spend, I don't know, maybe 15 days there, if we are allowed.
Thank you. Please do come for the World Cup. If you're serious about tickets, I'm not joking, look online now because they're going to start selling in the next 3 weeks for World Cup tickets. I'm dead serious. Just want to say thank you so much. So unlike some of our colleagues around the globe, we've been pretty late to the game in the States. And you all have welcomed us with such open arms from the very beginning. Which for us was really 2017, 2018. So just thank you so much for your wisdom, your grace, sharing your expertise and your knowledge with us. We've learned so much, and I would just like my team to raise their hands real quick. And thank you for just how much you've welcomed all of us. And with that, Dr. West is having the last word.
We'll see y'all in Philly.
Two things I would like to share from the BN's history point of view. Next Congress is going to be equally special as Brazil, because it's going to be 25th Congress of BN, and we are going to complete 40 years of existence. So one big hand to our founders and our members. I would also like to take this opportunity to make an appeal to President Lula to complete the journey that he started in 2004, the journey from Bolsa Familia to basic income. And that would be Lula legacy, which generations will remember. Thank you so much.
Samba people, let's go. It's outside.